Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, the market is insane. Oh, yes, you're waking up to a lot of nothing but a lot of something, meaning that you had a lot of negative reactions or no reactions overseas. Seems like everybody's been responding. You just got job data and unit labor costs, which came in very, very high, and they say it's due to a revision there. You know how they changed some of the CPI output? Well, that's going to start factoring into some newer data, and that's part of what we got here. But overall, right after the data, the bond yields went up even more. Now people are talking about the 10-year. 10-year is at 4.08, which is absolutely wild. And then now Fed futures and everything else in between, people are getting concerned with what that is going to mean for the market. So it's Thursday. This is supposed to be our final calm week. It does seem like a lot of people are starting to look ahead here for Jerome Powell, the non-farms and everything next week. But it is going to be a wild one. And yes, you even had Tesla not really delivering much on Investor Day. CRM ended up beating. There was a couple of other earnings spread out. We actually have a lot of pre-market plays we're going to go over. But overall, man, this Thursday is starting to get volatile. The market is starting to follow alongside of the bonds. And then we're going to see what happens, man. It's going to get crazy. But Chattadonia, how you living? How you living, baby? Good morning. What's up? What's up, Mother Liquor? That's the first one. Blizzy B. Angeles. Payday Devil, baby. What's up, Hugo? What's up, Laker? Jay, it is Friday, Junior. Amen. Good morning, Carissa. Good morning, Raya. Good morning, Juice Trays. Oh, yes. That job support will go crazy. Tony, Vincent, Mr. Whitman, Max Capital. Good morning, Isaac, Danny, RB, Flavor. Good morning, Armando, Ovidian, Mo, Siraj, Ari. Oh, good morning, man. What's up? What's up, Inverse King? What's up, Jay? What's up, El Trapado? What's up, Nick World? What's up, Javier? Oh, Battleborn's in the house. But, oh, man, why is it going so fast? Lucky Soldier, Kurt McGirt. Oh, Hot Dog. Oh, Devin Parks, Christina, Uncle Phil, baby, Craig, Skylar Morrison, Chase Samuels, Chase Chinobi. Oh, Lateral Drift, good morning, man. Enrique, good morning. Rotary, Zulraj, Jake from State Farm, baby. How you living? What's up, baby? What's up, Lynn Sense? What's up, Buster? Randy Denardi, BD, DXY Guy, oh, the dollar. Brandon Riley, Latin Black Christian. Oh, E-Man, good morning. La Paul. Gus for the law term. Lost Woods, Smoke, Jim Birch, Billy Benoit, baby. Cam, Leonardo, Z06, Mark, De La Grise. Oh, good morning. What's up, Wesley? Chaz did come to play. Y'all ready? Y'all like the volatility, huh? Oh, they like the volatility. Well, let's see what's about to happen next, okay? Get ready for a huge pump. Listen, I'm down with the huge pump to get out of my ES, and then we can resume anything else. Listen, man, I'm fine wherever you want to go, I'm down. Just let me know ahead of time so I can get ready. And, I'll be ready next week, though. This is all just the pregame, Chattadonia. So I hope you're ready. Oh, I was born in volatility. Oh, y'all definitely were. Some of y'all definitely were. Shout out to 2020 and everything afterwards. Honestly, you guys have all been born in historic markets. So, Chad, I hope you're doing good, man. You always ask how am I? I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. I woke up a little bit sore, a little bit tired, but I'm glad to be here. I don't know. I could scream a little louder to show you how, I got to save it. But I am excited, man. I'm very, very excited. I feel blessed. I think we got more blessings on the way, God willing. And then I feel the need to work. I'm about to start quoting the Bible on you too. So I don't know if that's what you wanted me to get into, but that's how I'm feeling. That's how I'm feeling, baby. Let's go. I woke up feeling blessed. Stay humble. But Chad, let us get into the news here. Let's see what we got. Credit Suisse, they ramped up a campaign to win back rich clients with significantly higher deposit rates than rivals after outflows topped $100 billion last quarter and a slew of senior bankers exited. Futures were mixed, and the 30-year Treasury topped 4%, rising to the highest level since November 16th, in a sign that Fed warnings of higher for longer rates are finally sinking in. The dollar rose versus all G10 peers, oil gained, and gold dropped. Tesla tumbled more than 7% after Elon Musk's much ballyhooed, I've never heard that word in my life. The master plan fell flat. A 4-hour presentation offered scant detail on the next generation of EVs. Shares of China rare earth miners took an even bigger hit after Tesla officials said it won't use the minerals in future models. Musk said a proper product event will be held later. It was kind of disappointing. They didn't even say. They just said we're going to cut costs, and then they didn't say anything. I didn't get my Cybertruck, kind of bamboo. It says ballyhooed. Ballyhooed. What word is that? Ballyhooed? Baluhihood? Baluhi? I don't know. China pledged to invest an additional $1.9 billion in their biggest chip maker, Yang's Memory. Silvergate plunged more than 45% pre-market, and it's studying whether it's still viable and reviewing their financial controls after the FTX collapse. Salesforce, they surged before the bell on a surprisingly upbeat forecast, and they plan to step up buybacks. CEO praised activist investors that have piled into the stock lately. Petrobras announced a record full-year dividend. No hedonism here. Chinese bankers were told to rectify their mindsets, clean up hedonistic lifestyles, and stop copying the West. The directive from the anti-graft watchdog is the latest sign Xi Jinping campaign to tighten his grip on the financial system has a long way to go. It comes on the heels of the disappearance of top investment banker and the downfall of dozens of officials. Euro area inflation barely slowed while the core gauge surged to a record, keeping pressure on the ECB. Headline figure came in at 8.5, and the core quickened at 5.6 from 5.3 before the date. Christine Lagarde told Spanish TV show Espejo Público that rate hikes may be needed beyond March when a 50 basis point move is expected. The Chicago Fed hired a search firm to help find its new president that includes amongst its executives the wife of Austin Goolsbee, who got the job. Both the firm and the bank say she wasn't involved. He's widely considered qualified, and his selection was made by bank's local board of directors, but the perception of potential conflicts of interest may raise flags. More Fed drama, bro. More Fed drama. Austin Goolsbee's wife worked for the company that helped pick him. Look at that. Chart of the day. The pressure on this S&P 500 futures will probably continue until the 90-day rate futures have fully priced in the peak of 5.5. Hawkish rhetoric, which Jerome Powell may underline in Congress next week, may help maintain the selling bias and may drive 90-day futures below 94.5 before the March 22 meeting. After Powell's meeting, S&P futures may be close to 3,800. That's the level from where they bounced in December. 11:30, 75 billion of 4-week bonds, 40 billion of 8-week bills. 2 p.m. Fed Waller is speaking. 6 p.m. Fed Kashkari. The due date for the Department of Justice Amos Curious brief with its views on Donald Trump's January 6th immunity claim. Earnings include Nordstrom, Costco, Broadcom, HPE, Dell, and VMware. Anthony Blinken pressed Russia's Sergei Lavrov to move toward a peace deal with Ukraine during a brief encounter at the G20 in India. A U.S. official said it was their first in-person interaction since the war began. G20 foreign ministers couldn't agree on the language to describe the war. The group will issue an outcome document instead of a formal joint statement. U.S. initial jobless claims slipped to 190 last week from 192 the week before. That means it came in stronger. Brazil's economy shrank 0.2 the fourth quarter as expected, snapping of 5 quarters of growth. Banxico Watch Citi said that they expect 2 additional rate hikes at 25 basis points in March and May, topping the cycle off at 11.5. Fed becomes progressive punching bag as Biden weighs next pick. The BOJ may just monitor the impact of tweaks to stimulus program rather than make another adjustment at Harika Kuruta's final meeting next week. People familiar said the bank still needs time to look at the impact of various measures since December that adjust its control of yields. Pakistan's central banker hiked their key rate by 300 basis points to 20% because of a significant deterioration in the near-term inflation outlook. Average inflation this year is now expected to be 27 to 29%. China sent the most warplanes near Taiwan in almost 2 months as the U.S. approved the sale of $600 million worth of arms to the island. A coming reorganization will probably give the Communist Party greater oversight over Hong Kong. Singapore is increasing the threshold of global investors seeking permanent residence. South Korean industrial output plunged 13% year-on-year, more than expected. Hong Kong retail sales jumped 7% year-on-year. January sales volume rose 5.1%. China plans to inject $1.9 billion in the top memory maker. Oil extended their recent gains on optimism over a revival of Chinese demand, even as concerns linger about inflation. Iron ore dipped, and the prices are expected to fall below 100 ton by the year end, according to ANZ Bank. Copper led base metals lower. Wheat and corn edged higher for a second day as traders weighed the outlook for global supply. Chevron CEO Mike Wirth said raising Chinese oil demand and dwindling spare output capacity may push prices higher. As we get into the second half of this year, the risk of the upside begins to accumulate. He also noted that the lack of commitment from long-term LNG buyers is limiting future projects. Tesla broke ground on a proposed lithium refinery in Corpus Christi, Texas, and aims to start output within a year, according to officials. SQM laid out a $3.4 billion capital expenditure plan for 2023 to 2025, more than half of the earmarked investment for the battery metal. Private credit lenders are considering a rare concession in a proposed $5.5 billion financing deal in a move to effort to seal the deal that has attracted competing interest from banks. Around 5 companies are looking for fresh bonds in the U.S. IG primary market today, underwriters said. HSBC announced Overrate, a benchmark deal consisting of 3 fixed floating tranches. The cumulative book across all 3 parts was $5.5 billion. CHR plans to move their primary listing from London to New York. EQT is said to be seeking up to 3 billion euros from skincare business Galderma. Hyatt has kicked off the sale of a 5-star Zurich hotel, said to have been appointed by brokers Jones Lang LaSalle for a 138-room property. Man, there's a lot of deals and debt news here today. It's crazy here. HKBN confirms potential offer for I Squared. Mining dealmakers set for hot M&A year after Monster Gold Bin. Retail earnings so far have given a mixed picture. Macy's shares have early trading or soared early trading after their beat. Best Buy slipped after predicting sales will fall a second year as consumers retreat from electronics and other discretionary goods. Nordstrom and Costco report after the bell. Lufthansa will buy 22 new wide-body aircrafts from Airbus and Boeing in an order valued at $7.5 billion at list prices. It will include 15 A350s and 7 787s. Lufthansa said they're in talk to buy more wide-body jets. Adani Company's shares climbed as block trade suggested institutional investors were buying. Adani Enterprise erased the early loss of 10%, equaling 3.2% of their equity that changed hands. AB InBev reported their first volume decline since the early days of the pandemic and gave an earnings forecast for 2023 that disappointed investors. Shares retreated. That one could affect Altria because they own it. TD gets revenue boost as rising rates in U.S. and Canada help margins. Boeing says more green fuel immediately needed to hit 2050 goal. Salesforce CEO praises activists after earnings-fueled rally. Lufthansa orders $7.5 billion worth of Airbus and Boeing aircraft. Salesforce announcements represent progress, says Elliott. Software stocks in Salesforce, Snowflake all going crazy. Portugal won't cool property prices with end of gold and Visa. Chinese smartphone maker Honor aims to take aim at Apple. Salesforce raised $225 from $165 at RBC. Metaverse AI and EU antitrust crosshairs, Vestager warns. Salesforce price target raised to $190 from $170 at Cohen. And a 90s rapper, Kim Kardashian and Leonardo DiCaprio are among celebrities entangled in one of the century's greatest financial scandals. The latter two were grilled by the FBI over their dealings with a friendly future fugitive, but it's Fugees rapper Pras Michelle the U.S. wants to take down. Read our big take on how he got sucked in. Pras? What? Is that like Ghetto Superstar? Ghetto Superstar, that is what you are, coming from... Y'all don't know that song. Whether you hate or love CNBC's Mad Money host Jim Cramer, and there are plenty of each on Wall Street and mainstream, you can now express that view through ETFs. A pair of products launching today will help you bet on either or against his stock picks. The Inverse Cramer ETF seeks to deliver returns that correspond with the inverse of securities mentioned by Cramer by either shorting his picks or buying stocks he recommends. The Long Cramer Tracker ETF will back those he likes and ditch the ones he doesn't. Good luck. Homes are selling faster than before the pandemic in most cities, even as the market cools. Typical house sold last month spent 67 days on the market, 20 days fewer than in the years preceding COVID. Homes in 35 of the 50 biggest metro areas were snapped up faster than average during the same month in 2017 to 2019. SpaceX launched a 4-person mission to the ISS 4 days after a rare postponement due to an issue with fluid used to ignite engines. It's the 7th time SpaceX has flown NASA astronauts to the station. After docking Friday, the crew is set to live in orbit for a standard 6-month stay. Yosemite shut to the public as extreme snowfall slams the west coast. The floor of the valley recorded 40 inches of snow depth, beating the 36 inches recorded there on the same day. Gavin Newsom proclaimed a state of emergency in San Bernardino and 12 other counties where some California residents plowed through up to 7 feet of snow. Bro, it was snowing in SoCal yesterday. It lasted for a little bit. It was actually crazy. I got to see videos. I got some hail, but I didn't know if it was snow. I imagined it was, but yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. And on this day in history, in 1917, Puerto Ricans born on or after April 11th, 1899, were granted U.S. citizenship under the Jones-Shafroth Act. The law also reformed the island's government, creating a Senate and Bill of Rights. Despite being U.S. citizens, Puerto Ricans did not vote for president or vice president, as they disenfranchised on a national level and generally don't pay federal income tax. Puerto Rico! Chattadonia. There's your news. Where are my pre-market movers? Let's see what we got here, Chattadonia. Still got a couple of plays. I hope that news was very helpful. Again, it seems like in a weird way, I think the bonds and the effect on bonds and now getting ready for next week is seemingly being the issue. But we'll see if we actually get any semblance of calm here, man. Any semblance of calm. But got a couple of plays here. Let's go over them. American Eagle Outfitters. They're gaining 6% after the apparel retailer reported fourth quarter revenue that beat the average analyst estimate. Box shares are down 11% after the software company gave a first quarter forecast that is weaker than expected. Bright Health, BHG, gains 11% in the wake of a 40% drop that marked the stock's sharpest rout since the 2021 debut. Best Buy slips 2.4 after the company predicted that sales will fall a second straight year. Cano Health tumbles 21% after providing 2023 revenue forecast that fell short of estimates. Celsius drops 4.5 after reporting disappointing fourth quarter and adjusted EBITDA that fell below analyst expectations. Funko drops 26% after the toy maker's revenue and earnings per share projections for the current quarter fell short. Hayward Holdings, HAYW, declined 7% as funds affiliated with CCMP Capital and Alberta Management offer 16 million shares for sale. Intellia Pharmaceuticals gains 9%. Nutella, after saying the FDA cleared their investigational new drug for studying experimental in vivo gene editing therapy, aka it's kind of like CRISPR. Macy's climbed 6% after the retailer reported fourth quarter earnings that exceeded expectations. NIO falls 3.5% after the Chinese electric vehicle maker disappointed fourth quarter margins as well as weak first quarter sales guidance. Okta rises 13% after the software company gave a forecast that is much stronger than expected. Pure Storage falls 10% after the cloud storage firm provided a revenue outlook for fiscal 2024 that fell short of estimates. Salesforce jumps 15% after giving a surprisingly upbeat forecast for the coming year and announcing plans to step up buybacks. Silvergate shares plunged 46% after the crypto-friendly bank said they are studying their status as a going concern. Snowflake drops 9.5% after the company provided a worse-than-expected sales outlook as many corporations scrutinize their cloud spending. Splunk drops 5.4% after the software company gave a full-year revenue forecast that's weaker than expected. Tesla dropped 7% after the EV maker's investor day. It disappointed analysts who said the lack of details regarding the company's financials and timing of new models fell short of expectations. And Vive Systems rises 5% after the healthcare company reported fourth quarter results. The company also gave initial guidance for 2025 that analysts see as positive, and then Wolfspeed and ON Semiconductor fall 6% after Tesla said they found a way to use less silicon carbide wafers without compromising the efficiency of cars. Hot dog. So a lot of plays. I'm actually going to be looking at a lot of these. It's pretty active. What time is it? 20. We got 10 more minutes till the bell. 10 more minutes. Ford total vehicle sales up 20%. What? And y'all just gave us a dividend? I'll take it. 40. I'll take it. But Chattadonia, I hope you're at what? No, that's not. No. Yo, that happened. That really happened. Ladies and gentlemen. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Oh, my goodness. I was just going over my play. I didn't even see it. Oh, and it's real. It's confirmed. Wow. Wow, it was an unidentified flying peach. I had to identify it. It was a flying peach. It was unidentified flying peach. Oh, my gosh. 10 minutes before the market? Are we going to get a cash open rip? Oh, man. Oh, man. I was looking at the other screen, bro. I was going over these plays. I was just trying to run. I'm speechless. Oh, my gosh. Good morning. It was an unidentified flying peach. I didn't know how to handle that. That was it. We had to identify. It was a peach flying through the sky. It looked like a balloon, but then I got closer, and then it looked like a peach. And I said, oh, my gosh, that's Bradley Frizzle in the peach, baby. Oh, my goodness. We love it. We love it. I love you. Good morning, Chad. So I'm going to go pee. Get ready now. You're hyped. You better have some good-ass plays after that. Oh, man, you better have some good plays after that. There's no way you don't. Okay, I'll be right back. Let's go, Chad.
ESG investing rule. The resolution set to force President Biden to use his first presidential veto. The state of Texas making its own move, planning to grow the state's divestment list comprised of firms that boycott the oil and gas industry. The Florida governor, Ron DeSantis, having his say in the Wall Street Journal, writing the following: ESG provides a pretext for CEOs to use shareholder assets on issues like reducing the use of fossil fuels. ESG is a way for the left to achieve, through corporate power, what it can't get at the ballot box. AMH has more. Hey, Marie.
Hey, John, what you're seeing right now, as you called it, an ESG showdown, and Republicans in Washington, D.C. are really heralding this as their fight against, quote-unquote, woke capitalism. And now this sets up President Biden in his first veto of his presidency. You mentioned Governor Ron DeSantis, this op-ed in the Wall Street Journal. Well, to counter that, we had Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer also taking the Wall Street Journal. He writes, if the market naturally leads to consideration of ESG factors, then Republicans should practice what they've long to preach: get out of the way. What you're seeing is for every Republican talking point, there is a Democratic pushback. And now this is bleeding into the state level. You've mentioned the Texas comptroller. Well, to pivot off of him, you have the New York City comptroller saying the complete opposite. He's actually reassessing to make sure that these firms are actually doing more when it comes to ESG. So what you really see is a difficult landscape for these banks and these firms to really navigate the politics, especially going into 2024, because Ron DeSantis didn't just talk about this in a Wall Street Journal op-ed. He's taking this nationally, and he wrote a lot about it in his book. So this is going to be a 2024 talking point.
Anne-Marie, do you think these financial institutions will just get squeezed from both sides then, going through the next couple of years?
I mean, you said it best earlier, not to steal a line from you, but you said it, they're in between a black rock and a hard place. They're getting pushed from both sides, from the Republican and states like Texas. They're really being ostracized. And then places like New York are saying, we want you to see you do more. So a lot of how these firms are going to have to navigate.
Where you say, oh, the two of us building peaches in the sky. No, just the two of us. All right. Chattadonia, are you ready for Thursday? I don't know if it's State of Thursday, Turn Around Thursday, Thinking Thursday. You guys got any Thursday names? What kind of Thursday are you feeling right now? You actually I don't even think we have that much time, actually, Chad. I need your first play of the day. What's your first play of the day, man? What do you got for me? Let's go. Let's see who's in the game. Anybody got good plays right now? I got a couple of good plays. I got some I'm thinking about. What do you got? Friday Junior, baby. Thirsty Thursday. Timing Thursday. JWN calls. Feeling the 90s jams. UUP 30. March 17 call. Throw the hands up Thursday. Long UUP. Long NVIDIA. Long Disney. Buying Roku. Selling Tesla calls. Tesla. Coca-Cola. CRM. SQQ. Corn. CRM. Zune. /ZN. Loading up on CLL. ATVA. Octashort. June. MES. Tesla put. SPY 396 put. MU put. MGM. Tesla call Thursday. Amazon call. Cash in UNG 9.5. Netflix puts. SQQ calls. More NVIDIA. Tesla calls. Spot calls. Spot puts. Netflix puts. Google calls. Playing with MES. Amazon calls. Trifling Thursday. Tesla calls. SQQ. Boyle calls. QQQ. Netflix puts. Selling my SQQ calls. Long term. QQQ. Netflix. Short ES. QQQ. Netflix puts. Zim. Tesla 180 put. Humay. Short the bonds. Flipping some futures intraday. CLM. Give me the yield. Calls on Josh Thunder Thursday. CRM calls. Snap calls. Radius calls. Ratty. That's the one. There it is. Oh, Michael, you're gone, bro. You're gone, Michael. No. Don't test it. Log SI stock, Okta calls, playing the SPY, watching Tesla, Wells Fargo puts, Microsoft calls, Tesla credit spreads, selling my Tesla puts on everything. I just want the Lexus, Turbulence Thursday, Neo calls, Long Twilio puts, Love calls, Throwdown Thursday, Airbnb long-term, CRM 180 put, cutting some of my BBY shorty. Oh, you got a good one. Sim Thursday nights, baby. Green Shoot Thursday, SPY leaps, Tesla buy more, DKS, UNH long, Apple Iron Condor, puts, watching the dance, watching SPX, Tesla puts, SPY puts, recession is over. Let's go, baby. Oh, man, it's already time. It's already time. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, after this, I hope I'll have time for the plays. If not, it's already going to be game time. But ladies and gentlemen, you know how we get down here at the Cole. Before we do anything, before we try to chase that dollar, man, we got to pay homage to a very special and important group of people, and I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge special shout-out, all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you, and thank you for doing what you have done. We love you. We appreciate you. I hope you all show the appreciation, and even big shout-out to the families as well, too. And shout out to all the people doing good in their community, man. You know, you volunteering. I don't care if it's a nonprofit. Maybe it's not nonprofit. You a doctor, a nurse, a teacher, a firefighter, a police officer. You getting our garbage every day. You doing the things that people don't realize is being done on a day-to-day. For real, God bless you, and thank you for doing what you have done. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Seven digits! Oh, it's game time, baby. Nah. Let's go, Chad. Oh, are you ready? Are you ready for the Thursday? Are you ready for it? You made it here, and after this week, it gets even crazier. You know, you got Jerome Powell, March 8th. Non-farms, March 10th. We still got services tomorrow. Even today, the labor cost, unit labor costs were very, very strong. The jobs market is not weakening, but you have sold off now for 4 weeks in a row. So how is everyone going to take this? But we got a minute, 30 seconds left. I do got a couple of plays. I'm going to be watching CRM and Okta. I really like both of those earnings, and then even Macy's here. That one could be one. We'll see what happens with that one. They're already up 6%. I'm going to be watching the dollar today. Hopefully we could play around and see if we could find some good plays on it. That's what I want to keep in mind. Then BBBY, or no, just BBY, no extra B. Best Buy, very, very bad earnings. They're not down too much, but that one could end up slipping. SI, they're down 45%. We'll see how that affects crypto. Snow, another bad earnings. And then Wall and ON and Nutella's the gene editing. Let's see if that outperforms today. And then Wall and ON are related to Tesla and that whole chip wafer thing. So Viva, see what happened. Yes, the Jim Cramer short fund does come out today. Indeed. CRM, they cooked the books. Well, it was big. It was big for them. Everybody was very, very happy about that. I wanted a pullback on it, but until it gets to like 180 maybe, I don't know if I'm going to buy it, because that's what sucks. It moves a lot, but then when it does start to move down, it is a fairly big mover, but you know, it reminds me of Facebook. That's it. It just reminds me of Facebook getting clapped, and then when Facebook had the good report and then started that little crazy trend, it went nuts from there. So vive el sí, but we got about 15 seconds, Chad. Hit that thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're locked and loaded. Call out any plays. You got any questions, let me know. And let's have a fun day today. Yeah, you guys with me? Yeah, let's go. Let's see. Top Tick Thursday, man, we're going to find out. I mean, yesterday you had to deal with a lot of big swings. Round one. Fight. No way. Dow Jones is up a 20th of a point? No way. So SPY's down 0.5. Dow is up 0.2. NASDAQ is down 1%. So actually it's a very mixed bag right now. You have a 0.5% gap almost between everything. So there's Okta. We're still in that one. We'll see how Tesla ends up playing out. Tesla's down 8. CRM, if that goes a little bit lower. And then where's UUP for the day? Dollar. Oh, dollar back up to 0.6. Jeez. That's crazy, even after the Chinese yuan yesterday. Then let's see where we're at on the levels. Tesla tumbles 8%. Salesforce is the highest since August 20th. So you're at 39.38. Damn. So 39.40. I mean, that's it. You are below the 200-day. This is it. I mean, all that is crazy. That's on the ES, actually. Hold on. That means we are below it, yeah. So 39.40. You have opened below the 200-day on the S&P. I don't know if the NASDAQ is there yet. Meta ripping. CRM 191. Tesla trying to get some steam here at the open. Meta is in the green once again. Watch Google as well, too. DJI has 3% of CRM. That makes a lot of sense. 39.25 on ES. Rita, I forgot about that. We'll see. Oh, 5%? That's 87. I thought that said 67. I said, well, that was quick. NVIDIA is down 0.7. Qualcomm or AMD is down 1.4. Qualcomm 1.5. Yeah, snow is really bad. Again, 10%, and they move a lot. It's a lower float, so we'll see. CRM's even selling off a little bit. And keep in mind, you're below the 200-day moving average right now. It's very big. 39.31. Geez. So next level is 3,900 flat. And if you break that, I mean like 38, I think 38.80 or 38.84 comes up. CRM, a little bit of a drop. We'll see. Where's Okta? Okta kind of holding, but they gave up the 82 that they had. I want to see if Altria drops because AB InBev got clapped. Roblo green. Roblo is in the green. I don't know how they do it. Let's see. Microsoft's break even. NASDAQ still down 0.8. SPY 0.49. Dow Jones has came down a little bit here. Every industry is in the red. Consumer staples, utilities, communications are the best. They're only down 1/10 to 1/4. Discretionaries are down 1.6. And then real estate and financials are getting clapped. That's something I noticed here too. Like, go look at O and real estate. These names are coming down. So even after the morning, I mean, they're not near the lows still, halfway there, but you've definitely been watching real estate calls get clapped. Meta is exploding. CRM still it won't go below 180, man, or 190. It's held that since like all day yesterday. Oh, Silvergate as well. That one might have the juice already taken out of it. Yeah, you got $7 a share to the downside. Excuse me. HII, is that Disney on the high? And then Nutrila, that's another one. The gene editing FDA approval. And then ON is clapped by Tesla, part in part. And then SPY still down, not able to move up. You got to get above this 200-day, man. 39.33, you're 7 points away, and you've gapped below it. Fill the gap at 39.50. Tesla down 7. Hormel smash, no earnings, or on earnings, no position. Tesla tanking. BA is down. Big lots. Up 8%. That's actually really good. And then Best Buy's only down 1% now. Macy's had good earnings. Macy's actually climbing back up here. That was 5 to 8% right there. Amazon low. Check the Zaza. We will check the Fed futures here. Even the 10-year, bro. The 10-year hit 4.08 this morning, which is actually wild. I think it's at like 4.06 now, but that's definitely moving a lot faster than people would have expected. CRM 190. Rate hike odds are at 32.9. And then, I mean, this is Thursday. We'll see where it's at tomorrow, but that would be almost a 50% increase in the odds this week. Rita down 5 still. CRM selling off. Microsoft starting to move. Macy's on the highs. Nah, dude. CRM needs to, like, dump. Like, really, really dump. And then SPY trying to work its way up here. Everything's still in the red. Looks like consumer staples will be the first one to go green. Costco's back up, or Domino's. Costco has earnings today. Wind dropping. Yes, I think we were up on it earlier this morning. I think that's right around the price we got it at. SI was. I haven't even checked crypto out. How is crypto doing off that? Because that's wild. That's wild news. They kind of just came out of nowhere. Crypto's not even reacting to that. So low key, crypto kind of dodging a bullet. until we get more news on that. Pfizer broke 40. Yeah, 39.69. Wow. More Pfizer low. So now you're really getting into 2021 levels. We're almost there. Maybe like $38, man. One more dollar. Or like $2 more, 37. I think I'm a buyer. That's crazy. The Fed rates are pricing in 32% for next meeting on the 50 basis point. And then the real story, though, is the 5.5 for September. No more economic news for the day, actually. So we already got it. Again, unit labor costs were awful, and the jobs market is still showing strength. So services tomorrow will be big, but on ISM. But as of now, though, even at face value, you didn't really have anything today except bad news. So that was bad news on U.S. data. China was kind of in the middle, little mix of crackdown. It was negative. I think Australia was the only thing that was kind of in the middle. And then the UK had another set of bad inflation numbers, or the EU. Just Europe has kind of not been good. I think even EPV went up here today. Lift at all-time lows. Win is dropping now. SPY's even coming down. So that little green shoot towards the top did not hold. CRM below 190. Dow Jones is only up 0.05 now. S&P down 0.5, and then NASDAQ 0.85. You keep wicking here. You need to get out of here. I mean, if you don't make a move above this 200-day, I mean, 3,900 flat is pretty much the same distance almost to get back up to 3,960, or even fill the gap is the same distance to 3,900. Patrick Bacardi, good morning, baby. How you living, man? Living good? Oh, and then let me see the long term. We have to get him up. SPY, another low. Okta even selling off now from the earnings. So Okta, CRM, they both took the hammer. I think Macy's is the only one that went up. ON. Yeah, ON, that's slipping off of Tesla. Nutrila is even, everything's giving it up right now. So now you only have consumer staples at break even on the day, but it's kind of like yesterday. You have everything selling off now except the dollar. We should keep the dollar up here. CRM now printing the low ticker. Dollar hasn't moved all day, actually, since we've moved. So let's see, 189. Where does this put us? Yeah, that was crazy. Dude, I wanted like 184. So, yeah, I want a lot of that. Let's see. Yeah, Rita and CRM, GG, baby. That's what's up. That's what's up. Tesla, they just didn't give any guidance on financials or the next-gen vehicles, and people were just expecting a lot. Like, we didn't even hear very much about, what's his name either, the Cybertruck. Petrobras price policy is a matter of the government. SPY puts, I mean, I'd wait for a little bounce, but, I mean, as of now, unless we get, like, a bunch of people buy, I mean, it seems pretty negative for the most part today. Again, I want to consider even cutting that ES I got trapped on the other day. But, like, I have the other stuff, but if I could get out on a bounce and it makes a lot of sense, I will. But we'll see. I'm sure we haven't, it's been very hard to come by that good news. And even today was just either a lack of news or just tilting to the negative in terms of the data and everything else and how things have been moving. And then Bill, I just wanted to see how Bill is. You got $4, bro. Get you your $4. It's awesome. Or 42 cents. That's great interest in a day. The Qs, that time when they were just below 39, I think would have been the moment. It's right there, but I do like the EPV. That's kind of my European SQQ. There's CRM. Amazon is on the high. Hold on here. Amazon's starting to flip, but they're still down 0.6. I mean, Apple's down 0.4. I think Microsoft was doing the best. Baidu is on the high now. So you're back up to VWAP. Could be worse. Could be worse. That's in a day. Sometimes you'd have to wait like a month to get 40 cents. So 39.28, that level does sound familiar. The video looking good. Yay, dog water price movement. Well, we are coming back down here if this fails in 39.30. Very precarious spot. You have a decent amount of bid support, but you zoom out. Seems like we got a lot more. We'll even check the volume in a little bit. Tesla again on the low. Microsoft's in the green. Yeah, Tesla again. Watch ON and what was it? Wolfie or something like that. Wolfie. Is that it? I thought it was WOL. Or no, Wolf. Yeah, Wolf and ON. They were clapped by that. Tesla Investor Day could have been worse. I don't know if it could have been worse. They literally just didn't mention anything. Banks are selling off huge now. This could be a reaction with both the dollar and the yields, but I think they would benefit a little bit more. And then bonds are still clapped. Watch the dollar. I think once you get a for real dollar move here, we'll find out if we're going to get past this, because even though it looks like you're tilting downwards, you're pretty much right at open here for now. It could have been better. I think it was just people were expecting something completely different. It's like people were expecting the game to be launched, and then they just came out talking about another feature. Tesla pop. Rita has January 25. Do they now? Yallah, I need to check this, Habibi. Oh, they do. Haha. So this is exactly what we wanted to wait for. So now we just got to get back. Like, we could sell the 110s, though, for the next year, and we'll be good. So let's go. Let's wait for a rally there, too. But now we're good to go. Let's actually, we might have to hold it for a decent amount of time, or hopefully. That's the next thing we got to talk about with Rita, because if you don't, like with the covered call, because you could run the risk the stock just dies back down. So if you just want to book the profits, I would not be afraid of that. Costco or Broadcom. I'd be down to flip Costco leading into the earnings. I think that could be decent. I mean, so far Target and Walmart, they were kind of in the middle. Costco's already moving back up here. Yeah, they're at 470. And then Staples are actually doing good. Trinka Pop. To search two separate devices. Just go youtube.com/thestockmarket/live, baby. That's the easiest way if you can't find it. You know, that's how I find it in the morning. That's how I find the chat. I just go to the channel and put /live, and then we're here. And then I see the chat room. I'm like, oh, hello. Amazon came down a little. VLD, a lot of activity here. High and low ticker. Kroger's running up. I think they have their earnings too. Or did they already have their earnings? They're killing it. All right. Top tick Josh is coming back, Chad. I'm coming back. Top tick Josh, full effect. I must. Maybe I'll give it a little time. But I'm ready to top tick Josh. I'm ready. Walmart's on the high. Okay, I went long. Oh my gosh, what an awful fill. 47, 43, 479. Okay, because I bought 50 shares of Costco. I want to grab 100, but I'm starting with 50. So if they drop and then sell out before close, Keep it simple. So I guess the fill wasn't that bad. The fill wasn't that bad. Why not buy TLT for the long term and they offer monthly dividend? Because if rates continue to go higher and rate expectations, you'll lose on the equity. So it's like even like IEF or any of these. I mean, these are like that's like a 7% drop almost. So the dividend does not cover that, but that's the only problem. And then like you remember we talked about TLT in the long term before, and I'm glad we never did it because like if you did it at any of those earlier times, I mean you would have been pretty mollywopped on the equity there. So that's why people keep saying the bonds are doing bad because every time the yields go up, that is bonds raising. Oh, yeah, Graham just realized he got the sword. That's good. That's good, man. We love you, Graham. We love you. You made a comment towards it the other day. We slipped it in there. I got you, bro. I got you. And Graham does have a nice lawn. He does. He sent me. He has a nice lawn. He got a nice backyard. He has a nice peaceful life, man. He has a fire back there. He sent me pictures. I know. I don't know if it's creepy or not, but I know a lot about Graham's backyard. I do. It looks great. Great yard. Great yard. Kroger, if Kroger wasn't up 6%, I mean, I don't know. Did Kroger report this morning or if they're after hours? But I'm just playing the run up there. NVIDIA. Oh, NVIDIA came up a little bit. Coca-Cola's all night. Bro, look at all this steady just volume blocks on Costco. Kroger reported, yeah, so that one I think it's over. But they're up, which is good, and I think that's factoring in everything else. But Costco, you could at least get the run up here on today. And Costco, I mean, at 40.70 is cheap. I just remember this thing going to like 5.40, squeezing the shit out of me. Yeah, financials are doing awful right now. It's really weird. Like, they're just straight selling off. But then again, I mean, you had some carnage there in bond land today. But it's weird because I was expecting banks to get a little bit more juice from any of the higher interest rates. We're working our way up here now, but dollar hasn't moved. Like I said, if the dollar could move today, I think we'll have an idea of what's going on. Other than that, though, we might have to wait. But you're moving up still 39.33. You're still trading below the 200-day moving average. So 15 minutes below the 200-day. How does it feel? How does it feel? Apple, they're not doing much. Where's Tessie? M running. Yeah, M's actually killing it for their post-earnings. CRM still near the low. It either needs to flush here. It's going to show extremely strong support. And then Microsoft's actually one of the only ones doing good. Google's decent. Meta gave up the early gains in the morning. UWMC. Damn, it could, honestly, at this point, 2 days after earnings. You guys said he was on CNBC this morning. Like, we ready to crash? That's how it feels. Well, let's see if the bonds bounce or not. Blinken says he urged Lavrov to resume New START compliance. And again, no more data for the rest of the day. It's crazy how quickly we got back to the 380 level. Yes and no. I think we could have, I mean, in some of the other bear market rallies or the Raoul rug pulls, we've had it, it could happen in a week. This has been straight up like 4 weeks of selling now. So if we close negative on this week, this will be the 4th week in a row. So in reality, we just spent 1 month going up and then 1 month coming down. So it's not really like even the craziest pace. Here are the bubbles for today. 400 calls is really, really small for now. Seems like 390 puts. And then it's just 2 points within calls. It's just too many strike prices. And then a lot of 383 puts that are already in the money. And even then, if we hit 390, I mean, we'll see what happens. Octa. Tesla kind of working its way back up. Okta is SPY hitting a new high of the day, seeing if that gets us out of the hole. CRM. High tickers starting to gas. CRM's going lower. Watch what leads. 39.35. 5 more points for the 200-day. Consumer staples and utilities are in the green now. Healthcare is almost at break even, and then so is energy. Financials and discretionaries are the worst on the day right now. Baba, VSCO on the low. Rita down to 85, down $7 today. But is this like where we were chilled at all day yesterday? Yeah. So just giving up that last final hour run up. SPY another new high. Costco's going up there to 39.38. So you're about to test the 200-day. Let's see what happens next. Okay. Still a big gap down, though. We're still down from yesterday. Kind of crazy. I still have the Bank of America and the Citi. Citi's positive. Bank of America is negative. We're at yesterday's low. Yeah. This is where we bounced off of it. I guess that even that 10 points, though, seems like a decent amount, but we are still red on the day. NASDAQ is still down half. SPY 0.29. Dow 0.25 up. And the video went green. Costco is working his way up. Dollar dropped there on the low of the day. Let's see if that remains. Dollar's still up a ton. But a dollar recovery throughout the day could help out. Coinbase is slipping. NVIDIA is in the green, hitting a high. Coinbase is down 9% right now. CRM 188, that's a new low. And I think Tesla's trying to work its way back up here. Tesla's hitting the high, now down 6 as opposed to 8. Mark my words, the day will end 2% plus. All right. Honestly, I just want to know when the recession is going to be over. Or if it already ended. I'm still trying to figure that out. NVEX vertical. Amazon been struggling. There's another big dollar drop. Let's see if that's enough to take you above the 200-day. Dude, it's just hugging it. It doesn't even look like there's that many orders, honestly. I would expect this area to have a lot of resistance, but I guess we're going to find out. SI is on the high, so they're even bouncing up there. They were down 45%. Funko just had really bad earnings. So let's see, 39.38. It must fight here. It must fight, Habibi. Tesla, Costco. Costco, we got $2 already, so that's nice. CRM again at the low, 188. Dow is still up a quarter, though. Like the pain hasn't actually started. Yeah. It's, well, this week wasn't supposed to have anything. I mean, that's it. Just by next week, though, you're going to get your, the data series that we have coming up is like fire. So get ready for it. Especially now it's not even like holidays. It's not even end of the year. It's just like straight up Powell, non-farm, CPI, Powell again. So it's going to be wild. But even talking about how we've moved here, it's been 4 weeks of decline. I guess we spent 1 week declining, and then you got a couple days up. But it's been about a month of straight going down. So this has all been pretty slow in a weird way. So it's like it feels like it's been coming down, but it's been kind of a slow realization, and then it's all just setting us up now into everything for next week. Yeah, Rita's breaking 85. This is like the lows near yesterday. NVAX, just be careful. That news they had was very bad, and I think Silvergate is the poster child of just like, you know, if they give the company gives you a warning, just remember you're playing musical chairs. I think Silvergate is like the best example of this because you had that little run up there, 14 to 23, then you dropped 50%, then they found a way to go back up 50%, and then they play this game a lot. So it's the same thing with Novaks because, again, that update from Novaks was just very, very problematic. Yeah, Silvergate delayed their 10K, and they said that they have concerns of ongoing of how they're going to continue on in the future. It's pretty wild. Because now it's been almost 3 months. The U.S. may sanction China if it gives Russia military aid. Blinken. Rita, 80. Yeah, we got it up here. It's at 82 right now. And then SPY. It's weird. It's not like you had a lot of like orders for sale here, but now sales are coming in right at the 200-day moving average, even 39.40 on the futures, but you were not able to get above it. Woo! So it could still make a move up here and test it again, but if that does not hold, that's not pretty, man. That's not pretty. SI sounds like Rita. They're completely different. What I'm talking about, it's not like how much the stock moves. I'm just saying if a company warns, if they're like literally like, hey man, we don't think we're gonna survive. Like Bed Bath & Beyond, Silvergate, now Novaks, just doesn't mean they won't move. I'm just telling you it's gonna be a game of musical chairs. Well, Rita, this is what I was kind of waiting for yesterday. So remember we were talking about like get ready for like a big dump right at the open. I mean, I'm surprised it held up yesterday. Surprisingly, we're at the low of yesterday. But like we said, give it a week, and now we have opportunities. But like I said, if you don't want to deal with like holding it, because many biotechs can sell off all of the gains, that's not uncommon. I would just book it if you really don't want to deal with it. So now, like, we're getting the same amount of profit here. You're at least losing money now, losing less on the covered call. You have 2025s available to roll over, and that's where it really, really gets good. Like, in a weird way, how much are these going to be? 1,000? So these are going to be 1,800, bro. You could sell the hundreds for like $24 now, which is great. But I think that you have wiggle room on both sides, but let it play out, and I'm sure by next week we're going to really see. And then dilution news would kill it. We have money flow coming in. Yeah, so one thing to keep watch of, I was looking because, we bought Bill yesterday, but keep this in mind because, like, you'll see inflows and outflows, and a lot of times when there's big outflows on this, I mean, that means people, if there's outflows on this, that means people are selling off to possibly buy other things. And one, I want you to keep in mind, Bill, this is what we added to the long term just for our cash management, but be on the lookout for it because coming into the Fed, you're going to watch headlines of this about inflows coming in. So recently there was outflows on Bill, so that could be hinting at money kind of coming in. But think about how we're using it and now multiply it by 1,000. Apple dumping. Apple it flushed there earlier on the lows. We hit VWAP. Baidu's on the high again. Dollar hit a low, then kind of chilled out, but the dollar didn't go lower enough to take us above the 200-day. 3M and Altria are dividends that I'm looking to add for the long term. Good guys, good guys. I thought Altria would be down a little bit more today because AB InBev, they own a big part of it. They had one of their first earnings guide downs since like 2020. Yang on the low. Baba's actually not down as much. EPV gave up a little bit of the gains from yesterday. Costco's still at the high. USO on the high. DoorDash is even coming up. Interesting. And then where's Okta? Octavius. Okta's moving up. And so is SPY. CRM 188.50. 12%. So it's giving up, 4 or 5% already? Bill distributes every month, and then pretty much the idea with Bill is you sell out day before ex dividend. So you make sure you're still a shareholder on record. You get the dividend. And then by the time Bill pays the dividend, the stock will be up like 10 cents. So it's like you get interest from the dividend as well as now the actual movement there. Like we got our $3, our $4 or whatever. Woohoo. Buy ETFs here and wait. Depends what it is. I mean, Bill is technically the only ETF we have, and that's just short-term cash management. So SPY's making another move up. Use VWAP as a reload. Let's see. 39, 39, 23. Come on, bro. Did not sell Rita, no. All right, there it is. You're popping above 39.40, barely. So even give it, just like we learned yesterday, I mean, you could totally have one of these little failed breakouts here very quickly. So we need this to turn into cash momentum. Otherwise, downside might get tricky. On Tesla. Yeah, Tesla's even coming up 3% now. PRTA. Dollar hasn't hit a new low yet. That's what I'm waiting for because dollar is up tremendously. Kind of like the days where the dollar's down and then goes green and the market goes up and goes down. Kind of look for the reverse here. See if we could get anything of that. Baba, yeah, UWMC is going crazy. Vivian Health and Clearday signed letter of intention for combination. Bank of England, Hugh Pill, higher labor costs could be passed through. Hugh Pill says survey indicators have surprised to the upside. Let's see. High ticker's gassing. Nothing is on the low ticker right now. 30-second low ticker activity. 1 minute is very, very low. Ford is going up. Remember, they had good sales numbers or vehicle delivery numbers in the morning. Google on the high. ACAM. They still got to do some work. Okta is coming back up now. Baidu. China, I mean, it's weird. China was good yesterday, then sold off there after the news and everything else. So it could be resuming that, but then some people were a little more tempered on China stimulus news today. CRM's going lower. Oh, ACAM acquires OnDat? No, ACAM, you need to get acquired. Bill, B-I-L. Definitely look into it. Get an idea of how those works. I mean, even looking at the daily chart of Bill will give you an idea. So now we're only down a quarter. It's crazy we're still down. You're 3 points above. I mean, yesterday you went 360 to 366. You went 6 points above in 3-4 minutes before quickly turning that around. So let's find out if we fill the gap or not. And even then, by the time we fill the gap, it might slow down. Okta's moving its way back up there. So that's good. Costco's good. We already got $3 a share on that almost. And then CRM's just chilling at the lows. K-Web vertical. Could be, yeah, Baba and Baidu. Baba's in the green now. Baidu's actually doing very good. Where's bonds? Dude, I came at 4.08. We're about to be at 4.25 real quick. So Baba, China name seemed to be giving you a little bit of relief right there. I think shorts got lured in this morning, but even then though, it's not. We need a real calm day. Otherwise, it just seems like this is slow momentum of the last 4 weeks kind of just building in now into the main event. So watch out, though. If you reject that 200-day here, there's a lot of sales above here. No buyers come in. I mean, you're going to get relegated to the gulag real quick. McDonald's on the high. Baba, Okta. U.S. Steel and Carbon to capture at Indiana Steel Mill. Tesla's recovered like 3% from the morning here now. Snow keeps selling off. That was one of the bad earnings. They're continuing down. SPY, did they just hit a high on that? Yeah, you managed to hit another high. That was looking quite precarious. Actually, if you could clear up all these orders somehow to 39.50, doesn't seem that bad, but a sell-off wouldn't be too good if people get exhausted. Snowflake's down 14% now. That's another 4% from the open. Coal members bought their first property, baby. 273 near Vancouver. Let's go. Amen. SQM says EV sales have increased in recent weeks in China. Let's go, Zach. Congratulations. Played Macy's in the morning. Oh, nice. That was a solid continuation. Bro, that's 8%, I think, from the morning. It started at 5, then went up to 8, and now it's at 12, bro. That one's crazy. Airbnb green. Oh, what about Uber? Uber is fighting. DoorDash green. Funko's bouncing up. They were down 20%. Now they're only down 12. Kohl's even bounced. Kroger, Duolingo, 52-week high. That's good earnings yesterday. Okta, do it for the kids. Costco is still running on YCL. Soon. That one pretty much once the bonds start dropping. But my fear with YCL though is that it reflects the bonds too heavily, and that if that's the case, YCL's coming down another $3. So that's why they kind of look the same, but then bonds kind of in their own land due to America. Out of the game, have to go to the down payment, but now the long term will really be the long term. Amen, bro. Trust me, you'll build it back faster than you thought, and then now you got a $270,000 asset. So let's go, baby. No, I did not sell my CYTK. They're down $2 a share, $3 a share, $50. And Rita, the covered calls are taking care of itself. The win is still down though, surprisingly. Okay, Costco, Little Red, Macy's, even the SPY. Bonds are coming down here. It looks like bonds were slipping before the market, and now dollar trying to work its way back up again. This is where we have the problem, you know. Watch if CRM goes up on a red candle. But CRM is giving up now, like what, $5 from the open? Snap AI, you woke up with a new contact, and I did not see that. No, we heard the update, but I have not seen anything on it. I'm gonna check my Snapchat now. They got chat AI. Nah, man, ChatGPT did not add me. Now I feel unpopular. This is a scam. No gap fill coming down. So recession is not canceled, is what you're telling me. We're trying to still figure this out. Oh, win 52-week high. Win, you were down this morning. I guess with all the China names, though. That's the risk. XOM, I think oil names are starting to move up. Another low on CRM. Yeah, oil is in the green. Actually, a lot has recovered. Staples are up 0.63. Energy's up now 0.5. Industrials are in the green again. Utilities and materials. It's mostly defensive, but tech is only down 0.13, believe it or not. So NASDAQ is down 0.5, but tech stocks as an industry are only down 0.13. Healthcare is moving up. The worst on the day is just financials and discretionaries. Take-Two buyout from Sony. Oh. Take-Two buyout from Sony? Damn, so Activision there too? It's moving down. I don't see that hitting the wire yet, but Troy's posting that. I think that could be a rumor going around. It's weird it's a red candle off of that. Yeah, there's xfire.com. Sony is reportedly preparing to buy Take-Two Interactive. It's a very obscure source, but we'll see. Keep watch on that if that develops. Definitely a rumor at this point. It's just like one of those articles. Plotting my next Tesla short. Yeah, it would be a response to the Activision deal. Activision had good EU news this morning. Watch Roblo off of that. It was a good idea. Adobe's on the high. SPY 394. Remember, 395 was the level we flushed. Now we got to get above 394, and that you're barely above it. You're barely holding the 200-day average right now. So if you can't hold the highs of the day here, we have a real big problem. But if it does go up from here, then that might give you support into the next day. Walmart, I think they're doing good there. Remember, they already reported. Walmart and Target. But now after like a couple of the other ones, I think everybody's like balancing everything out. Like all the consumer staples are pretty much doing good. ZTO, Grizzly Research short. They're dropping. Ooh. That seems like more than 1%. Amazon's coming towards the lows. Dish is on the low. Apple, Honeywell. Boeing, Kellogg's. Is UWMC still going? Yeah, about to hit 5. I think it hit 5 earlier there. Apple, Alligator, Chop. 14 points. Boeing coming down. Boeing never comes down. LMT still holding a decent price. Where's Tessie? Tesla's holding up decent too. Next catalyst is Powell, March 17th. Technically, it's March 8th. I'm kind of worried about March 8th. So 2 days before the non-farms next week, Jerome Powell is speaking before Congress, and then that's where it's going to get crazy. Because then last time he did that in 2022, do you remember that's where he clapped you? The take two. We'll see if that plays out. If it gets any traction, that would be massive. Paxos discontinued senator transfer wires to Silvergate. Is that senator transfers? Did I read that right? Or SEN transfers? Said, why do senators use Silvergate? Hold on. Why don't they use a Bank of America if you work for America? Coca-Cola. Value stocks are finally getting their rebound here today. DraftKings on the high. Uber's on the high. COP now. Oil, XOM. So those are all green. I mean, we went from all red today, and now about half of the industries just under are in the green. This might sound crazy. I'm getting March 2020 vibes. Oh, I don't know. I have something for you. I got the like craziest CRM. I wanted them to do bad for the long term. That way I was down to pick it up there because they were at like 2018 levels, and the way I was looking at it was that if it really went full Facebook, we could have got it at 2015 because they had a run up. But I don't know if I would buy it now per se, but I think it's having its Facebook bounce moment. But I got big tin. It's honestly funny tin. I don't know how you're gonna take it. But if you got it, I mean, if you could just get me up to 1,000 likes right now, I got something for you. I do. I think you'll want to hear it. It's related to, like, just crazy stuff. I don't know. You might like it. I think you might like it. The intro to what I'm going to say is crazy. It's a crazy hook. It's a crazy hook. Are shroom stocks for long ad? I mean, I think you should just do shrooms and then make the decision while you're on shrooms. And then and talk to me. And then when you're on, I'm gonna tell you to give me all the money because I'm the wizard. And then you're gonna think I'm a wizard, and then you're gonna give me all your money. And then, but either just so that's the only way I would decide that. I don't think there's any other way to figure out that one, like, realistically. And you have to refer to me as Josh the Wizard. That's all you got to do. This wizard on my laptop told me to give me money, and I did. I felt very free and liberated. What? Oh, there it is. We got it. We got it. We got it, baby. We got our 1,000 likes. All right, you ready? Don't get mad at what I'm about to say. Don't get overly freaked out, because I hope that you recognize how funny it is. But in a weird way, I think we about to have some weird type of, like, pandemic again. Okay, and when I'm going to tell you why, and this should make you calm down a little bit, but I kind of believe it. It's a very weird source of information. I was in the gym bathroom the other day, and that shit smelled ridiculous. And I've realized over the last couple of weeks, these gym bathrooms have been getting smellier and smellier. So I'm like, yo, these mother effers be eating something. There's something in the protein. Like, no, seriously, though. Like, you see what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm like? I don't know. Like, I'm like, how do we not have another pandemic? If, like, because I'm like, bro, they smell sick in there. It smell like, and it just keeps getting worse. And every time I think it was bad, I'm like, nah, bro, like, straight up. Like, I think the bowel movement and the odor of it is, like, indicating that maybe something's going on. Because I'm like, this is wild, dog. It's wild, yes, It just smells sick. So that's my logic. That's my logic with you. I hope you like it. Someone new joined it. No, because I go to, like, multiple gyms, and, like, it's like progressively getting worse. Like, this isn't just one person. Like, this is a collective effort of smelly shits. And, like, that's why I'm like, there's no way. This is not an identified, isolated event. I'm, like, spanning geographies, like, multiple locations. Not everybody. It's like, and you can't blame steroids on everything. So something's going on. Silvergate comments in statement. They said working diligently to file 10K as soon as possible. And then Secretary Raimundo making comments. Says U.S. will have manufacturing renaissance. U.S. is not looking to make all the chips it needs. So, yeah, that's like, if anything got me feeling March 2020, is the bathroom gyms. And I'm like, nah, man, something is brewing, bro. I smell it. Literally. I can smell it, dog. Something's happening. Something's happening. Tesla down 6. 5.5. We're coming back down, though. You're back below the 200-day. You got a big problem now, man. 39.38. Okay, and then we still have the Costco. Did that come down? A little bit. Still got gains on it. What economists do you follow? All of them, pretty much. I mean, that's the easiest way to identify what we got going on. Realistically, it's just kind of aggregating all the info from a lot of people. But there's not one that I really, really follow. There's people that I like, but they're not, it's crazy because, like, economist is a self-title, whereas they also have, like, qualified economists who are, the people that are creating the consensus to most data. You know, like Muhammad El-Arian is like, he's not considered an economist that factors into consensus. Mike Wilson is the chief economic strategist at Morgan Stanley. Like he's not even an econ. Like technically, he's not part of that per se consensus. So it's actually it's a very wide group of people. I mean, economist is kind of like entrepreneur, if you think about it. So, and I think everybody's an economist nowadays. So, just kind of taking in all data as one, more or less. All right, coming back down. Dollars came back up. That's not too pretty. Dow is up a third. SPY is up, down a third. And then NASDAQ is down 0.6. Very wide gap between assets here. I think you could blame CRM in a lot of those things, but even then, on a day like even where Netflix held up or Meta, they would kind of support the market, but CRM, it's still not good. So I think this is about to break the little mini uptrend here for the day. And then watch out if we go below 39.33 again, but you are coming down. I mean, VWAP is tilting up. Let's check now. It's been about 30 minutes. Or no, it's been almost an hour. Oh, my gosh. That's insane. Volume is 15 million. It's a lot lower than yesterday. Dollar is rocketing back up here, though. That gym story scared the market. You guys know that's like a joke, right? Like, you know, like I'm making fun of the smelly shits, but like, I mean, it is a true observation, but I'm not genuinely like worried about it. But I hope you're not. Like, I hope that does not increase your level of fear on a day-to-day basis. And you going around be like, did you know that the gym smells are getting worse and that the people is shitting in the gym? Because, like, that's a weird sample size. You got to think about it. You have to be very motivated to take a dump in a public gym. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is a motivated individual. Like, that's straight motivated. Like, that person could start, like, a religious revolution if they wanted to. Honestly, I should start talking to some of them and let them know the power they possess, because you're motivated at that point. So, you know, I don't know if that accounts for the silent majority. Motivated or desperate, there's a fine line between the two. And that's why I'm saying I think they have potential. Nvidia.com. Okay, you just saved that. This could now turn into something decent, but you just saved it from flushing and taking you down in the first hour. I can't believe we already spent an hour. It's like slowly working its way up, but any one of these fails, I mean, we are technically already in the danger zone. Oh, that's what I want to look at. It's going to be hard. It's a hard-ass play because I like I said on the watch list yesterday, like I think shares for the dollar would be fire, but then I'm also like I'm just worried on how we could price it. Because shares, you don't make that much. The only way you make a lot of money on UUP is if you buy like 10,000 shares. So then every dollar pays you out 10,000 bucks. So then if dollar goes back up to highs, you make 20 grand. If dollar gets clapped, you'll lose 10 to 20 grand. Otherwise, I'm thinking maybe even butterflies on the dollar. Or we try to find another realm to play it. I don't even care about the dollar today. I really hope everybody could get into the mindset of it. Is just like, I need you ready for this damn month. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to get, like, even though the market's moving a lot right now, this is like our only opportunity where it's like kind of calm. Now, the best part is as we move through the month, you're going to get, way more actionable information that will, sometimes, being, better late than wrong, So, like, you could just get the data and, react accordingly. But it's definitely, it's definitely getting to a good spot there, where it's just like right now, if we could think ahead of it, then that's it. That's why I got the EPV and everything else, where it's just like, you know, if any of these trends continue now for the next month and the data, you know, creates something quite interesting, or we get anything of repeat of last year, I mean, just at the end of the day, the dollar and bonds and that story is back. That's the only, I guess that's the simple way I could put it to you. Is just, that's it. Your bond 10 years at 4%. The dollar is now making its way up. European countries are getting back with inflation here a little bit. And I hate this game because it was always like this. We just cooled down for about a month or two. But now this is where, you know, the dollar, bonds, equity, death loop kind of comes back into play. Or it could spiral us on the way up. We just got to figure out, but the dollar is going to be hard to price. I think a butterfly would give us the best risk to reward. I don't know if it'll go to 30. Maybe it goes to like 29.75. Yeah, very, very hard. No good. Yeah, I don't think you can make you can't make them free. I can just tell by looking. We need more strikes. Yeah, it's a very, very hard one to execute. Mm. 39.38. Good morning, Chad. Big wicks today. It's smaller than yesterday. Like yesterday, that would have been the moment, but I don't know. We'll see. Because I want to trade out of this ES today. Either take the loss or I might average before taking it. And then we'll use that to flip around, but we'll find out. Powell is speaking before Congress. Big pop on the market. Green shoot. Back above the 200-day. It's actually going straight vertical. Hold on. I'm checking news. Don't see anything. Yeah, NASDAQ down 1% on, nearly 1% on Tesla weakness. NVIDIA's in the green, working its way up. Even Amazon's getting one right there. I think everything just took a candle, unless it was like one of those earnings plays. The gap fill is 39.58. Let's see, bonds are at another, dude, bonds 4.08, I'm pretty sure. Could be 4.06, but I just remember in the morning, 4.08. Fed future odds are at 34% for 50 basis points. Chad, that's hideous. No, we're going to come into this week with a straight up undecided, so it's very, very crazy. Why do you call out the problems for the downside and jump on the bear train and going to turn around and be like, I think we might go? Because that's how the market acts. I mean, that's responding to all of it. There's both midterm, short-term, and long-term. So I think I've made it pretty clear on like my mid to long-term view on this year. Just go back to even my January videos. And if you've been actually paying attention, I've said it. I said nothing has changed. So we're talking, you know, the down, the upside, all these little moves. These are all short term when it's all said and done. That's why I said this week had the potential to have that upside. That's why I was willing to go with it. But if you could see it with my positions, you know, if I really was on the upside, why didn't I take my loss at 38,000 on the NASDAQ, right? You know, this one I got here on the trade. I'm expecting something for the week. I grabbed shares to balance it out, but really responding to both what the market's giving us. It's both data, macro and microeconomics, but also too, you know, the sentiment of the market. You know, the first half of the year, or even like second half of January leading into this, I mean, half of that was just all sentiment. It didn't even matter. You know, we ignored data for days and days and days at a time. So if you'll get confused if you keep I guess more or less if you're kind of new to this, I would say, because it's like if you're looking for an easy answer, I'm not going to make sense and the market is going to frustrate you. I could almost guarantee that, because that's what we see a lot, especially last year. I mean, that's definitely something I learned, is that a lot of people, like, every theory got steamrolled. And I brought that up a couple of weeks ago. You know, if you don't remember, the theme of 2022 was that everybody was wrong, even if they were right. It was, at first, everyone's like, buy the dip, and then it would get the rug pulled and everyone would get bearish, and then you would have a bear market rally, whether it was the bonds, whether it was the dollar, anything of that nature. And really the problem happens with everybody quickly trying to find a real easy answer for it. So I hope I don't confuse you. I mean, and let me know if you ask questions. I'm here to answer them, and I could give you more detail on it. But at the same time, too, though, it's like if you're looking for the easy connect the dot, it's going to be harder than that. And I think the last year has already showed us that, and even the beginning of this year as well, too. Walmart to open 2 new Walmart health centers in 2024. 28 new health centers. So you got a lot of volume there at the top there. But Bookmap 3950 seems to be a lot of orders. That is slightly a new high, but I don't know. He's kind of fighting. I came looking for logic and found there's none in the market. I think there is logic, but there's just gaps between stuff, and then it's easy to get stuff wrong. But at the same time, I just think there's a huge gap between information, and then don't underestimate how much price affects your conclusion. I think that's the best way to look at it, because I think a lot of people, you have the lot, MMM, 3M. There's that downside. SQM sees global lithium growing. Walmart's getting clapped off of that. 3M. I don't know if is it off of that? Bankruptcy play means J&J, Cineroll, narrow gain. Not seeing any news, but 3M's taking 2 big candles. Not seeing anything. Rubs hands together for more 3M. That was a nice run yesterday. It's still barely above our price, but if we get that 10% downside, I'm down. But then even Pfizer at like what, 37? SYM still selling off bear cave report. SPY working its way up there. I thought it was going to kind of struggle. That could be good though if you could clear through here. 39.50 on the futures, like 39.45 on SPX. Or 43, 44. Knock, knock, knock. Rita, knock, knock, knock. Hey, man, bro, I feel you. Rita's just holding the lows yesterday. You're breaking out a little bit. Still red. I mean, it's only 0.1% now. At least SPX and SPY are matched up today. You are about 5 points from filling the gap now. But it still seems like there's pressure on every single up candle. Dollars is back to the earlier low of the day, still positive by 0.5%. The 3M. I think 3M is just going to be anything lawsuit related. You saw anything good about lawsuit, it brought it back up. And then now, I mean, I don't know what that candle was, but I'm sure we'll find out here in a little bit. Airbnb. No, that 3M candle was big. Where's CRM? Meta. 3M. 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 FTSE in Canada, all-time highs. That was just after January. And that's the logic there with anything, any sort of hiccup this year. I mean, Europe is going to be in play. That one guy said it yesterday, where they're like, if you asked anybody that at the beginning of this year, Europe was going to be at all-time highs and be the leader, nobody would have said that. And that's literally what we got. Don't understand the price action at all. I mean, it's like I think we've given the ocean analogy. I think the market is like being on the ocean. If you're trying to predict every single wave, it's going to be a very difficult game. But there is mechanisms, there's principles of how things should behave. And then, just make sure you don't get caught up chasing the wind. I think it's a good thing to bring up here, where it's just like, just see where the month ends. I mean, that's all. When it's all said and done, I hope there's stuff you could hold with a small degree of confidence in the short term. But then I hope there's stuff with the wider scope that you could hold with more confidence. And make sure you give yourself time and how, a solid metric to judge what is actually going on. But we watch 1 minute candles and price changes very, very often. So if the price is the only thing determining conclusion, I mean, it's going to be a more confusing game. Don't get lost in the sauce. It's like the economy. Just remember, it's a slow boat. It is a very, very slow boat. Kroger working cooperatively with FTC on Albertsons. There's Kohl's. They're still up. Pfizer, Boyle, UNG on the low. OTRX, where's neutral? A Caterpillar going up again. That was yesterday, a big leader. So very slow. That we did the same thing here 4 minutes ago. And then it popped. But like every up candle is still like from this level, it's getting met with a lot of resistance. Ford running up. Those order numbers were good, especially even after the dividend payment. Yeah, Ford's getting a lot of volume moving up. Dish finally working again. That's crazy. SQM says they're working hard on M&A opportunities. Snow popped. Cross currents are real for valuations. Interest rates dropping. Trades as multiples. Short-term rate risk. Earnings, but risk in recession. Indeed. And now how long it takes to show that effect, it takes time. I mean, I feel like it was, 2 weeks ago? Wasn't it last week? Remember, I was just telling you guys 9 days. It was only 9 days of the bonds not reacting, and then the market does. So, like, that's part of the midterm logic there. And then even with the short-term stuff, this week, I was just going based off the calendar. I was saying, hey, you don't have that many events, or this is going to be your calmest week relative to the next 3 weeks. So I figured the market would try to squeeze out some sentiment. Fed Collins says, how many more rate hikes to depend on incoming data? Collins says, needs some additional Fed rate hikes to curb inflations. She comments in Vermont audio interview. Fed Kashkari tonight. I don't think there's a live audio though of Miss Collins. I don't even know if she's a voter. I couldn't find any news on 3M, but they had a pretty serious wick right there, and they're dropping. I wouldn't be surprised if we heard something on it. More and more like stagflation, yes. And we've talked about that here for a year now, a lot longer actually. But that is now, if we just went from no landing, you know what I'm saying, to now the data's coming back and the economy's strong, but then inflation goes, but then now, any other negative trend in economy in moving forward. I mean, that is that data. I mean, the other, what was it, ISM, was it the manufacturing or was it on Monday? That was just straight. There was no doubt of that being stagflationary data. Waller and Kishkar. I saw Waller today. And then Harker's on tomorrow, and then you know what he's going to do. Harker's as bullish as they could be. Oh, Ford kind of tripping out. This is the late 70s. I think it's the early 70s. That one chart we had, we're just still a couple months. Like, I think you're less than 38 months into this, maybe 40 months. No, not even. I think it's 30 or 28. Harker with the fun bunch. Dude, he's going to be bullish, but we'll see. It's still hard to it seems like even all this week though, this has just been a very slow but consistent move off of the rate hike odds and kind of that whole repricing. Yeah, 3M keeps dropping. We don't have any news on that. If you do see something, call it out. Then Ford had delivery numbers earlier. They're up 1%. What was the other one? ON. Costco's still holding. They got earnings. Okay, coming down. I don't know how many names are up or down. I'll check. So SPY, there's 190 names up, 305 down. So actually, there is definitely a downside tilt today. And then it's staples, utilities, industrials, materials. Again, very, very defensive in nature today. Then yesterday was just only industrial, material, and energy. What time? 10:43. Still got just under an hour here till Euro close. RKDA pop. It's on the high ticker. Arcadia Biosciences. Oof. Did they have anything? They look like they've split, but then that one, what was it? Kala, that was the other split one we missed on. What's the other one? Ratty. I think Radius was supposed to have their PDUFA. Yeah, they did the other day. I guess they're breaking out. A lot of volume on Ratty. Did they get it? U.S. Senators write Binance Holdings Zao. CZ. Kroger's seeing meaningful increasing with higher income people. Higher income people? Usually they say consumer. No plays on TRKA. A lot of y'all calling that one out the last 2 days. Just can't be careful with any of them. But GG if you're getting in them. I hope you do good. Costco earnings preview. We'll go over that here in a second. I'm trying to see Radius. Oh, no. Radius is buyout. $15. That's what it was. I'm tripping. There was that other one. RKDA halted. And then Kroger's CEO, I'm just keep seeing comments get lit up. RKDA, it says a defensive stock, but I'm not seeing anything else. TRKA. I think everyone was saying it has a high short interest. I could get you like a 7-day-old amount. That's about it. So I don't know when this is updated. Usually, like any broader short data is like 7 days behind, unless you have anything else crazier. But it looks like with TRKA, is that Troika? Short interest is 41% as of 7 days ago. 12.9 million shares. Days to cover 0.5. And the float is 31 million. And 12 million shares are shorted. I wanted to say hello. Thank you for what you do, bro dog. 31 months, baby. God bless you. Thank you, my friend. Wow, 31 months. You ready for 48? You ready for another year? We're already a third of the way there, or 25% of the way there. I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling I wouldn't call it anxious, or I'm like anticipatory. I guess, is that anxious? I don't know, but I don't feel like bad anxious. I'm excited. I'm like, man, what's about to happen here? Again, you're even at the 200-day right now, and I'm I am gonna have to calm down this weekend. Even tomorrow, we get Friday. I can't believe it's already Thursday. And then, we gonna chill, man. We gonna chill and just get ready for a wild-ass week next week. Or even the next 3 weeks. Late on the comment. When people say the market's not logical, you think they mean the market should do what they want. And if it doesn't, it's illogical. I could understand that. I think it's just price. I think it's a perceptional value. That's it. It's like what we talked about the other day. It's like the stock market is such a trip, especially with your long term and making other investments, especially when it's volatile, because it's just simple. When price goes down, we perceive the value as low. When price goes up, we perceive the value as high. It's like you have an idea on what's going to happen, and then even if it's occurring, the price goes up, you perceive it the other way. If it goes down, you'll perceive it another way. So it's the same thing. I mean, there's a real big reason why not only did we bounce real big from October, there was a lot of factors, but you really got to think about, and that's, I think, the beauty of the Chad is because we get to spend these moments and you get to see it. I mean, you get to even watch me in real time, but you are surrounded by thousands of other people, and you see it. There's reasons why people don't want to buy at the lows, no matter what. Like early on when like the market's going up and you get a low, like people buy that shit, everybody's buying it. But then after like 6 months of doing this, you really started to watch a psychological shift there, and people went back to nature. But it's weird because anything else in like anything we want to buy that we need, right? Like a consumer, like think about the stuff you need. How come you didn't stop buying gas when the price was up? Because you need it. But guess what? You still bought. It's not like you bought more gas when the price was low. If you think about it, like maybe you were more willing to go drive, maybe you were willing to do other things, but even the consumer behavior with gas and how it affects other purchases and other stuff at the at the pump and all that, it's quite interesting. But the whole idea here is that in daily life, when things are cheap, we see it as a good deal and we buy it. When things are expensive, we don't want to buy it. In stocks and assets now, it's weird how we don't do that. And then a lot of our judgments are based off of kind of how the price is moving. which is kind of a little, it's crazy to think about, but we all do it, myself included. So I think that's, as much as it's like, there's bias and people want their bias to come true. Another big factor is that I think this whole year so far, just tell me, like, did anything change or did just price change? And that was enough to get people to start, moving ideas around. But at the end of the day, all I think that happened this year is prices went up, prices are coming down, and then we were filling in the gap with a bunch of other, just all sorts of stuff. Because it's crazy. I heard, we were talking soft land, no landing here, no landing a little bit less, and then nobody said no landing in the last 2 weeks. And so, but I just think it is, I think it's coming down to how people are viewing price. And like I said from last year, I'll throw this one in there. I told you, my word of the year last year. Are you ready for this? Are you ready? My word of the year for last year was gaslight. It's a very, very postmodernistic word. The postmodernism is strong. But it's straight up like last year was just the year of the gaslight. Because the bears who were right got gaslit. The bulls who were right got gaslit. It was like it seemed crazy. So, like, when the market was going up and you were like, it's going to come down, that people would make you seem like it was crazy. The whole Wall Street, the narrative, people make it seem like it was crazy. When it was going down and you're like, wow, I'm going to buy it. There's good deals here. It was like, you're crazy. Again, anything with the bonds, the currencies, even the yen especially. So, even Europe and how Europe has performed, even how energy performed, there was just a lot of, and that's, I think the only way that's possible in the market is if price moves around a lot. The only way you're going to get gaslit in the stock market is if you have an idea, you're right, and then the price is wrong for X amount of time, and then you're like, oh man, maybe I was wrong, and then what happens 60 days later, 30 days later? So like literally what happened at the beginning of this year. Very, very simple. You started off this year, we were coming off the lows, starts to go up, you're like, okay, I think it's still bearish, I know. Then it goes up, and then people are like, wait, was that the bottom? I told you, I don't think it was the bottom, but then it's like, okay, price keeps going up. Then you're like, oh, okay, maybe this is, oh, man, maybe I was wrong. And then a month later, you're back at the same spot. So just be careful how price is causing the judgments, or not even both judgment, conclusion, but more so your perception of everything. And now we are perceiving the market to be going up right now. That's a green candle. They cleared some of the orders. Let's see. 3947, 3 or 4 points away from filling. Johnny vibes. Recession is over. The Dow Jones is very strong today. The Dow Jones is up 0.5%. And it didn't even start off weak. Why is Apple barcoding? Apple big, even Amazon, a lot of big tech kind of chilling out, but I would argue rates. I mean, in a weird way, Apple, Amazon, Google, Meta, they're all being very, very resilient to this rate. I mean, like we were saying, just last time the bonds have gotten this high, we've had a lot of problems. I mean, and usually tech, even in the beginning of last year, if you go to 2022, just for like, it took this, it was a riser above 2% that tweaked everybody out. But that's a huge pop on the yields today, or even just compounding this whole week. This has been like a very, very big run-up on yields. I mean, to go to 3.85 to 4.1 almost, or 4.08, that's big. And then now just the implications of all of it. And where's Dollar? RKDA unhalted. Wally World's working its way up. Costco, MO's on the high. RKDA, 15. I have no news on this. I think this one's just running. Is it got halted again? Jeez. With yield later this week. I think in the next, it might take a month. Here's the thing, if it catches up later next week, that's going to be a violent drop. That's going to be back to those 2-3% down days. But right now, this has been like a slow wind down. So the theory of the bonds lagging, the market lagging the bonds, it's playing out. So I thought the calendar was going to give us more upside this week or chill us out. But take a look. It's doing exactly what we were expecting in that sense on the midterm to longer term sense, but mainly midterm. But you see it right here. It's following, like right now the market is right here, the bonds are right here. You see what I'm talking about? And then go back last week, I was like, it's only been 9 days if you overlay them. So it looks like it's kind of closer, but yeah, it's right around, just right here. This is kind of what we're repeating. You had your bigger drop, and then now we're starting to you start to sell these 3 days and then start to give up and then go back into the January levels. But the bonds are way, way down more. So if it's going to catch up next week, it's going to be violent. The only way that happens, I would say, is if Powell at Congress says something like he did in March 2022 that really, really shocks the market and, gets everybody really, really panicking, or God knows, even pricing in a 6% for September, or even guaranteeing a lock for 50 basis points on March. Wish on the moon. Sam Caron. Luke Pittman. Oh, what a name. Luke Pittman. God bless you, Sam. Happy controller. Do these, stickers have names? Wish. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of small cap names running right now. I feel like I've seen a lot of ones. The Troika, the RKDA, that one. Yeah, 3M is having something weird. It could be some update. I wouldn't be surprised if we get an update on the lawsuit today. Remember, lawsuit brings it up, lawsuit brings it down, it seems like. Snow. Okta came back down. Where's CRM? If CRM could work its way back up, that'll lift a lot. But now there's only 4 industries red now. This is actually kind of wild. So now healthcare goes green. Tech is actually in the green, believe it or not. Communications are down 0.13. And there could be weird weighting because of CRM being up 12%. So I'm sure that's affecting tech. But healthcare's in the green. Communications red. Real estate red. And then discretionaries and financials are the one doing awful. McDonald's, I'll short it on another pop. But I'm still kind of scared of him. VTA Neutrala, that's the one that got approval to pretty much do gene editing stuff. Some large put orders. It could be. I would assume people are anticipating news. I did not get 3M puts, no. I just keep a watch out for it. Costco overview. Not yet. I think it's still too early. I'm playing the pre-earnings run-up on Costco. So we already got in. That's the first play of the morning. Then we'll sell out by close. Volume's lower than yesterday. 39.48. So you're within 3 points now of filling the gap and breaking even on the SPY. SPY is closer. NASDAQ has a long way to go, even though tech is actually in the green. Listening while I code. Thanks for education. Let's go, man. GG. Oh, well. GG. Oh, well. Good morning, baby. I hope you're working good. Smoking on that Volcker pack. I remember it was this year, right? Remember we went over it? Or I don't know if it was end of last year. Treasury to auction $18 billion of 30-year bonds and $40 billion of 3-year notes. That can move some shit. But remember, the market went up after Volcker. It was before Volcker we had the problems. So in a weird way, the fact that Powell isn't being Volcker means that he needs to be Volcker. I'm going to start scaling back into trading options now. No, not until we get the psychology. Like we were saying, I want people to perceive them as what nobody wants to trade them. We need demand very, very low. But otherwise, I've been liking the shares because, again, if I took any of my shit plays that I'm down on, if I took those as options, I would be totally clapped. Whereas now, I mean, I'm still very much in the game on a lot of them. 3M and Guardhouse announced collaboration on connected safety. So there's that 3M news we were anticipating, but I don't know if that's what brought it down there. That was weird. Meta going green. Meta and Google could bring communications up. You're getting some bid support here. If that flushes, though, that'll look hideous. 39.51 on the futures. 3 points from going break even. Rita clapped. Oh, now Zim is getting clapped. Oh, Zim was up in the morning. Zim's selling off here too now. Broadcom. Don't they have earnings coming up? So SPY, Autodesk on the high, AMAT. The Qs are all running. So that pop is getting some support there. And let's see. 39.49. You're real close to it. It's kind of moving in slow motion, though. And then Dow's still up 0.5%. There's Caterpillar. Costco pillar. I want KSS, but I'm worried about the risk to the downside. I think KSS is like if we really have no other options, but I would still kind of keep 3M and Ultra in mind ahead of that. $3M next target will be like $100. Treasury cut size of 3-month bill sale to $57 billion from $60. Why? I thought they need more money. Government shutdown. That is actually kind of crazy now because we're 3 months in now. So we're 3 months away from any of the government shutdown shit affecting the bond market. Like we said, it's gonna slowly creep up on us, and it kind of is, but that in mind. ATVI News EU approval. They had some in the morning. They said the Europe wasn't going to like try to challenge it or something, the EU. And then Activision popped. Yeah, and they're still going up. You need Meta and Google could really help lift up the market here because communications are red. Google's trying to go. The government shutdown and the debt ceiling, mainly the debt ceiling, impact on bonds and government funding. And that's why, like, even this year, you know, changing the bond issuances, they've been doing that in preparation. Again, you had that pop. It looked like it had to, now it just flipped completely. Every single pop today has been hard to get through. But it's been, an hour and a half now? You're about 30 minutes away from Euro close. Very close to filling the gap. Only 6 points away from the 200-day moving average. I think you spent half of the day below it and maybe half of the time above it. And then the yen is down. Dollar's still up, and dollar might be climbing here. No, dollar's actually lower. Bonds are trying to climb. Citibank Amex faces exodus of customers as sales loom. Short Caterpillar. I don't know. They've been really strong as of late. They didn't get killed by earnings or anything like that. They're just one of the outperformers. So, like, Caterpillar could be maybe a broader play on the Dow. But then my outperformer short is win for now. But they can either gain or lose off of the China stuff. Yeah, I closed the ZN. I closed it because of rollover, and I said I was gonna wait after this week before we start seeing if we should start to buy any of them. I hope by Powell next week we'll have an answer. And remember, Powell is gonna be the FOMC is in 3 weeks, but Powell is speaking before Congress next Wednesday or next Thursday. I think Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday the 8th. MPW up 6. Nice. You guys brought that one up yesterday. Okay, that volume's holding now. It's slow today, though. It feels a lot slower. I don't know. Is that just me? Does it feel slower than yesterday? It feels like we're just nervous by every single candle, but then the candle ranges are very, very tight. And it's just like... Rah. RKDA unhalted. Is it halted again? Can I not look at this thing without it getting halted? MMM, big pop up. That one was a weird one. Yeah, very slow to the upside, then Raul to the downside. And I think the fear is lurking, too. Just in general, that everything could kind of... You can't get Raul at any moment. ON is bouncing. They had issues with the Tesla stuff this morning. The PHILO session, they come at the end of the day, depending on the timing. That's great. How'd you go from, you were like, Josh, short-term logic to PHILO? What's going on, Lawton? What's going on? They're very, very wide range of questions today, sir. Wide range of questions. Twilio 5.3, that's just hitting a high, not stopping. Kroger's on the low now. So CEO was talking that whole time. They gave up 3-4%. Yeah, we're almost about to fill the gap. We will see. We will see. No other data. You do got Fed speakers, though. That's going to be it. Zim is undervalued or overvalued. I think it's that's just momentum. I think technically it is overvalued. I think that's the risk with it, and that's why the dividend and how the dividend fluctuates. There's a lot of... I think we read... Remember we went over that JP Morgan analyst of it? It has a very... it's a lot of it's based on future growth, and the future growth is very volatile. So the valuation is weird on Zim. I would argue it's overvalued, if anything, but that's why as things change, I think it's very sensitive to any other changes. I think we're back to break even on that. The Fed, I don't know. You're going to get Waller, and then Kashkari is after hours, and then that's it. And then tomorrow you're going to get like 3 other Fed speakers, Harker, and they have Mr. Harker, the bull. No way, value overvalued. Look at fundamentals. I will see. I'm just going off of that JP Morgan thing. We read it a couple weeks ago. Rita popping again. Octa's on the low. That one's sad. Rita just loves this range. No, I just think bad earnings. I mean, I think it's already kind of moved a lot. If it maybe bounces up, you could possibly go for a short, but I think they're already near lows. Yeah. And software has been very unforgiving. You either do really good or really bad, it seems like. I mean, shout out to earnings. NQ pulling back. Nasdaq still down 0.4. SPY only 0.12. And then Dow below 0.5%. Yeah, CRM's still up. CRM's still up 12% though. That one was a big one. Just we'll see if it ends up trading like Facebook or Meta. Fed future odds are 31.4 for 50 basis points. Let me see the terminal. Oh, that's the other one. I'll show you that here too. I brought it up on the watch. I showed the picture on the watch list and just kind of explaining things. I went over the analogy there. Yeah, September 6, 5.47. But pretty much the check engine light for rates or the coolant is moving. Come on. Amazon files multiple lawsuits against fake review platforms. Wish on watch. So this is what I was bringing up. I showed it, but I think we could give a little bit more explanation on it. This is the dot plot. So I don't know if you guys realize how different this is than the beginning of the year. Does anybody know the difference? It's very obvious. I hope it's obvious. But this is where it's like, okay, these next couple of weeks, if this chills out too, you'll get some calm. But I don't know if everyone sees it. It's pretty wild, very, very wild actually. There's one obvious difference. Now, there's actually two, so I'm glad to see you guys answered that. Downer Pasadena. What's up, Pasadena? Good morning. Good morning. So the first obvious difference is that now the Fed futures are higher than the Fed terminal rate. So this is not what, remember, beginning of this year, bro, it was over here. This white line, the white and purple line was over here. So now the market is more bearish than the Fed, technically speaking. You do have like 4 members up here, but now look at where the majority was. So now the market is pricing in higher terminal rate than the majority of the Fed voters. And that's why even coming into the FOMC, the summary of economic projections will be important. And that's going to be a new one. And if that changes, I mean, maybe the market will already be ready for it. But and then you could argue it's priced in. But now the other one is look at with where they think the cuts are going to go. So even 2024 now, the market is expecting higher rates. Before, we were at like 4, and then it was like over here at like 3.5, 3.7, and then 2025, it was like, I think 2.5. So now actually the bond market is tripping out because in a weird way, it's saying slightly higher rates in 2025 than 2024. So this has been the biggest change here. This is where now it's starting to get like, okay, hold on. The market is pricing in a lot. That could lead to the Fed going in more. But this idea of 6% would totally just, it would be, I wouldn't call it numbing as much as I would call it painful. Stagnation, stagflation, the nation coming down here. So 3949 to 3944 in the last 4 or 5 minutes here. And then we're about 15 minutes off of Euro close. Mountain. CRM's trying to work up. So down candles, CRM up. I mean, maybe that is what unlocks it. Thank you. Shout out Troubles. He led me to your channel. All the oh, Troubles, man. Where Troubles at? He in here right now? God bless you. Amen. That's bring a friend to Colte, man. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. You got the long term or what? Can we talk about 10%? Can I interest you in 10%? You know it's very, very good to have 10%. You save 10% of every dollar that you touch and put it towards a long-term account. Your life will change forever. I say every dollar you touch today could be worth $100 in the future. That's a lot of money. That's why you got to get the long term. But save 10%. I don't even want to tell you to get the long term without telling you to save 10%. We got to start with 10%, and then you could actually, the world is yours once you do 10%. Amen. The market is pricing in cuts. It is, but it isn't. It's pricing in cuts, but it's pretty much pricing in less rate cuts than the Fed has forecasted, which is weird. Because previously the market was the one forecasting more cuts, faster cuts, bigger cuts. And now all of a sudden, in a weird way, the Fed is the most dovish player on the board right now. And that's weird. So, but then that could lead it to when if the Fed does want to get decisively more hawkish, the market will be prepared for it. But then the problem will be we're prepared for 5.5 right now and slightly higher rates. But what happens if the market takes it to 6? Then we have a really, really big problem. DM and Apple partnership. Oh, Desktop Metals is popping. Damn, they're only $199. Why'd I feel like DM was worth a lot more? Yeah, DM and Apple, they're popping. And their post earnings. Yeah, they soar after record revenue beat. Petro Boss, PBR. I think PBR, they had news with the government today. Market came back up off of that. That was a really quick 3-minute bounce. You've been doing this all day now. Like legit, at these highs, every single bounce has actually kind of turned into you feel the pressure, it comes down pretty rapidly, little mini Raoul, and then it starts to work its way back up. So get ready for just get ready for a game of musical chairs today. If the Fed is data dependent, shouldn't the market lead the Fed? Kind of. It just depends. Because then the market could be wrong, and then, I mean, that's kind of the paradox, right? Because even then, like we saw earlier, just this year, the market, based off the data, the market was saying we were going to cut rates by June, and that was a month ago, 30, 45 days ago. So they kind of work both in tandem. It's kind of hard to say which comes first, chicken or the egg. Booking is green. Booking's hitting a 52-week high right now. Yeah, Clifford. 3M, something is going on with 3M. Oh, yeah, here it is. 152 million block trade crosses at 108.05. That was at 11.17 right here. That was a block trade, but it doesn't say anything on the first candle. So a block of 1.4 million shares in 3M, equivalent to 0.3% of the float, traded at 152 million at 11:16 New York time. In the past 2 weeks, there are 4 other signals on social media. 108.5 is a 1.5% discount from the open. It represents 46% of the 20-day average volume. Total trading reached 3 million shares compared with the 20-day average of 848,000 for this time of day. So someone's selling a block. They already did. Yeah, I think you're going to get some stupid lawsuit news on it. Remember last time we saw a huge block trade? It was Boeing. It was a lot bigger. But then I remember Boeing went crazy from there. That was one to the upside. Was it 100 mil? That block trade? Yeah, it was 150. Tesla back at VWAP. And then Desktop Metals, Apple partnership. I don't have much more detail than that, though. And then they're coming off of earnings, too. Positive news, not if someone sold. Could be negative. I mean, we had positive news yesterday on an update on the case, but it just look at all these weird sells today, and then any bad news out of the lawsuit wouldn't be good, and then someone just sold a pretty fat chunk. So we'll see. I'm kind of leaning bearish on it, but that's what we said when we bought it. Just I'm still expecting about 10, 15%, or maybe even more downside on this play. So that lawsuit is going to just make it very, very volatile. So again, Raul is back. I don't know how long he's going to last. Oh, man, what time is it? 9 minutes till Euro close, too. So let's see where we could take this. Banks are performing bad with high rates. Shouldn't that be strong? Yeah, that's the weird part about today. We could try to blame the consumer or maybe even anticipation for just that much more aggressive of a Fed and economic environment, but that's definitely a weirder standout here today. And it's also one of those things where that's just on the day, right? So the prevailing logic of banks benefiting off of high rates, we've seen that happen, but just because it doesn't show it today doesn't necessarily mean that that's not going to happen. So watch over the next week or so, we may watch the banks outperform as the rates start to stay up there. So it just really depends, but as far as like short term today, that trend you're definitely not seeing it, with the banks being the worst. Bill. Why they're at all-time highs. They've been stimulating a lot. That's it. They had a pullback in inflation, and then the economy did not crater as much as expected. And then, again, all that stimulus and just like what they were, it's like stimulus and how they were just stepping in. Just a good example is how the UK saved the gilts. And that was like additional stimulus later in the year, if you think about it. But pretty much could have been worse. Throw in a little stimulus, then you get a couple of data sets showing some relief, have it trading at a cheap value. Everybody went hand over fist, kind of like they did with U.S. stocks, but the overseas ones were the biggest benefit, and the dollar too. That's another thing to keep in mind. To answer that question is that the dollar dropped tremendously, so it was already leading into it. You know, from November till December, that was a big drop, and then even beginning of the year, an additional 28.30 to 27.30, almost another dollar on UUP. That's big. Do banks hold up in recessions? It depends on exposure, consumer exposure. RKDA, is it unhalted and then halted again? This is a really funny. I don't do this. Is this HKD or something? What is this? USO, oil's on the move. So RKD is halted again. RKDA, it's tweaking out. Waller should be speaking today, yes. Look at Teladoc to pay $7 million in FTC settlement. The company FTC inquiry focused on company's BetterHelp therapy business. Oh, Cesar every day. Just spreading the love. Harna. Oh, it's good to have a working horn, baby. God bless you. Amen. Is your plan to hold bill to hold for you to buy stocks or flip every 3 months? It's pretty much to hold it until I want to buy something. That's it. So then that way, at least if it's sitting there, we're going to get money on it. I mean, that's the thing, because like if I find something I want to buy, then you know what's going to happen. I may not be able to get the dividend, the ex-dividend, right? But I could just still gain like pennies on the dollar for whatever it is. It's better than doing nothing. So the idea is just put the cash in there until we find something and then buy it. So like a good example would be like 3M or Altria. Pretty much it's like if I want these, it's like I'm going to just hold Bill until Altria comes down to $43. So if it's not at $43, I'm just going to get yield on Bill. Same thing. If 3M doesn't touch $100 anytime soon, and it takes if it takes a month, if it takes 2 months to do that, then we're going to at least be able to get a decent return. So that's kind of the idea there. Or it's like in the meantime, if anything else goes lower, like maybe Google goes to $70, but just keeping the cash in there, get a little bit better of interest because TD Ameritrade doesn't really, they give you 0.35%. So I don't even know, like, how much did we put into Bill? We put $10,970. Like 10,970 times that by 0.0035. We get $38 in a year. Divide that by 12. You're getting paid $3 in a month just by sitting it there. Right? So we got to make $3 in a day. Yeah, son. What's up, man? What's up now, huh? What's up? How you like me now? How you like me now? And then if we hold it for the month, you'll get another one. Is it wrong? I'm pretty sure I thought it was 0.35 a year. I'm pretty sure. So I know it's holding Bill, though, is a better return. And the best part is if the rate hike odds go up, it's there. I don't think TD Ameritrade's yielding 4.2, no. I think Fidelity's yielding for 4.2. Liquidity, yeah. We got to talk about that, Tim, but definitely, especially if it's like I didn't know you had that much money in something like that. But if it's a little bit more sketchy, I think, or if they're trying to like liquidate, do something like that, just, get them out there and say, hey, give me my money. And run it up and start that with the long term. Yeah, bro, something's going on with 3M. Don't know what it is. IBKR yields 4. Yeah, a lot of places do, but I don't know why TD Ameritrade doesn't do that. It's kind of annoying. Like, it's actually really annoying. Even Robinhood pays you 4.1. But TD Ameritrade's is like super, super low. We don't have any news for 3M yet. They got to get you somewhere. Let me see. Goodbye Schwab SWVXX. I saw that one too. There was the collaboration with 3M, but I don't think that was the news. It started dropping before that. Like, I would put my money on you're going to get some court case news here at some point. Let me see. Let me see. CRM breakdown. Ultra is going up. And then now we're back to VWAP. That Raul actually held. Euro close in 5 minutes. Let's see. CRM 30-minute. Just one big candle and then just dead. I forgot I had all the court cases. But it's making me damn search it. But I would say 3M is definitely something related to what's it called? To the court case. Because that's what brought it up yesterday. Getting weird block trades. If we get any more updates there, that's the only thing that's going to make it die like that. Especially with most of anything in its industry doing good today. It's an underperformer. The shelf offering, it could be, but I think that block trade is somebody actually just selling. U.S. awards 8-week bills 4.65 allotted at high 90%. So many bond auction coming in. You say suggesting staying out of stocks today? Are you saying like for in general? I mean, the best thing, whether you're starting or you got experience, I think spacing out your time, especially with the long term, though, because a lot of people are saying if you wanted to start a long term now, if you wanted to do anything, I think if you give yourself enough time, I mean, you got to work your way into it. Some months are going to be great, some are going to be bad. As far as trading, I mean, we're entering back into the volatility, so you're going to have a lot of back and forth. So that's just something you're going to have to be prepared for, and I just prefer back to a budget. I think if you split it up, have X amount for the long term, X amount for trading, give yourself a budget to stick to, ride through it, make sure you have enough to trade for the month, have enough to be able to space out money for the long term, I think you'll be good. Bonds are very ugly. Rita wants to break upwards. Yes, don't commingle long-term and trading funds. Amen. We finish in red or green on the year, Josh. I couldn't tell you. I would have maybe around these prices. I think somewhere between the lows and then a little bit higher than this year will be the range, but that one is going to depend on a lot. Who knows? I think a good pump fake that could occur is just what we've already dealt with, where we have this run up, everybody thinks we're going to cut, then they don't think we're going to cut, inflation comes back a little bit, and then it starts going down, and then it hits hard, and then we actually get a surprise cut, and then a surprise cut leads to a rally, and then finally keeps getting worse, and then we come down again, or we could spend a year doing nothing. I think we're going to deal with, I think it's going to be a mini version of last year. Where is Schwab offering 4.4? I'm just going off of the chat. I'm even seeing, I think if you just search TD Ameritrade, I just know TD Ameritrade just doesn't pay out, at least because one of my accounts is cash. So the other account that's not cash, I get like, I think on the $13,000 to $12,000 account, it pays out 11 cents a month. I don't know. Does TD Ameritrade have a money market? Hmm. My math is wrong. It could be, but I just know it's paying me more than anything. It's like it's not. I mean, we could get into it, but I think it's a very simple logic here. Figure out if your account is paying you on cash you're using. If it's not, then put it into a cash management solution, and that's it. And you'll at least make any amount of money versus not. But if the rate on the free cash is 0.35, unless you move it into something, then you're not getting anything there. And there's nothing wrong with that. I wouldn't mind letting it sit there. But at the same time, it's like we're building up the cash now, and short-term interest rates are very attractive. So like right now, if the Fed is offering 4.5, 4.7, things are going up higher and higher. I mean, it's just a great opportunity to be able to take advantage of that. So, you know me and my math, you'll figure it out, but it's very simple. And when it comes down to it, are you getting cash? Are you getting interest on your cash? If not, then do the math on it. And if you could go and find something where you can, then execute it. I got $200 on my 5K Robinhood account. That sounds like a lot. Fake candle. I think that top over there was, but you're breaking below VWAP. I'm sure it's going to get a little bit more volatile here. 39.39. Yeah, this is the 200 day. So fake candle at the 200 day, but we'll see what happens here. That was greasy. It's Euro close too. So Euro close, we were right here. You barely went up, now went lower, tested VWAP. Bonds are at the low of the day, and then dollars like right there in the middle. Bam, bam, bam. They hate Amazon. Yeah, but here's the TD thing. This is what I'm talking about. So like, this is a cash and like this is just holding cash. This is what you'll pay on your margin. But FDIC deposit account, you're getting 0.35 across the board, annual percentage yield. So you're getting paid out 1/3% a year. So all of these FDIC insured deposit account rates. So this is what most people have their cash in. So unless you're putting it into the money market or you're finding a vehicle to put the money into on TD, again, you need to go check this yourself. Well, that's 0.35% interest. So literally 1/3% is what you're getting paid. So that's why we went to Bill, because you're making that. I mean, even then, I think today you're up 0.04. That's in a day. My math is right on the terrible yield. You misunderstood. Yeah, well, like I said, even whether the math is right or wrong, the logic will make you money. You know what I'm saying? That's all it comes down to. What you need to be checking right now is what your interest rate is on your cash. Because, like, we have the TD Ameritrade, and, like, are they going to make me, like, I just had all of that cash sitting there. So it's not like it's going to make you a lot of money, like, in general, like, even 3% or whatever. But it's like now we have 1,800 cash sitting. We bought Bill with like 11,000 bucks of it. But it's just like if I left that sitting in there, I would get nothing from it. But here, like we could make like 30 bucks, 40 bucks in a month or something. And this pays out like 2% or like 3% or more a year, but it runs up with the short-term bonds, and then you get paid a little bit on the equity. So the whole idea there is just have somewhere to put your money, check your rates, but there's a lot of brokerages out there now. This is just unique to TD Ameritrade, where there's a lot of brokerages paying a lot. Like, so I'm going based off what the chat has said. They're saying Interactive Brokers, 4%. I know Fidelity is at 4%. All of that. Yeah, you have to, exactly. The higher for longer narrative is starting to hold true. And like 4%'s a lot though. Like you got to realize it. What am I looking for with a dividend stock? Like I'm looking for like a solid like 5% yield, right? That's kind of where our average is at. So think about it. You mean to tell me though for the next year, I could get that by just holding cash? What the fuck? That's a lot of money. And that's where, like, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago, bro. Like, your risk-free cash position now pays you 4.5%, or you should get close to that. You should be getting, even if I got 2%, I'm, like, low-key happy with that. Why? Because I can't lose any money. Like, that's the craziest part. Yeah, it takes 12 years to double there. It's not going to stay like that forever, but the best thing is like if we're waiting, if we could just, we want some good deals, or again, the market's risky and it's going between 30, 40% swings. Like just imagine how much equity has already moved right now. Like if you bought any like individual name, depending on what you wanted at the beginning of the year, that shit has already moved a lot. I mean, like we got 3M, but like look how crazy this is. If we bought 3M at the beginning of the year, you would have paid between 120 and 130. And even then, it still was at like 112, even till February 1st, you're at 120 again. So it's like if you bought, and I mean, go down the list, Amazon, any of those names, like you could have had Amazon, you would have been up there. But let's check like even like Coca-Cola, you wanted to go for a 4%, 3% dividend yield. You're down on the equity. It's just like a lot of names where, you're dealing with a risky market. The dollar's going back and forth. So if you could get 4% on your cash, I mean, it makes sense why like some people might want to hold that. So make sure you get the most of it. And I'll double up on that right now to tell you something. Think about it in context of the Fed. You could argue this 4-5%, maybe higher cash rate. Who likes that? Somebody likes that in the world. If you think about it, and if more people actually adopt this idea, you'll understand a little bit more here. But there's somebody who really likes investors taking risk-free cash at 4.5%. Somebody wants you to do that. Anybody? You could buy the answer. If you like the video, I'll just give you the answer. But I like to quiz you a little bit. Not the banks. Oh, they got it. It's not the banks. You got it. It's one of the banks. It's actually the biggest bank, the Fed. Yeah, watch out. Amazon's getting mollywopped right now. I don't know. Watch Apple. They might be next. We're about to dump here, it looks like, at the 200-day. Yeah, bro, all of your big tech names are coming down right now, and you are at the 200. Get ready. Get ready for a Raul. But the Fed, if you think about it, like everyone's complaining about financial conditions. Everyone's complaining about high demand, yibbity yabbity boo. Think about it. The Fed is incentivizing you to not buy anything. So now you have an incentive to actually sit there and not FOMO into stocks. I don't know if y'all realize how big that is. Yes, it lowers demand. Exactly. If people start to get like that. So imagine the market swings for a year doing nothing. It's been, almost a year since May, and we're borderline trading at the same price. So if you could go through that hellhole again if you want, But then there's a lot of people who are like, fuck it, I could just sit here and get 4.5%, and I can still keep all my, I don't have to deal with any of that. So if the stocks stay at the same price, I don't have to risk the equity. So that could lower demand there in a weird way. So this is incentivizing you to get along with this whole cool down demand, if you think about it, because your cash sitting there doing nothing will pay you 4.5%, which is a solid dividend yield. You're describing the justification for going up beyond 6. Oh, yes. Not buy anything and lose buying power to the 15% inflation for 5% interest. Well, yes and no, because eventually it will balance out. We're talking, this is all short-term capital, right? That's the beauty of it. All I'm talking about is in the meantime until we find anything. This is where a lot of people are thinking, 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, maybe 24 months, right? But inflation has already gone up to that 15 over 3 years. Unless inflation goes up another 9% next year, you'll be decent. That's the only way you get in a bad position. But you still get to actually keep your money. This is investment capital, right? So it's not comparing it to your everyday purchases. It's comparing it to what you would have invested in. That's it. Because guess what? The S&P is still down 9% on the year. The NASDAQ is still down like 15% year over year. So we're looking at it in terms of an investment, right? Yes, you still have the other inflation in your life and all that. And granted, it's not, unless inflation goes on a 9% streak for the next 3 years, that's the only way that really bites you in the ass, and then rates have to go higher. But for the most part, this is just comparing investments. What I'm trying to tell you is that cash is an investment. That's it. It's a position now, and it's a position that used to not pay, but now it pays very, very well. I guess the question would be: would you rather break even on the S&P, or lose 10%, or would you rather make 4% and have your cash, even though it inflated away 6% of your purchasing power due to the rest of the world? So do you see what I'm saying? You have a couple of options. It's either you buy stocks and then stocks do nothing and then you still have 6% inflation or higher, or you buy stocks, they go down in value, and then you still have to pay for 6% inflation, or you buy a cash position, get into a cash management vehicle, or you have a broker paying you 4.5%, maybe even higher as the rates go up, and then you still have 6% inflation. Does that make sense? So it's like, I'm not saying it's the, like, holy shit, this is what, cash to the moon, but it is showing that, if you really wanted the days of there is no alternative is slowly dying. So now there are alternatives. Now if you ask this, like, this would have been very stupid a couple years ago because rates were at 0 and assets, you had way more certainty with how everything was going to play out. It's definitely for the risk averse. Yes, it's for the risk averse. And the way I look at it, I don't think I'm too risk averse. I just think it's productive. That's all. That's why I did what I did with Bill. That's why I'm telling you, especially now, if the rest of this year, if these rates don't come down once for the next 9 months, mother effer, if we're going to wait to buy some stocks here, or if we're going to have to, really pick and choose what we want to buy given that level of risk with interest rates that high, I would have a productive method to just bring in some money. It's better than anything. The rate on Bill yearly is 2.75, but it fluctuates and it could go higher. And then if you buy it at the beginning of the month as they buy the treasuries, you should get like another 1% from here. Something around there. The expense ratio is 1/3%. That's the irony. So the expense ratio isn't that high. The expense ratio is what TD Ameritrade would have paid you. So in a weird way, you're charging TD Ameritrade at expense ratio. And then they're going and getting 4.5% on your money from the Fed. Dickheads. It's literally, there's a lot of other instruments like this. Even if you explore like other money market funds, you'll see them. But you could get different ways to, just stuff where it's supposed to be stable. So like I'm telling you, with Bill right now, my attitude towards it is I'm going to hold my money here until any of my plays that I want become cheaper, and then I'm going to sell out of it. So preferably you want to buy Bill at the beginning of the month, because then it's just going to gradually go up every single day. So that's like the less yield you'll get, and then you want to sell out pretty much day before ex-dividend. So then that way you still get the monthly, because it pays out monthly, and then you could sell the equity and take your little gain there. There is one investment that has never dropped in price in any environment, always beats inflation, and is the safest place to park value. Is he Peter? Peter, is that you? Are we talking about gold? Did Peter Schiff just enter the chat? Land. Yeah, I was thinking real estate too, but I figured that would have been the perfect segue for some gold talk. See, but here's the thing. The difference between like getting this short-term cash in real estate and land and gold, even art, Rolexes, give me anything you want, anything you think will give you a better return, right? This is the most liquid one out of all of them. If you could get your bank to give you 4.5% on unused capital, or you could use any of those cash management like vehicles, it's liquid. That's it. You could go in and out whenever you want, and the fees are low, and the change in value is not high. And that's it. It's just straight liquid, and there's your money. Well, coming back down, CRM selling now too. So they gave off like 1/3 of their gains. Back down to back to the 200 day. I think the end of the day might be a shit show unless it starts right now. I mean, what time is it? 9 o'clock? Dividend, boy, I gotta let it drip. Yeah, Robinhood does pay 4.1 if you have gold. You have to pay them $5 a month. So just make sure you'll get more than that. And then Tesla's even coming back down 7% again. A lot of things. We were just looking at Amazon, Apple. Dude, they're coming. Amazon's selling. What the hell is keeping us up right now? So I think healthcare is about to flip, but tech flipped, and then real estate. Dude, your defensives are holding you up right now because all of your big market, and then I guess the balance was CRM, but that's hideous. Yeah, tech, it's not as bad as the NASDAQ, but now if that deteriorates throughout the day, we're going to have a problem. And then CRM is just low-key skewing everything now because it's up 11%, and that's just, it's so many industries. The next line in the sand will be 39.28 and then 3,900 pretty much. I think 39.14 has some, but let me find out. I don't know if you want to see these. Oh, no, that one's from March. Yeah, just 39 not. Actually, it's kind of bad. The next level just goes down to 38.27. So it's the same from yesterday. But 39.27, I would say, is the level, the low today. But if we go any lower than here, legitimately 38.27 is on the cards. I don't know if they meant to put 39.27. But that 38 is scary. It's a January 18th low. No, yeah, 38.27. That one you were at 38, like I think it was 38.87. And then right at the 200-day, Ford plans to restart production on electric F-150. Tomorrow's PMI will be the biggest event for services. You already had unit labor costs and jobless claims today, and dollars climbing back up. This is kind of worrisome, more or less. But after that, it's going to be Jerome Powell next week before Congress, and then you're going to get the non-farm payrolls. Costco, that one's still up. Ford is running off of that. Ford's just been on fire all day. Production numbers and now resuming. F-150, people are going to like that. Yeah, the special dividend on Ford was huge. They gave you a year of dividends up front, and they gave you the quarterly dividend. It was actually pretty wild. That one, I kind of wish we got it, but Ford, though, I think it's holding up good. I think I'm still up on the original shares, but I never added that one to the long term. The non-farm surprised huge last month. Yeah. Remember, the non-farms, that's kind of like where we started to die. That's where everybody like kind of, and then next data set after next data set just kept getting worse and worse and worse. But it was 500,000 jobs. The estimate was like 250 or something, or 190. It was like wasn't it like a 9 standard deviation beat? Or so, it was something, it was wicked. It was absolutely crazy. Oh, Pfizer balance, it hit 39. And then Booking, man, that one's a surpriser. They are hitting 52-week highs. Even Airbnb is holding up, I guess. Raul rug pull. Ford to restart production. Yeah, CNBC's dropping it too. U.S. Trade Representative Catherine Tai. I've never heard of Catherine Tai. I like REITs, but I called it out this morning. They're selling off. Like, these interest rates, bro, are wreaking havoc on real estate stocks. Low-key, they've already given up now. So, like, they've given up their yearly gains. They're back to the December. I mean, they still have some gains, but you could kind of see it here with, if it gets into one of these, like, precarious drops here, it might be able to, it could start really, really slipping there. But I like REITs in general. I mean, I think you need to pick the right REIT. I think, like, even Blackstone, they had a default this morning as well, too. So you just got to watch out for that. And SPY working its way back up here. But I'm going to go to the bathroom. I love you, Chad. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Say what's up in the chat. Get ready. We've been here for what? 2 hours? 2.5 hours? Oh, man. Oh, we need some push-ups, too. Oh, come on. I have my weights next to me. You guys can do some bicep curls with me? Can we get the body moving? How you feeling, Chad? Good, good. All right. I'll be right back. Amen. Get ready.
From
Get the
Bloomberg
body
World
moving,
Headquarters
too.
in New York to our
You
television
can
and
start
radio
early.
audiences worldwide,
Amen.
welcome to Balance of Power. We begin today in Washington, when the United States Trade Representative yesterday submitted the annual report to Congress, which is the trade agenda for the United States of America. To sort of introduce us to that agenda, we welcome now Eric Martin. He covers international trade and economics for Bloomberg. So give us an overview, if you could. What do we find in this report, Eric?
Sure, David. Well, what we see are objectives set out for 2023 and underlining some new frameworks that the administration is working on, particularly those for the Indo-Pacific, the IPEF, for the Indo-Pacific region, and for the Americas, with the Americas Partnership for Prosperity, as well as initiatives to strengthen the relationship with allies in Europe. So on the one hand, this offensive strategy to negotiate new deals, standard setting, things that don't include changes to tariff levels and traditional free trade agreements. On the other hand, to focus on enforcement, particularly in North America. We have an ongoing dairy dispute with Canada, trying to get Canada to adopt the decision of a panel that ruled in the U.S. favor for dairy access, as well as with Mexico. Mexico's nationalist energy policy, as well as a ban on some kinds of genetically modified corn, are areas of concern for the U.S. With energy in consultations already, and corn potentially looking at that as an option to escalate U.S. concerns.
Eric, that's a pretty full agenda you've just described. At the same time, when we think about U.S. trade these days, a lot of us think about China, at least somewhere along that. Does the trade report give us any indication of any changes in our relationship with China?
David, it really focuses on the ongoing 4-year review of necessity, which is something that USTR launched last summer and has taken comment from stakeholders. That comment period closed in January. So now we're all waiting for USTR to review those comments and filings and to say whether these tariffs 4 years after they were first imposed by President Trump are still necessary, or whether they can be recalibrated, readjusted, some of them removed. So that's something that we're all eagerly waiting to hear from USTR.
Okay, Eric, thank you so very much for being with us.
Thank you, Eric. Good guy. Good guy, Eric. Eric. Yeah, Chad, it's 9 a.m. We're 30 minutes behind. But let's get some push-ups in. Come on. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Get beside your desk. Do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10. Do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Any amount. I'm going to hit some bicep curls. Make sure your legs are in front of you. Relax your eyeballs, too. Stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good? Do you feel good? I think it feels good. Feels good. There you go. Come on. Let's go. I'm going to get some of these curls in, bro. Let's go, man. Oh. I'm going to do biceps today, too, but then I plan on doing biceps now every hour. I don't know if I'll be dead. Get a good pump before the gym. Damn, I'm late. It's okay. You made it, man. You made it. Get some push-ups in. Get anything in. Get anything in. Stand up a little bit. I need to do my Colin Kaepernicks, too. Push myself out of bed. I was a little tired this morning. It still is the morning, but it was cold. Now it's not as cold, but it's still kind of cold. It's weird, man. California is like snowing now. I didn't know we could do that. I did not know we could do that. TLT new low, good call on that. And the dollar is creeping up here. Today feels more way more chiller, though, than the last couple of days. It's my B-Day. Snow. Let's go. Hornos. God bless you, bro. Man, way to be an awesome Chad every day, every year, man. I love seeing your name in the Chad. I hope you enjoy your birthday, man. And I hope it's good for the long term. I hope you always stick with it. Never fall back, baby. You know, that's it, man. Another year. Let's go, Snoke. Let's go. Happy birthday. Feels like a day for a nap. Amen. Amen. Man, should we just go to the gym? Would that be weird? Do you guys want to just go to the gym? Like, what if I just go to the gym and then I take the computer with me? I could just live stream on the treadmill. Salvador Ferragamo, they missed estimates on net revenue or net income. Bro, yes. We the swole boys. Peloton. To the gym, everybody. Nah, there's too many mirrors in the gym, though. That's it. I would have to have a face reveal. That would be fun. Maybe I'll go live on my Instagram when I'm at the gym today. I think VWAP, I know E-Trade's VWAP is different. Go to treadmill, then take the poop, live stream that nonsense. Oh, man. No. I'm scared of them. I'm telling you, man, that bathroom gym is wild, bro. That bathroom gym is wild. I'm going to do one more set of biceps and we're good, bro. Then we're good. I'm gymming right now, man. It's kind of crazy. TR key A. CRM again, Andel. Dude, pre-workout's crazy. I don't know how, after not using pre-workout for the last 6 months, dude, I don't know how many of y'all do pre-workout still. Like, I like the Send in the Jets pre-workout we had, but dude, I thought I was going to have a heart attack the other day. Catherine Ty says, U.S. takes EU concerns on inflation reduction seriously. Like, bro, I took pre-work. I was just sitting there. Like, I did a couple sets, and then, like, my heart starts beating fast. And then I'm just like, bro, I was, like, sitting there, like, feeling my heartbeat. And I was like, am I going to die? Like, I had to, like, breathe. I was, like, focusing on my oxygen. Like, dude, I was tripping out, man. I was tripping out. I was definitely tripping out. That's why I don't do pre-workout. I used to need pre-workout. Like, I would get in the zone. Like, I've pretty much right when I ran out of my Send in the Jets, I was like, all right, let me see what could happen. And then I went on like a 6-month break of pre-workout. Still would work out, but then it was just like, dude, it was crazy. I've never felt like that. A little pre-workout on your pancakes. I don't want it. That sounds scary. What pre-workout? I think this was the reason why. It was a C4 pre-workout, but it was like already pre-made in like a bottle. I only drank half of it too, and it was the worst decision of my life, honestly. Because like I was ready to, my workout just wasn't even that good off of it. C4 is insane. C4 sucks. Dude, it was like, nah. I'm ghetto. I would just drink water, man. 1 year ago, my account got clapped, was depressed, so I went psycho mode in the gym, lost 50 pounds, started feeling better than ever. Hey, let's go, avocado. Let's go, man. You were watching the Tesla too, man. Let's go, baby. 50 pounds is a lot. Nice. Did you change your diet at all? C4 is insane. I don't know, man. That was like, nah. Dude, I was like, bro, like I was like going over my family history. I was like, does my dad have any heart problems? I was like going over my age, and then like old news of lawsuits against like Red Bull and Celsius started coming to mind. And I was like, oh, dude, I was just sitting there just trying to do some fucking back pulls, and I'm like contemplating. And I was like, well, my girlfriend, can she pick me up? Does she know how to get me to a hospital? I was like, I don't know. Should I save the money on the ambulance? I was like, dude, I was tripping out. I was like, is this how I'm going now? I was like, how am I going to explain this to the Chad? I had a heart attack at the gym, bro. Like, what the hell is this? Sounds like you ate an edible. Nah, this was not. An edible would have been chiller. I've never had an edible and been like, I'm going to die. I had this pre-workout, and I was like, yo, man, what is this? I like caffeine. Me and caffeine have a great relationship, but that pre-workout was way too much. Yeah, bonds are selling off now. Tech has already been going down. Amazon staying low. Apple bounced. But now the bonds, I mean, I think that's 4.08 if we go a little lower, or wherever we were at pre-market on bonds. Yeah, this should be like 4.08 on the 10-year, which is insane. Have we had the 30-year bond auction yet? I know we had the at 17 weeks. But I think we're getting that here today, and that could have some effect. Silvergate exodus worsens after bank questions its own survival. That's a wicked headline. The bank questions their own survival. They're like, I don't even know if we're going to make it anymore. So duration extension risk looms as 10-year yield rises above 4%. Convexity hedging following the increased flows of the 10-year have solidly moved above 4%. If rates rise further, that could add more pressure to treasuries. As interest rates rise, mortgage bond duration starts to lengthen. That causes investors to scramble to compensate by shedding duration in a phenomenon known as convexity hedging. Today, mortgage servicers and real estate investment trusts, or REITs, sold mortgage-backed securities to shed some of that unwanted duration to the dealing desk that saw the flow. This happened to smaller extent as yields nudged up against 4 earlier this week. The leap today past that psychological barrier brought in a Hollywood moment, according to mortgage bankers. When convexity gets going, selling begets selling and vice versa, and that could take a while to make its way through the market. The U.S. interest rate on 10-year swaps has widened sharply into the highest since November today. That is to another area to watch, as the widening there could be another signal of duration shedding. Since mortgage-backed securities, swaps, and treasuries are all interconnected, movement in one typically leads to hedging flows in another. With inflation showing no signs of abating, investors positioning mostly neutral, potentially missing the move in treasuries, it could be easy that rates continue to go higher. Yeah, that's the... I hate this because, like, we're going to come back to this. I think even a little bit of the theme of today, you know, kind of just talking about how long it takes for things to play out and understanding the logic, man. This, I don't know. I'm starting to, man, I do this every time. I always tweak out when the bond yields start going up like this, man. And I hate it because then the market starts moving slow until it doesn't. So we don't know, because then the market could either flush today or it could wait a couple of days. But, yeah, man, this is getting hideous. 40853. It's literally doing it again every single time. But remember, like, early was like October 19th, October 20th, through the end of October, you had that reaction. Then even like November 7th. So we were right here, and then after the rates came down, you popped right back up. DOJ inciting violence not within bounds of presidential duties. I actually appreciate higher rates after years of near zero APR. I mean, there's benefits in not. I mean, that's it. It definitely slows down demand in areas, makes things more expensive like real estate, but then there's also other stuff, but that's like normal life, like we're talking about here, getting cash-free risk, or getting a risk-free cash, getting interest on that. You could do a lot of different things. Maybe the world starts to go back to the olden days where savers got rewarded. That's all awesome, but the problem here now in like a market perspective is just that, the market doesn't like high rates. And that's kind of now when we still have a giant gap. I mean, quite frankly, I'm not telling you anything new. It's still the same gap that we've been dealing with since the end of January, beginning of February. So it's getting actually very, very wild here. But now it's just like you're hitting a very big psychological level on the bonds, and it has a lot of implications. And in a weird way, we're moving less than we moved yesterday. But yesterday also had a big bond movement, and the dollar was actually down. So just get ready. I mean, that's all I could say here. I still stick to my theory for this week. I was still expecting this week was going to be good, even though now we have technically hit a new weekly low by opening here. But maybe we just end up doing nothing if we close by here tomorrow. Otherwise, it's just going to start the party. And now the bonds make everything more precarious. Bonds are dumping. So having this discussion with you right now, that's because the bonds are hitting a new high right now intraday. They already opened up higher, and now the yields are continuing to climb here. And the dollar is working its way back up here as well, too. Dollar's hitting a new high on the day. I haven't looked at the 30-year for the UK ever since Trust Bus. Let's see. Holy shit. It's doing it again. Was it the 10-year we were looking at when that all happened, or was it the 30? Oh, my gosh. Bro, what if it blows up again? No. Good call on that. Yo, low-key, that's not good. I didn't even think to look at it, to be honest with you. Yeah, I think we were looking at the 10-year's not bad, but I think we were looking at the 30-year. But that's back up there. That's actually very odd. So this was the trust bust situation. And now, because remember, anything on the gilts, it's like anything above, I think anything above 4%, the gilts crack. You can't have 4%. It's weird that they got there in January and they unwound, they were unwinding a lot of their other stuff. Or they were unwinding the stimulus. But shit. I'd say since we kind of got maybe like 4.5, I think we get another euro tweak out. And then SPY's coming down, CDNA on the low, dollar at a high, bonds at a low, 3M at a low. Amazon is near the lows. Apple bounced off of the lows. Microsoft still in the green. You're flushing the 200-day moving average right now. And Dow is still in the green, but definitely not as much. SPY down 0.3, NASDAQ 0.5. The gilt issue is they moved too fast in September, October. That was part of it, but also there's like, based on the cost of the gilt and like how much it yields, it's like it's just unsustainable for them, and it can't like hold up at a certain rate. So that's where like remember the insurers and like a lot of people get clapped. Now, granted, they could be better hedged after that event and found ways to prevent that happens. But back in October, we were talking about it. If the yield went there, if it went above like 4.5 or 5, it pretty much led to automatic blowups on a lot of pensions. Remember the pensions, they were shorting them and all of that. So that's where it would be unsustainable. I'm still swinging googly. The yen new low since market open. Yeah, even since this little drop. Great call on that. I think that's maybe why the dollar's going up at everything today, too. Why the market's sleepy. I think, yeah, there's a lot of movement and a lot of defensives. And I think it's just getting us ready. I mean, we're either going to do a lot of nothing today and then the final minutes, and then that's it. There is data tomorrow. And you were reacting to bad data today, too. Just the difference between, like, today's news wasn't as bad as the last couple of days. But the difference was you had like zero good news to back up anything today. It's not like unit labor costs were hot, but it's not like it would totally kill you, but it would still You just had nothing else backing it up. The only good news that we woke up to today was CRM. That was about it. That was really good news, but it was just because they didn't fail. Crypto suspends U.S. dollar transfers via Silvergate. Yeah, big tech is sleepy. I think because all CRM's just getting the juice. Reacting to Putin's threat. I don't know. I got a hot take for you. Anybody want it? Oh, I need like 50 likes and I hit the good old 1,500. Oh man, YG 400. I don't know if you grew up in that era. I used to go around saying YG 400. Yes. I don't know what you got. I'll give you a hot take. It's related to Vladimir Putin and it's related to the United States. Oh man, I'm telling you, this is too hot for TV. Do people say that still? Oh my gosh, I'm old. Back to the 200 day. Oh yeah, you really want this one. Are you ready? I'm going to give you a hot take. I appreciate you liking the video, Chad. Thank you so much. I hope you're hyped to be here. I'm waking up a little bit now, too. So now I'm feeling even doubly hyped to be here, too, even though we're doing nothing. T-Com on the high. Telecom. What's this? Trip. Again, Trip's popping. And then bookings on the high. Well, yeah, man, it's a good day. Good day to have a good day. So, here's my hot take. So, let's say, Vladimir Putin is threatening everybody, right? I think the Fed and monetary policy of the United States is a bigger threat than any sort of war Russia or Ukraine could ever produce. Doesn't mean it's not important. Doesn't mean I'm not trying to minimize the war or any conflict. But I genuinely think that as far as the stock market, finances, and a lot of other things, like right now, Fed policy and how we navigate the rest of the year is I think by a wide margin, the most important thing out there. That's it. We're still at a very precarious spot, and I just think that it comes down to Powell. And, even if you want to speak broadly, which I think you should, just monetary policy, even leading into the debt ceiling shit, which I'm still downplaying, of course, but it just right now, I don't even think, unless Putin presses the button, nothing's going to happen financially. But that's the crazy part, is that we're borderline, it's like we're either about to picture the Fed as the war, right? So picture the Fed as the war. There's two options right now. We're either going to resolve the conflict and end fighting, or it's going to escalate into a point of no return. And so I'm more worried about the war that Powell has to fight, just because it seems like that was actually going to have, that's what's going to make people more responsive in the world and probably have a bigger effect on everything. And sadly, it will even affect the war. It's either off-ramp or escalation. That's how I think Powell and monetary policy is right now. SQ. T-Com is still running. Square trying to work his way up here. Shopify's on the high. DoorDash, the dollar's near that. We're going to have a big gap here somewhere. Just remember, what was it? Was it Tuesday? Remember Tuesday, the dollar and the SPY gap was kind of wide. So technically speaking, I feel like the SPY should be down about 0.5%, or the dollar is going to come down 0.25% by the end of the day if we hold. I love it. No matter what, anytime we bring up the conversation, the golden comment comes in. I mean, if nuclear war did happen, the U.S. would cut rates, right? Man, you're going to be out there looking for clean water and be like, hey, man, the Fed just lowered interest rates by 2%, though. Oh, no, that's fine. Shit, I could go 72 hours without water. I got 72 hours to run up these low interest rates, man. You got any growth assets? What's up, man? Tell us shit. I don't even care about your free cash flow. They just lowered the rates. Yeah, I'm sure they probably priced the war already happened. We gonna price that shit in. I might as well. We gotta rebuild now. Build back better, right? Yeah, so let's zero that up. Let's get it. Y'all got any 0 days? Have you heard of the United States having a dead man's hand? What does that mean? What in the... What is that? A dead man's hand? You're going to have to explain that to me. ETF expense ratio. It's like a fee. They charge you to hold the ETF. It's like a commission. So like, you know how like you pay a real estate agent, they get a commission? ETF, you're pretty much paying somebody to go buy stocks that you could do, that you could hold yourself. So you pay them a fee every year that you hold it. So the expense ratio is the commission that you pay on it. So if it's a 1% expense ratio, you're paying 1% of the value in this that you own every year. So it's cheaper than real estate. Real estate's about 2.5%. Bill pays 4.5%. It should match the 3 to 6 month treasury, but it's going to fluctuate. But it should pay minimum 2%. Or I don't think it's every month, though. I think that's yearly. But it all depends. We'll find out here. Again, do the math. I'd encourage you to figure it out. But look into it. We already had our cash discussion here today. And I just, you know, I hope it makes you guys smarter. I really do hope that this you know, it's kind of it's a bittersweet moment because, you know, you're dealing with the market how it is now. But at the same time, it's like you guys are really getting firsthand experience now at a new market. And it may go back to normal or it may go back to what you're used to. I wouldn't call it necessarily normal. But this is like where you get to increase your sophistication and just understand this. You know, I'm not here, you know, none of this is a recommendation. You guys all know that at this point. I hope you do. And, you know, I love that you guys like to play around and you guys bring up a lot of cool ideas. So I hope you can get familiar with this concept and just understand why cash management and these little vehicles and getting interest and what 4.5% interest rate does. Just like understand how, like, I would rather have you comfortable with it than not. And now too is like we're preparing to go through the future. You know, God knows whatever's going to happen. It's just like this is a big part of the story right now. And this is something you're just going to need to, you know, it's not going to hurt you to understand it. So there's different ways to go about it. And that's why I encourage you to look into it. I hope I could show you the example. You know, that's why you see what I did with Bill. I'm glad because we were talking about this last month. I just finally did it. But it just get used to this and just start understanding this and why. And, you know, you could play around with it a little bit. But the more you look into this, I mean, it's definitely going to be a little chip of information you're going to want here. And, you know, the worst case scenario, you never have to, things kind of go back and you never have to think about cash management again. You know, it's just because we never talked about this prior. Or, you know, down the road, you might just realize, damn, this was a nice productive tool. And that's the key that I said earlier. Just find a way to be productive and let your money be productive for you. Even, you know, I like small dividends. I like any dividend, but I don't care if it's a big amount or a small amount. Just remember, if you spend your time, if you could get productivity and money off of your time doing nothing, you see what I'm saying? Where you're not especially taking no risk, that adds up. Every day you spend here, every month you spend here, every year you spend here. If you have a tool to be able to get anything little by little, then you're going to be good. Bro, Gemini has stopped accepting customer deposits through Silvergate, and then Bitstamp is temporarily withdrawing Silvergate banking services. Bro, Silvergate is imploding right now. This low-key kind of feels like the day before FTX low-key. Man, I want to open up that ETH short, but I am so terrified of it. Yeah, they're getting the Kanye treatment. It feels like that. It's low-key imploding. Why aren't the Redditors saving Silvergate? Because I think everybody knows. I mean, everybody knew from the beginning that they got clapped with FTX. It sucks. I wish I was later on the other one. Or I want to go smaller on Ethereum short if I want to do it. Because that position is just too big. That's what I've got to learn from the last 3 months shorting that shit. I mean, I could have been down way, way more, but it was just like, that took up it cost a lot of money to short Ethereum. It's definitely not cheap. But it's like back to the original theory I have with it. I don't think that FTX shit is not even over. I mean, technically it's only been like 4 or 5 months now at this point, a little longer. But it's just like, I think all of the junk is coming back there. It's like, it's very sticky junk. Bro, Silvergate has a fat-ass building in San Diego. And then you're moving up here. Like, they had a lot of money at one point. Silvergate, they were used with Facebook. Facebook sold them the assets. Like, Silvergate, bro, at one point, I wanted Silvergate. I'm glad I didn't buy it, but I was like, damn, they're doing some things here. Like, they were really doing it, man. Yeah, Boeing's popping. XLU on the high. So now everything is green except discretionaries and financials. That's it. Everything went green. Check Meta and Google. That was a big pop out of nowhere. On the landing, you could call out the Silvergate building on fire. That's sad, bro. It's in a very densely populated area. I would hate for that to occur. Covered calls, I mean, if the premium's there and we own shares, my strategy with covered calls is pretty much sell them when you could sell it at a strike price higher than what you paid for the stock and try to at least return 2 to 3%. But don't be so strict on the don't be so strict on the other shit though. Like the on the percentages. But try to get a good amount. I think the problem with covered calls, even like dividends sometimes, is just don't do some shit just to do it. Does that make sense? Like sometimes with covered calls or like you find a dividend and you're like, oh, I could make this amount of money. It's very tempting to just do it and get it out of the way. Does that make sense? I feel like a lot of people when they discover covered calls, they just go and they're like, oh, I can make $12. And then they go and sell the first call for $12. So that's where I'm saying you just got to be cautious with that and make sure you're getting paid a decent amount and make sure the strike price is above your price and making sure that it's just a general win-win. $12 is $12 though. So here's the thing, and then let me ask you guys on this one. The long term, we did covered calls. So you have an option right now. It's actually kind of cool to see. Are you ready? So Airbnb, we sold the covered calls. We made 45%. We have $300. But remember, these are all yearly options. I sold leaps on all of these when we were running towards the high. Lots of time, lots of IV, and lots of movement. I thought it would be good. You have 20% on the Uber calls, $95. And then the Redfin is about to go positive. That just protected us. OSPN exploring sale. One span. Oh, wow. They were running the last 2 days. Goldman's on the high. So what do you think we should do? Oh, that's 12. That was lagging. OSPN, 12% pop. Packers on the high. Are all the, what's it called, moving? Trains? Hold it. So my idea is hold it. But now I see how Jeppy makes so much money. Because take a look at it. It's like we could take 50 to 20% on a lot of these and then just walk away. You could get another $400 here, or about $300 net. Close them out, and then wait till the next pop, and then sell them out again. That's a pretty decent return. So what would you do? Would you ride out the rest of the theta? We could still make an additional 350, 380, and then another 400, or close out, free up your shares, and then try to sell them again. How you feeling? Yeah, and then wait if the market comes up here. Axom. AXSM, I don't know if they had news today. Nutella going down. OSPN. Free them up. Roll those. Well, they're leaps already. So leap could even come back, or you could pretty much go and get the remaining 40 to 70%, or now close it out, wait for another volatility pop, and then try to sell them again. But then I don't know what it would. I think we'd have to go up a lot higher for us to get that price. Funco down 30 to down 7. That was a big one. And then OSPN buyout potentially. IMF approves a Jamaica bailout, or Jamaica's request for $960 million. AMC Entertainment voters on shares changes March 14th. Oh, so I got an AMC play for you. I don't know if you guys want to try to go for it. I'm not going to touch it. But you got to look into how the voting is going to go. But pretty much, if they're going to dilute the shit out of everybody, a lot of people are talking about the arbitrage play. So essentially, the gap between APE and AMC, if they convert these into AMC and then dump on everyone, Silvergate 52-week low. But you could make, I think it's around $2 or $3 not risk-free, but if assuming everything goes right, you could arbitrage between the two and make a pretty big bag. If you already held it, you purchased at a way higher price and you're getting scammed, right? Because they gave it to you at $9 or whatever it was. But now with it so low, some people are talking about buying it. If the vote goes through, you get your little transfer, and then you could arbitrage a couple of dollars per share. Yeah, but Silvergate's down 52. It's dumping. OneSpan is hitting 16% on that buyout rumor. NVRO is running up too. And then SPY coming down, though. Are there any fertilizer futures? There might be. I'm sure they do exist, but they may be harder to get your hands on. Or I know TD Ameritrade, they'll have futures, but not necessarily all of them are available for trading. The Silvergate news is Silvergate delayed their annual report, their 10K, and then they literally said, we don't know if we're going to make it. It's not let's just say hypothetically speaking, it's like being on a plane and your pilot's ding dong. We're going to have to be delaying any updates here for the rest of the flight. We're going to try to get you that soon here, but I'm starting to doubt our ability that we are going to make it through. We'll give you updates here shortly. In the meantime, just stay seated. And, I doubt this shit right now. Thank you. And then that's it. You'd be like, what? What'd you just say? You would trip out. No land. He didn't even say land. They just said we doubt if we're going to I'll get you the quote. It's very crazy, man. They say it evaluates going concern, and they say they're evaluating their ability to keep going, and there's concern over their ability to keep going. That's not good. If anybody said that. Is this Captain Raul? Yeah, bro. SI was crazy. I am in Zim, yeah. The dividend you won't hear till then. I should have sold it the other day, but I'm still kind of like its opportunity with some things, but that one was a big drop. But it did this last time, and then it chilled out. It still could work its way up, but with the dividend, you won't get that announcement for probably maybe a couple weeks here with the earnings. I don't know if I could keep going, but it's a good thing. Trust me, bro. That'd be wild. Like, if I told you, if I was like, hey, guys, like, I am concerned with my ability to keep going. There's an ongoing concern, or there's concerns about our ongoing activity. I think you would be nervous. So that's just with the company. I just hate how, like, they knew this. Everybody knew this a while ago, and then they just still let this shit trade 50% every other week. And then crypto goes up, and everyone's like, yeah, C is fine. And it's just like, come on. Rita, I'm going to wait a little bit here, but now we have options. We could sell it out and get a very, very nice bag on it, but just giving it time. But it sucks because here's the thing. If you roll over that covered call, I mean, best case scenario, you might have to hold it for a while. The risk of not taking your profits now on Rita is if it just dumps like every other biotech, and then that's it. You're not going to get this type of gain here. And then, 3 months from now, the stock's back at, $30, $40. So that's why the covered calls will help. But if you roll over, you're going to be more inclined to hold it through. Whereas now you could just walk away with 200% and have a good day. So I'm going to give it a little bit because I want to see how the premiums. But like I told you, I was going to give it about a week to a month, and then we're going to go from there. Yeah, I do have the EBS. That one got clapped. And then there was another Narcan drug this morning. I think it was like AVO. But I still like the EBS. I kept it small there, but I do kind of believe it. Resistance level on 3M, I think it's like 107. 107, 105. What was the market like before all the insanity, before 2020? It was very professional. Like, I was an outcast in the market, and now, like, in a weird way, like, I'm not even, like, as crazy. Like, I guess that's just what happens. But it was very calm, more or less, and then, nobody had any idea what was going on. Like, I remember I was terrified of 2018. But, like, it was just so much more different in weird ways, but it was very based off of like a lot less momentum. There would be momentum in certain areas, in certain industries, but I mean, the last 3 years, I've never seen any momentum like this. We haven't done the earnings preview yet. I did buy Costco for an earnings flip. That's it. The odds of 50 basis point might have chilled out. Last time I checked, it was at 37, which is a problem. 32%. You're 8%. You're 1 day away now from market odds being undecided. Even today, if we dump, that could happen. But it seems like the market is truly undecided on it. So many more people move. And there's just a lot of money. That's it. It just like, that's all it was. Like, that's just all. It sucks because we could talk about so many things, man. But let's just be real. There's so much more money in the world right now. And that is a weird effect. You know, like, you could, there's multiple reasons to answer everything, but even in people had less money in 2019 and 2018 than they did today. Even myself, a lot of people had a lot less money than that. Even if you had a lot of money, it still was like relatively, there wasn't that many other people with money. Like, you were the first person. You know, like, people weren't buying houses as much back then. It was still, and even then, people didn't want to buy houses. But now there is just so much more money. That's it. It kind of feels like post 2010 and to the next 5 years of that. But that's it. I mean, I think with the stock market, that's all it is. Let's go get 1,000%er. It's been way too damn long. I wish I could do a butterfly on the dollar, but I think we'll get a good one. We'll get a good one. Let it come to you. Not sure because I'm not seeing any money. I'm speaking broadly as a collective. I mean, that's just word to the money supply. But a lot of people, you know, it's just, there's just too much. Like, even if the wealth disparity is wider, it's just even the people with money got so much more, and they're degenerates. I mean, Wall Street, and then you had enough people in the middle embrace degenerate activity. And then it just started off. It just started a wildfire. But there's just too much money floating around in the world. That's all it is. I don't even know if too much is the right word, but there's just a lot more. And that's, I think, a better way to view it very neutrally without kind of making a negative or positive assumption by it. It's just straight up. Like, if you ask me, a lot of differences between 2018, 2019 stock market and today. There's a lot of things. But there's also a lot of money that is around, and that's it. And that has its little effects or large effects. And if you don't think that has permeated through everything, I would say that's not true, because it is. It's everywhere. No, CPI is in a couple of weeks, 2 weeks. Next week, non-farms, Powell. Week after that, CPI. Man. You guys like that little pop? And then Raul. And then we've been above VWAP all day. So that means if you sell the VWAP at close, it's going to be nasty. But so far, everybody's been buying the WAP. I'm buying gold? No, not if the dollar's about to come back up. Sadly. Those days, fools weren't buying companies that were going bankrupt, trying to squeeze. Yeah, I never would see that. There was, in the past, you kind of saw that on like Volkswagen, but it was definitely like there had to be a way bigger reason for people to try to do it. But it just that's a big change you've seen. Like, there wasn't enough money to go around. People cared about their money. I think that's another thing too. Like, that's why all the Fed people talk about or what's his name, Waller, loves to talk about the psychological effects of it. But people like definitely just when inflation was going up for 2-3 years, everybody cared less about their money because guess you would look around and you'd be like, well, shit, if I don't take a risk, if I don't use this money, I'm going to lose it to purchasing power. That's even as we had this discussion on cash today and the interest rate. You don't think that's weird that everybody is like, well, then I'm going to lose my money off of inflation. Then I'm still losing to, like, dude, we didn't have that discussion 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years. Nobody brought up inflation. You realize that, right? I said this to you a couple months ago. Dude, when was the last, before 2020, when was the last time anybody talked about inflation? Like, you got to really, really think about that. When was the last time anybody has ever talked about inflation ahead of this little mini modern era that we've had? In 2008, 2007, and there was food and energy, but that shit was a blip. That conversation was for a year, max, year and a half, and then boom, real estate, everyone's like, oh, fuck. Ron Paul is the correct answer. Even deflation, it was a weird concept. Even when I brought it up, people were like, what the fuck are you saying, dude? I brought that up in my 2018 video. And it's just very different. Yeah, you learn about the theory of it, of inflation and deflation, but this wasn't a real going concern. Nobody had back in those days, even trading, you had zero interest rates and you had low interest rates, but you weren't worried about inflation. You weren't worried about purchasing power diminishing, and then there was a element of preserving capital because people cared about their money. And it wasn't the same way of like, oh, shit, well, if I don't use this money, I'm going to lose out to certain assets. Or I'm going to lose out to my gasoline price or my food price. Or, damn it, now houses are going to be more expensive. So, like, in 2019, like, do you not realize what was going on? You had low interest rates, less money in the system, zero interest rates, no inflation, and nobody wanted to buy a house. So it's like, that's completely different than now. Now you're telling me you got 5% interest rates practically. Everybody wants a house. Everybody still wants to buy stocks. Stocks are still 30% gain to 2019, maybe higher. And now if you don't spend your money, you're worried about losing your money to a price going up. Huh? So it's very different. It's very like... And again, I just think this is a result of more money in capital around the world. Boeing is loving it. Bro, every Raul just turns into... What's the opposite of Raul? How you know? We've called out Raul a lot of times, but every time I've called out Raul, he disappears within 5 minutes, man. Roger? No. Because it's rug pull Raul. But what's the opposite of a rug pull? Rico the Rocket? Marty Moonshot? I like Marty or Rico. Rico the Rocket. Run up Roger. So I think we could pick from all those. Pump it up Patrick. I guess Raul and Roger. Or Rico. Raul. Jack the Ripper. Okay, you have positive thoughts on your mind today. He's like, let's equate it to a mass murderer. I guess maybe kind of makes sense, but still. Googly is positive. The communications came back up. You got some Swiss francs. I'd be kind of worried about this Swiss franc. They've actually had inflation, and my girlfriend's going to get mad at me, but the Swiss ain't what they used to be, man. The Swiss ain't what they used to be. RKDA resumed trading. Why do I have that update? Are they letting this thing trade now or no? I think the chances that SI goes bankrupt is high, but I feel like you're asking me that question because then that way you're like, well, shit, if the chances are high for bankruptcy, that means the chances are high to squeeze it. Woo! So I think it's high, but I don't know what that means anymore. I don't know what that means anymore. The dollar keeps going, I know. That's why it's either going to flush by the end of the day or the market is. I mean, that's what happened on that crazy last-minute candle on Tuesday. Yeah, mortgage rates are above 7. We hit the peak October, November. It was 7.3, and that means that'll correlate with like 4.25 on the 10-year. Low key, though, this has been a nice, any low, you only went lower right here, but you are working your way up today, man. Raul and Rico have been going back and forth. I know, dollar, 10-year, everything you don't want to see. 10-year recovered a little bit. It was getting worrisome at 408 right there, but all calm, little volume. How are we almost green? Just don't fight it, man. Don't fight it. Honestly, I'm hoping I get a little bit more green. I'm gonna dump that ES and then just ride everything down because now that's it. I'm doing it again. I'm tweaking out my interest rates if it keeps going. That's it. So just get ready for another week of me telling you this. I already know myself. At least I'm aware. But that's it. And now looking at mortgage rates, I'm like, damn it. It's literally doing it again. That's it. Like even the velocity, the pace of this is just like August and September. That's it. This is like half. This right there is the same thing. It's just too much. And now, I mean, I hope the market's more resilient to deal with it, but we're just I think we're going to wait till the data, but we're on the cusp of just like either bonds are going to snap back and then cool everybody off, or bonds, if they go up and make another peak here, I mean, we are definitely in trouble. Dollar rocketing, but that's the thing though too. I think it's a great. I'm glad we got to bring it up today. It's just like I encourage you to be wise, my friends, and understand you're not gonna see the correlation every single freaking day, and there will be time where there is a lag between all of this stuff. As long as you're aware of the lag, you're gonna be good. But if you're demanding, borderline being entitled, that it has to do that, that's going to run you into some issues. So hopefully you see what I'm saying here. That's where you want to be watching out for. It's just that give it time, but that's what makes it ominous because you don't know if it's going to happen instantly. You don't know if it's going to happen a week later, but this is what we were even saying a week, 2 weeks ago where I was like, listen, it's only been 9 days of the bonds and stocks going down, and that's still been playing out here. So just be on your guard. Don't demand too much, and you should be good, but just don't fall for the trap of demanding, one-to-one answer right away, because then it will make it look a lot more confusing. Where's the hummus? I don't know, Habibi. And then OSPN, is that still running? There's another headline on it. And Google's going, yeah, OSPN is still going up. They're working with Evercore. Software stocks have an edge over chips in diverging tech narrative. Google has $10 downside, 86 upside. Yes and no. But that $10 downside, if that breaks, you open up the door back to 70. I'd say even $15 to $20. That's the thing with Google, is that just don't forget, Google was a killer before anything. So even in 29, like this is what I'm saying, in the area we were talking about where the world changed, you know, I made a lot of money. Google, Amazon, Facebook, we're talking the stock went from $30 all the way up to 60, and that was pre-split. And you got a lot of other stuff with it too. So it's just like some of these already had, you know, we're talking 3, 4, 500% gains. You know, Amazon, still think it's 1,000%. Don't forget, Amazon had a split, but like, bro, I was buying Amazon. I guess pre-split it would have been like $15, and by 2018 you were at 104. That's 1,000% on equity. So it's not like that's the real fear of the downside. I mean, the downside is very deceiving here in that sense that things could go up or that things can only go down so much. That's why people are worried about big tech. There's a lot of wealth trapped in there. I'm speaking from experience in that, again, like Meta going down was miserable for a lot of people. But so just be mindful of what stocks really have that premium. That's what I bring up with a lot of stuff where it's like, okay, it is down, and that's the balance, which always makes it hard, though, because you don't want to spend your whole life trying to wait for it to go to zero. You know what I'm saying? Because it may not. And that's why it'll depend on performance, the economic environment, all of that. Fed would never allow big tech to fail. It enables government control. I think they'd let one of them get clapped. Just one. I mean, it's just always weird. At the end of the day, just Lehman Brothers failed. Like, that's just always a trip to think about. I mean, they technically didn't let everybody fail, but they'll let one go. I don't think Waller talked yet. No, Waller is at... Oh, he's towards the close. 15... Dude, Waller's like 10 minutes before the bell? Or he's after the bell? I'm odd feeling the market will turn around. I think it's possible. I mean, today is very, very sketchy in that sense where it's like we keep working our way up, but like every down and every up candle is very precarious. And then just quite simply, it doesn't have to play out today, but this would keep you on watch. The dollar is going higher and the bond yields are going lower, and there's quite a gap between all assets. So it's either the bonds are going to catch a fat bid at close, the dollar's going to sell off at close, or the market sells off at close, or it does nothing and we stay here. But I mean, the odds of a drastic move are increased with the dollar and bonds making moves like that. But we'll find out on the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. Amazon. I mean, we could have got it at low 80s. Oh, shit. It's at 90. Yeah, or 82, though. It's decent. In times of uncertainty and confusion, just ask yourself, what would saving 10% do? So hit a new high or right at the high, and then Raul is back after Rico showed up. I think they're just taking shifts. In a weird way, I feel like this market sucks kind of more than August. This sucks more than August because everybody was really convinced it was going to fucking rocket. That's why this, like, I don't, dude, and even this week has been crazy. I feel like this is the most silent I've seen people this week. I feel like a lot of the emotions have been tempered down now as everyone's kind of getting their, now there's enough doubt on both sides of the aisle. You got doubt on the Bulls, doubt on the Bears now. And then that's it. Raul. Well, I got Rug Pull Raul, man. We love Rug Pull Raul. That's one of my favorites. It's going to be stale. I thought it would be. I thought we would have a little bit more upside, though. I definitely thought that we were going to, I thought the Bulls were stronger than that. That's why I'm kind of sad. Because I'm like, damn, Bulls, y'all were really talking a big-ass game. And now I'm like, what the hell? I was like, you didn't even get, but then again, data did come in slightly hotter, but next week is where it's really at. But it is definitely acting stale. We just got to see. He called you weak. Feels like stagnant Stanley. No, I think Raul just came back in. I guess you did hit another high, but you haven't been able to break out the high from the morning. Euro close was like right here. Euro close was at the damn 200-day moving average. Roblo new high. Good app. I would hate to see another candle like Tuesday. That was awful. That Tuesday candle was hilarious, but it was so sad. They legitimately made us do nothing just to like all day and then just 1 minute move the whole range. Now Rico is back. See? Raul, Rico, but I don't know. Maybe they fight. Maybe Raul says, no, this is my rug. And then Rico said, no, this is my rocket. I don't know. I do not have intel in the long term, no. No, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Pump it up, Pamela. Yeah. What are you talking about? Those are our nicknames. I've asked the chat for nicknames. Rug Pool Raul was a very, very popular one. So just kind of describing how today, compared to the last couple days, it's just like we're hitting a high, and then it looks like it has momentum, and then instantly the rug is getting pulled, and then right as you start to hit some of these low levels, all of a sudden your red candles are turning into green shoots. So maybe we should just call them green shoots, make it less confusing. But it's just like today you've been above VWAP and been playing this out there, and it's just like it's a trip, especially considering the last couple of days. But this is the most stale day out of all of them. It does remind me of Tuesday, though. That's the only part I don't like. Tuesday was like this kind of for the most part. And then we had that stupid candle and end of the day move. So maybe by 11, we got one more hour. If we start getting into a downtrend by the end of the day, I won't take that as a positive. And then Fed futures, 32.9% still. And this is still quite dangerous. I mean, now, last time was December and then back to October and throughout. But this was even fast. I mean, I guess in October, that's what shocked the market, is that the rate hike odds just jumped immediately. This has been a gradual increase, but now you're 8% away. You're one more day, one more week away now from the market being undecided on the next meeting. I hope you understand how crazy that is. And that's where it's like we're kind of getting into this ominous zone. I've already talked about the ominousness. We're going to bring that up a lot here in the next couple of days as we get into the 10-year going above 4 and ripping. We didn't do earnings previews, but we could do it. Let me read you this one, though, first. Are you ready? Miss a car payment, and Ford's patent could shut off your AC. Patent filing describes remote control to disable car features, an incessant and unpleasant beeping to irk delinquent borrowers. Ford has filed for a patent today that could remotely shut down your radio or air condition, lock you out of your vehicle, or prompt it to ceaselessly beep if you miss your car payment. Ford said it has no plans to use the technology contained in just one of the many patents filed by the automaking giant. Still, it emerges at a troubling time for car owners as loan delinquencies have steadily been ticking back up from the pandemic lull. According to the Ford patent application for repossession link technology, cruise control and automated windows could be disabled if a customer doesn't acknowledge a notice of an overdue car payment. Ford could also shut down key fobs, door locks, and even the accelerator or the engine itself. Disabling such components may cause an additional level of discomfort for drivers and occupants of the vehicle, the patent application says. Wes Sherwood, a spokesman for the company, says they have no plan to deploy this. Ford has granted more than 1,300 patents in 2022 as part of an encouraging culture of innovation, the automaker said in an email. We submit patents on new inventions as a normal course of business, but they aren't necessarily an indication of new business or product plans. Damn. Hard landing confirmed. No one would buy that. Well, they like blend it in. Like, aren't they? I think a lot of cars are going to have like the alcohol things already built into them, like in the next couple of years. Dude, that's crazy. Dude, imagine. They're like, sorry, you pay your pay. Acknowledge that you missed your payment and we'll let you use your AC again. Okay, you don't want to hear. Imagine just hearing a seatbelt sign. Ding, 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 ding. Dude, that's crazy. You try to pick up a girl on a date, and it's like, ding, your payment is overdue. Ding, your payment is overdue. You'd be like, that's just stuck on the radio. I can't. Man. That's awful, bro. Amazon's having a nice steady run up. Am I with that? No. Why would I support anything of that nature? What in the Greta Thunberg do you think I am? Hold on. No way, man. That's crazy. That's like such a disturbing trend. Like, now I'm just like, bro, I'm telling you, I'm just only gonna, I guess I'm not driving any cars built after like 2022, man. That's it. If it keeps going this way. Never seen Greta and Josh in the same room. Hey, man, listen, you know, I wish I could, I don't know if I could joke with y'all like that, because some of y'all get mad, but this is what I tell my girlfriend. It's a true story. This was a true story, bro. I love it. Y'all should try it if you want. I don't know how your relationship is with your girlfriend and if y'all make jokes to each other or not. Or I don't know. You got to be careful with this one. But, like, I tell my girlfriend, I'll be like, I'll look at her some days, and I'll be like, you know who you look like? And then she thinks I'm going to say somebody. Like, I'll be like, you kind of look like Greta Thunberg. And then she's like, what? No, I don't. Watch. Just tell that to your girlfriend. She'll trip out. And I'm like, what? She's kind of cute. I'm like, no, that's not, no. Like, what do you mean? Greta's kind of cute. Like, I think you do actually look a lot like her. Yeah, no, like, you got the eyes. Like, you kind of do look like her. No, she's cute. Oh, yeah, I do that. I did that, like, a couple times in the last, like, 12 months. It's always fun. She freaks out. Isn't she, like, 16? That's what you think. Okay, you old-ass piece of... That's how I know you old, man, because I used to think the same thing. That's how I know I got old. You know that? You know mother effers age with us? I didn't know that this whole time. I swear she was like, I thought she was 15 years old, bro. She's like, bro, she's an adult. She should have a credit score. She should have a property, at least on the way to saving towards a property. Like, you know what, like, bro, she's a full-on adult now. That is like, she should be graduating college pretty soon. I know, I feel you. My impression, I was like, nah, like, she's still like a kid, but like, nope. I guess my hairline aged, and so did Greta. How high mortgage rates? I mean, mortgage rates hit 7.3 when we hit 4.25. So if the 10-year goes to 4.5, I think mortgage rates will go to 7.5, 7.7. And then if mortgage rates go to 5%, I think mortgage rates, or if 10-year goes to 5%, mortgage rates will be at like 5.3, 5.5. Or excuse me, 8.3, 8.5. So I just think like a half a basis point to 1% gap. She's 20. She's only 2 years younger than me. Come on, man. What are you doing with your life? Greta's already gotten arrested. She changed the world. She spoke in front of the WEF. She be yelling at world leaders and shit. She ain't say shit to China. I'm just kidding, Greta. Don't hurt me. I didn't mean it, Greta. I'm going to donate right now to ESG causes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. French aviation authorities call for cancellations due to strike. Airlines to cut 20 to 30% of flights in French airports March 7th through 8th. Greta is the dude that indirectly led to Andrew Tate going to jail. Which honestly sounds ridiculous when I say it out loud. It's honestly kind of wild to think about that, but that's how you know you got to stay humble, and the Lord works in mysterious ways, man, because that's just crazy to think about. Well, it was indirect issues. It's not like Greta was like a part of like accusations against Andrew Tate. It's not like unless Greta, I don't know though, man. If Greta is that fucking sophisticated, woo. But what happened? This was a couple months ago, right before what's his name went to jail. He was talking shit to Greta on Twitter, and in the process of talking shit to Greta on Twitter, he posted his whole garage. He was like, I got V12 engines. I do this, climate change. Fuck you, Greta. Like, he was going crazy with it. And then she like was beefing with him on Twitter, and then he beefed back with Greta. Again, I mean, if she still was like 15, he maybe wouldn't have done this. But now that she's an adult, he was like, yeah, I'm gonna talk some shit back. And then he posted a video, and apparently in the video there was a pizza box that showed that he was in the country at the time, and it confirmed he was there, and then they raided his house. So it just one thing led to another. Now, in the process of telling you this story, some of the Chads are saying that the pizza box thing has been deemed untrue. So I don't know, but I'm under the impression that the pizza box got him in trouble. They called the pizza place. Some people say you got to be naive about it. My initial impression was the pizza box thing was real, but now I'm like, now you guys are now sowing me with fear, uncertainty, and doubt. So now I don't know. All I do know is you don't mess with Greta. Okay? So please donate to environmental causes right now. Thank you. Yeah, they knew where he lived, but they didn't know he was in the country. So there's no way to actually know someone was there. That was the logic. I believe the pizza box, but I mean, I don't know what else to believe. Honestly, I don't know what I believe in this world anymore, to be honest with you. But, you know, I do believe in the Lord our Savior. So that's all I got. That's all I got for me now. And then I have to parse through news on Bloomberg, but it's still, even then, it's a lot of rumors out there. This year, no, I didn't. Jim Jeffries' latest Netflix does the exact Greta bit. What does he say? He says the same thing about it? I'm glad to hear, but everyone's scared. I'd be scared of Greta. Silvergate just says they doubt their ability to continue operating. He did an interview and she said the pizza box had nothing to do with it. Yeah, because I would not want to go out that way. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel, but like the last thing I would want to deal with is like, if that's my downfall, is like straight up like, bro, that's awful. Like, of course, I'll tell my lawyer, say anything. It's not, don't fucking put it on the Greta and the pizza box, man. Put it on anything. Anything. I don't know. Just say it was 0-day options. What? Okay, we got distracted because I was supposed to read you the Costco earnings preview. And then somehow I got into damn fucking Andrew Tate and Greta Thunberg. It is ironic, though, if you think about it, because like I feel like Andrew Tate would believe all the like pizza box stuff and like the sketchiness with pizza, and then to get in trouble over a pizza box by the same people that you think are the Matrix. It's kind of funny. It's the irony. Again, I feel like Elon Musk would appreciate it, but it is quite funny to think about the pizza. It's weird how pizza has came up here a lot in the latest years. But anyways, Costco second quarter to show sales growth. Oh, wait, did I charge you likes? It's okay. This one's on the house. We love you. Margin pressure preview. Costco report fiscal second quarter results post-market on March 2nd. Analysts expect sales growth to be driven by higher traffic, though elevated costs may pressure gross margins. Consumable categories like food and sundries likely outperform most discretionary goods, a trend seen in prior quarters, and inflation continues to weigh on consumers' purchasing decisions. EPS is $3.20. Total comparable sales, including fuel, estimate is 6.1. Canada comps, FX estimate 5.1. Credit Suisse, their neutral analyst Karen Short, recently boosted her sales estimates on second quarter to reflect traffic and sales strength seen in Costco's December and January sales results, but she is cautious on flows through profits due to elevated cost environment. We believe comps excluding gas and Forex at Costco would have slightly accelerated sequentially in full year second quarter 23 versus the prior quarter, which was dragged down by softer results specifically in November. She wrote in a preview note, they expect robust traffic, says food, sundries, and fresh categories likely outperform with continued softness in non-food. Gas margins across U.S. were generally higher year over year, and the latter part of Costco's second quarter likely leading to expanding gas margins and better gas profitability may have added 25 cents to second quarter EPS. That said, ongoing higher costs, particularly labor, remain a headwind across retail, and Costco also faces a difficult year-over-year SG&A comparison. They say that recent store manager survey suggested a general view that either an MFI membership fee income increase or special dividend were unlikely in 2023. UBS has a buy target. Costco has seen good momentum after a bit of a softer monthly print in November. They expect second quarter sales, excluding fuel, growth of 6.4, reflecting subsizable sequential uptick in traffic between December and January, which bodes favorably for membership growth and speaks to Costco's consistent value proposition. One key focus will be on inflation prospects moving forward as Costco laps some of the big increases from last year. They expect membership fee hike announcement in late spring given historical trends. Costco has historically raised rates every 5 to 6 years, and they last raised fees in June 17. Telsey outperform. February sales should have a benefit from high food and overall inflation, which pushes consumers to the store in search of value. An early start to the spring selling season with special deals in store and online, and then 3 gains on timing market shift of Lunar New Year. This will likely be partially offset by underperformance in discretionary products and elevated promotions related to high inventory levels across retail. U.S. dollar strength may have also weighed on results. Gas may be a tailwind in February as gas prices were up slightly. Estimates should boost total comp sales by 10 basis points. Average price target on Costco is $550, 15% upside from the current price. Average price target is $550.57. I already said that. 25 buy targets, 13 holds, and 0 sells. EPS has beaten 9 of the last 12 quarters. Shares are down 8.9% in the last year, while the SPX is down 8.4%, and Bloomberg expects a dividend of 1% a share versus a year ago of 90 cents, and next declaration is April 13th. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. So there you go. I think Costco is going to be tough. It kind of it reminds me of Palo Alto. So I think, remember Palo Alto, they were already doing good, but then people were kind of coming into it a little bit softer into the earnings. I think Palo Alto was like kind of down too from being at the highs. And then it's like, I think everyone's kind of neutral on Costco, where it's like they have reasons it could go down, but it seems like people are prepared for a decline. So as long as they don't miss anything outside of it, I think they'll be good. But you do have opportunities for them to surprise a little bit. Oh, I didn't think it had the 1-day implied move. I could get it for you though. 1-day implied move is about $17, which is less. It's like 5%, which isn't too much. Roblox news, I don't know. Roblox just killing it. Could be some of the gaming rumors. That Take-Two and then the Activision getting a nod from the UK. But other than that, I couldn't really tell you. There wasn't any breaking news in the morning on them. Barely at 39 million. Yeah, compared to yesterday, I mean, today's low volume. Maybe that's why we're not dumping. But Raul returns. He's coming. So, like, I don't like this, dude, because if we start hitting 10:30, 11, and then this starts a downtrend, it's going to play out like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, every single freaking day. So if this starts to turn into a downtrend by like a 10, 11 o'clock, we're fucked. Because that's just happened every single day so far. Raul. I feel like Costco is set up to have good earnings, but also if they do, like, people are just like, they're cautious on it. People are definitely, you know, the sales numbers slowed down November and January and December. People got updates from that. Cesar! Again. Oh, a member a day keeps a hater away. That's what Boomer said. It's beautiful. A chat a day keeps a hater away. Cesar, God bless you, man. God bless you. Caesar, Edgar, I love you all. Anybody else, man, we appreciate y'all. Make sure you're saving 10% though, okay? You know that, Chad. I love you all. I appreciate all donations. It's always nice, man, you know, being a stock market street performer. I really enjoy being here every day, and a lot of y'all bring joy to my life, so it's always a blessing. But just as a reminder too, man, save 10% first. But listen, if you blow your money on stupid shit and you're going to go buy some mushrooms, you better give it to me instead. I feel you on that. But, you know, make sure you save your 10%, okay? And make sure you always get yourself paid first, man. And, you know, we got love no matter what. And honestly, thank you to the members and all the other people who support, bro. You know, a lot of people paved the way. So you good regardless. But thank you. I appreciate it, man. It's always appreciated. And just remember, too, you know, one big thing here, like I always say, man, save that money. I want you to save your money. I want you to have it. And it's always good to have Edgar. Edgar, you better be saving that. Oh, fucking Edgar. He did it again. Horna. Hey, man. Edgar just keeps going. That's it. 20 members a day keeps 20 haters away. Oh, man. That's beautiful. That's beautiful, man. Yeah, Edgar single-handedly just this last... Edgar has been on fire from March till now. Or February. It's already been March. What am I saying? Man, this is crazy. Beast mode. Dude, Edgar again. I'm happy, though. I don't trip out. Because I was getting really... Dude, I was getting really worked up that he didn't have his, like... he didn't have his membership badge. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Cesar! Let's go. Give him another one. Hit it. Hit it. Get hype. Happy Thursday. I almost said Wednesday. Amen. Mm-hmm. Edgar. I'll give him my gifts like Edgar. I do it on the daily like Caesar. No? Okay. I tried. What if they save 10% and then buy shrooms? Better than not. At that point, I mean, listen, my job is to get you 10% saved. That's it. You know that? Like, dude, like 100% on Retta, Meta, Retta, Meta, Netta, Redfin. It don't matter. Like, all of that is extra. You realize that, right? That's it. That's it. I could simply identify my goals. If I can make sure that you are a little bit smarter and know a little bit about the world, that's amazing, and that could accomplish one of my goals there. But at the end of the day, Greta, yeah, if I could just get you all 10%, Alex, let's go, baby. Michael, oh, Gary Lee, oh, what's happening? I think y'all just want the horn. Yeah, let's go. Amen. But seriously, let me tell you the goal, man. Seriously, my goal is accomplished if I get you to save 10%, because that is such a good decision that you can make in your life, and I know it will change your life. And everything after that, you know what I'm saying? Like, you could do whatever you want. I encourage you to make the wisest decisions in life, and usually the reason why I tell you to save 10% is because if you start to make one good small decision, chances are you're going to make another good small decision. Oh, y'all don't feel me. I'm just trying to get you some momentum, baby. Oh, Dago! Let's go, baby. God bless you. Forever grateful. I love you all. Pray we never stop smiling through the way. Save that 10%, baby. Amen. But that's it. That's where I start, bro. That's where I start. If you could get that, that's my goal. Everything else, man, is all extra. You know, do whatever you want to do. I hope you could get something out of it. Either way, whatever you want to do with your life, man. Oh, whoa. Bostic says raising rates 25 in March, but watching data. He'll adjust rate outlook if data comes in stronger. Fed could be in position to pause by mid to late summer. Bostic hates you. Oh, it's all Bostic. Very aggressive comments. Very, very, very specific. Bostic says he favors 25 in March, but watching data. He says he's speaking with reporters. Long way to go, and then pause by mid to late summer. So Bostic just said he's down with 25, and then he is down to pause by summer. That's very different than Fed futures. Everything's popping off of that. That's very important in the context of what we've been dealing with. That's your gap fill, bro. That's going to change all the bonds right now. That's it. You filled the gap, and now you're going to 39. Dude, he's fucking scamming. That's a very, again, if this was another day, it wouldn't have this effect. But that's actually huge because go look at the bonds now, like we've been talking about. I remember I was just showing you the dot plot, and the dot plot didn't even expect the pause by summer. So, like, that's a very specific comment, and I'm pretty sure Bostic is voting this year, too. Correct me if I'm wrong. Can we verify that? And then First Horizon turns positive after TD CEO comments. Yeah, boom, Bostic. No, he just lifted that shit. The headline. I have pause. I have, quote, Bostic, Fed could be in position to pause by mid to late summer. He literally said pause. Again, you could correct me on that if not, but I have quote that it says Fed could be in position to pause by mid to late summer. So that is a big change. And then he said he favors 25 basis points for March. So that just, again, it's just a nice little relief we needed, but it is very, very specific. Bostic's a little bitch. Dude, Bostic, is he voting? Let's verify that. I just need to save that list of Fed voters. No, Bostic is not voting. He's an alternate voter. Okay, Jerome Powell, Williams, Barr, Bowman, Cook, Goolsby, Jefferson, Harker, Kashkari, Logan, and Waller. Yeah, he's not a voter. He's alternate. Yeah, he's Ginobili, just in case anybody got to sit out. That was fun. Let's see how long it lasts. But just in context, I think that is big news. Just because now, check the Fed futures, but he's an asshole. He's definitely, this is like reverse, Mester, reversed Bullard. And just because everybody, again, if it could move the dot plot, then there you go. All it is, Fed Bostic just said he said a comment that is very contrary to what the bond market has been doing. And like we've been saying, the bond market's been freaking people out. Well, if that doesn't last, though, we're fucked. So let's see here. You hit 39.60, all in that, though. You're getting back up. I mean, where does that compare us to yesterday? Yeah, that candle brought you back up to the lows. But that was very quick. And now we're green on the day. NASDAQ has to go green. Biden and von der Leyen to discuss Ukraine climate security. U.S. Defense Chief Austin to travel to Egypt, Jordan, and Israel. Bostic is the dude. No, Bostic is the dude that 1 year after the Fed issued laws on not trading, he kept trading bonds. And he said he wasn't aware of it, but then he didn't tell anybody till a year after. So a year after one of the Fed members resigned based on his trading, and then they did a whole committee to investigate Fed traders. 1 year later, after that, he came out and said, yo, man, I actually had millions of dollars in bonds I forgot to tell you about because I gave it to my homie, and my homie ended up doing it, but I wasn't aware of it. I'm aware of all economic activity that comes in and out of Atlanta, and I make speeches on how aware and how I watch the data, but I wasn't aware that he was trading these very specific assets that I probably have more control of than maybe 99.7% of all Americans. But yeah. Yeah, he did say sorry, which is good. So, but those comments were just very, I mean, he just said a couple of things. He said exactly what you wanted to hear if you were tripping out on anything now with the bond market. But let's see if this holds up or not. But by saying, he literally said the word pause. So remember, that only showed up once in the last like 5 Fed minutes at all. Like, again, pause. If they talked about pause, they were talking about other governments. But he said the word pause, and then he said 25 for March. Now, granted, he is not a voter, but in the scope of a lot of the fear we've gotten and everything else, he said those words. Now, he did say also it could change relative depending on what happens, but for the most part, that was definitely a shocker right there, to say the least. So let's see if that holds up, though. I think it could get squeezy. It all depends on if the Fed futures drop, because that comment could bring you out of uncertainty land. I tripped the algos. I mean, I could see why. You're back below 39.60 though on the futures. Let's check the Zaza. Zaza didn't. It moved up a little bit, just off of the lows, but it's not doing anything too nutty. It's a little bit better than last week. Coming right back down, though, now. He is not speaking, or we might get an update. Where's the dollar? It even shot the dollar down, but everything caught back on the bid. This might not last too long. NASDAQ 100 and SPY both turned positive after Bostic comments. If anything, that should scare the bulls. I think that should scare everybody. Why did you not just see how fat, like doing all of what we did the last couple of days, and that type of, it's just like when we had the Bullard and Loretta Mester on the way down. I think this just kind of, I think this just highlights how sensitive the market is right now. That's it. But I would lean bullish on that comment though, just because it's exactly what anybody wanted to hear right now. If you wanted the market to go up, it's very good to kind of balance out. I mean, remember what happened when Bullard and Mester said we're considering 50, and we're not, we don't plan on pausing. But it doesn't start the new narrative, but it definitely it fights back against this whole bond market should terrify you right now. But then again, he did make it data dependent, and now we still got to factor in more important data tomorrow. Yeah, like it seems like everybody was solid. Everyone's like, okay, no rate hikes and no cuts in 2024, no pausing even. But now that did kind of change it. We'll see, but Bostic is usually there's a reason though. Just remember, like you guys remember a couple days ago when Bullard and Mestard came out, and remember we were like, what the hell? Why are they saying this out of nowhere? You remember that? And then he says it out of nowhere. And then we're like, why would they both say that when nobody talked about it? But then what happens afterwards, 2 weeks later, you find out in the minutes that was the discussion. So maybe this comment will make more sense a week from now. And maybe it's dependent on the data. Chad says, Timmy tweeted. 8 minutes ago, Bostic tells reporters he's open to revising terminal projections of 5 and 5.5, but hasn't done so at the moment. As for hiking, at one meeting, he says, I'm still firmly in the quarter point move pacing. So, yeah, Tim Rouse just quoted Bostic. Didn't disappoint. We got you, man. We got it within seconds. I was actually very surprised. So let's see how long it's all right, you're still up. As long as you don't touch VWAP again, you're good, but just be careful. I mean, the sensitivity there at the 200-day average, and then you rocket it up. I'm waiting to see if we get a move on the Fed futures because that's the real money on this. But now that's what you needed to fill the gap. That candle brought you to fill the gap, and it took you to 39.60. That was 15 points in 2 minutes. That was absolutely massive. So see for the reload and where we go from here, but that one's going to have to simmer for a little bit and digest. I was like, what time was that? 1:36. We still got like 2 hours, 15 minutes left. Fed Bostic gave some very bullish comments. Pretty much Fed Bostic said the word pause, and he said the word 25 basis points for next meeting, which seems very contrary to what any of the Fed speakers or the bond market has been pricing in for the last 4 weeks now. So that was definitely a refresher in terms of the Fed saying something that the bulls would like. If the bonds and dollar run with it, you'll be good. Remember, we were talking about it, though. We were saying either bonds or dollar have to make a huge pop. Otherwise, the market, or had to make a huge move. Otherwise, the market was going to be the victim, potentially. This is like, I feel the same way as Bullard. So you remember that day when Bullard came out? I feel the exact same way where I'm like, why is he saying this right now? So remember, this was Bullard and then Mester. It was one of these candles. Remember that? I feel the exact same way now. Because I'm like, why is he saying that all of a sudden? Like, why out of nowhere now? Everybody was worried about using the word pause. And then all of a sudden, this asshole is just like, pause, 25 basis points. Now that Fed futures have, maybe that's why they don't want the dot plot to be higher, because then you don't want the market pricing in higher, because then you're going to have to follow it. But otherwise, just like, why is he saying that right now? So I feel like this news, we're going to come back to this in a couple of days here, but it's definitely it's definitely out of left field, I would say, because he's just speaking to reporters too. I don't even think he was even scheduled to speak today. I think we hear him tomorrow. I think they don't want the market to price in, or they don't want the market to price a higher terminal than because they don't want to revise it, because then that would then the market would get shit on. I think that's really solid analysis or tin, because that's what I was showing you earlier, remember? So now that you've seen that pop and you see the comment why, I hope this could be a learning opportunity, but we're just speculating right now. But, like, take a look. Remember, I brought you up this chart here. So pretty much he said he doesn't want to update the dots, and that's why it's like maybe they want the market to be here rather than here, because then if the market's here, they don't want to adjust it, because then that would be a hawkish adjustment more or less. NVIDIA, AMD running. AMD's popping big. Check news on that. AMD, NVIDIA. What is that? AMD's moving big. Check NVIDIA. Something's going on with chips right now. Trace Funds adds Texas Instruments. I'm not seeing any news on AMD or NVIDIA, but those are very unique pops. GitLab is popping. Is Micron too? Yeah, all the chip makers. Something's popping. Something's happening in chip land. Iran. Dan Loeb buys AMD. Ah. Woohoo. Bring us back to positive. I think that's it. Then U.S. issues note on intermediaries used to evade Russia sanctions. Yeah, Dan Loeb buying. Dan Loeb takes a passive stake in AMD. CNBC. Oh, man. They said, give us the upside. They're like, Bostic, check. Investor taking a stake in chip stocks, check. What's the we got? You need one more. You just get one more, unless that's enough to take it up there. Yeah, bonds are bouncing big. So bonds are continuing the Bostic bounce. See if the dollar is continuing. The market's the only one lagging behind now. But remember, there is that gap. Let's see. They don't all day though. Today is like it just nothing lasts. This is the worst drug in the world, man. Every single pop is just met with resistance so quickly today. It's just not even like, come on. I don't get it. That's why even the AMD, we'll see. Even with the CNBC pump. How obvious the day the market is in jeopardy of 200. We've had that happen before at very key levels. I feel you on that. GTLB, is it just related? I see GTLB, it came up on the scanner just as moving up 3% quickly, but no news associated with it. Check GTLB. All the chips are going now, even Google. Surprisingly, stock, even Carvana's now on the high. No, I think they want it right. I think they want I don't know. Maybe the Fed doesn't want us to price in. I think they want the market right here. I think they wanted to burn 5 months of time, 4 months of time while getting you just right at the same spot. Such a weird ass comment, man. And now then the AMD stuff is just going to bring back sentiment. GitLab is up another 1.7 now. So hold up. Everything is, you're getting the momentum here. Individual names on chips. And then the bonds and the dollar are moving in a bullish direction. But we are green now. NASDAQ is about to go green. NASDAQ 100 there. Yeah, the Dan Loeb one's hitting now. Hedge fund manager takes passive stake in AMD. The chips could carry, but let's see here now. So that was the reload. You're going to continue the Bostic pump. Dollar came back. Yeah, watch that, but the bonds are already cooling down. Shout out to Bostic on that. Let's check Fed futures. Fed futures haven't moved yet. Once that drops, then that'll confirm everything. And then GitLab's still going. Google's starting to break a little bit. And then the big news is AMD. It was started with Bostic. AMD news sparked the chips. GitLab started running 5% out of nowhere. And then we go from there. I think you're at, this is 39.60, which is crazy. Just remember, we were dealing with the 200-day and 39.60. If you could get above here, you'll be good, but then the range is still pretty wide. I mean, we were kind of in the 39.60 gulag for a while. More data comes in hot tomorrow. We're going to come right back down to the 200-day. Fed Waller in 6 minutes. GitLab increasing list price of GitLab Premium. So GitLab price increase. I don't have that one yet, but I think I could justify some of that move. Oh, they really hate everybody. Dude, what a shit show. But it's having trouble at 39.60 though. So maybe, I think you need Waller. That would be your trifecta. You need Waller to come in with some crazy talk. You need Waller to say pause. If Waller don't say pause, I don't know yet. But as of now, the Bostic bounce is holding. AMD and the chips are working. But just watch out, 39.60. We need that momentum. You don't want, last thing you want is momentum to kind of die out, because the trend of today is when momentum falls, it's just not going to be as good. But now we are entering in, you know, like I told you guys, if we were downtrending by 11, that was going to be a problem. But now you are firmly hitting an uptrend here now on the day. And that was it. I thought Waller was later too. So Danny's saying it's earlier. I see 15:50 Eastern. So that's what? 12. I see 3:50 Eastern for Waller, but we'll find out. Maybe we'll get written statements. Just keep that tentative. But be on the lookout for it. And then we have, what's his name afterwards? Kashkari. You have the Zoom meeting? Where's it on? No FOMO. Citi to cut hundreds with investment bank. Mortgages effective. Citi job cuts now too. BHC volume. So watch out, Citi. GitLab still going. Bosch Health, big green candle now. think everybody's waking up. Don't see anything on Bosch. So new high here. Is this above 39.60? You cleared out that order, but every time we cleared out an order, it would quickly come down. Actually, you hit 39.62. So at least you're above 39.60 on the SPX, above 39.60 on the futures. You really need some more momentum here. And then you're just going to get into the middle level of yesterday. So I don't know how excited that makes you, because middle day of yesterday is still lower than Tuesday, but now you're back to pretty much same level as last Friday. Bro, GitLab is running still. So, dude, GitLab took off another 3% up there. NVIDIA, Costco, AMD. Oh, my gosh. Bro, this is triggered. So, even then, AMD just came back. That recovered a lot. 39.61. About to hit a new high. Yeah, NVIDIA and, dude, AMD is, and GitLab, bro, that's moving 2% at a time right now. What in the world is this? CRM. Amazon's struggling a little bit more. Apple's even in the green now. Everything's green now. NASDAQ, SPY, Dow is up almost 1% right now. Everything's starting to move with this. That's it. Bostic bounce is clean. And then the supporting news just all came in all at the right time. Yeah, GitLab increasing price. That's the news. I mean, I thought that could justify like 3-4%. But, dude, this thing's up 9% now. I think you're just getting a little squeezy here now. Factor in your 0 days, everything else. That's it. Now you're 39.65. I'd say if you break 39.71, this shit will get very squeezy. And then we'll have a nice 2 hours, unless Waller wants to shit on everybody. But that's it. I mean, now ominous day does not look as bad considering you've been going straight up from the open. Bro, GitLab is insane. Now the dollar's coming back. Jeez. Have the bonds recovered all the way? No, bonds are starting to chill out. So bonds and dollar justified at a slighter high. But look at the high ticker. 30-second, 1 minute, 5 minute is literally all gas. Even Apple's leading. Now you have AMD and NVIDIA and chips also going up there too. And then Citi just had job cuts. It didn't really. Banks are the only thing down still, but now they're not down as much. And then discretionaries. Costco. Reload shorts. I'd wait till Waller, because if you do actually get Waller shortly, then that's your, I mean, but that's either going to be squeeze or death. But, I mean, they come in twos, though. Remember, last time it was Loretta Mester and Bullard just coming out here with these WTF statements. So, I don't know. This was already, bro, this went from a weird day to a squeeze day in one news comment, which is actually crazy. And then that AMD shit. And then GitLab just went insane. Google, bro, high tickers going nuts. Only Qs are on the low now. Another big, yeah, they're running it. Well, I'm sure. I mean, imagine how many people were short on this. Now, you're about to go to the high of yesterday. You break out yesterday's high. That will be good momentum coming into Friday. You're about to fill the fucking gap, my guy. I don't think y'all realize this. You are about to fill the gap of the other day. Oh, my gosh. That stupid 1 minute candle thing. My ES, I'm going to just close it once I go green. Fuck out of here. I don't want to. They were trying to trap me, bro. I said I was gonna average down on it today. My plan was, I told you in the morning, I plan to trade out of it. I was going to buy another one at like a real low, but we didn't really have it. So I was like, all right, but I'll just ride that up here for now. But now I'm sure you're going to get some short covering if you get above that high, which you are about to right now. 39.70. This is yesterday's high now. 30. Yep, you're ripping past it. Actually, no. Yeah, 39. There it is. New high on the last 2 days. So now we are higher than yesterday, and now you are filling the gap of the candle. Again, I'm only down $300 on that ES now, which is insane. Absolutely insane. Everything's running. Jeppy. It was Buller. It was a Bostic, and then Dan Lowe bought into AMD, and that happened all within a 10-minute period, and then it just all started running right there. That's it. They got enough. GitLab, GTLB still going. Yeah, Apple's up 0.39. They were wait till Amazon goes green, and then Google is running too. I think that's a silent just killer right now. Now, we're about to go green on the Google position here. We need like what, $1.50? Jeez, dude. And then dollar is starting to give up 0.57 to point. Now it's a positive correlation. I don't know, though. Dollar needs to really plummet. Where are the bonds at? The bonds are chilling out here. The bonds haven't gone down yet, but maybe that's it. Maybe we're just getting into the stupid candle of Thursday. You're higher than any point of yesterday, but barely. The yen is trying to play along, but I think now the money spot, you got to get to like 39.77 here. Pretty much above this spot here. Because then at that point it gets wild. But, dude, jeez. Breaking. Bostic says recession is over. He said the word pause, and then he said 25, and then the risk sentiment increased, and then the AMD news got everybody to pile in. Then little news out of GitLab was running. That was like I don't know. You guys saw the dominoes fall one by one right now. And then Price led everybody. Then was like, should I close my puts? Like, it's just a wild move mixed with like 3 little fucking dominoes that just tick, 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 and then we just started running. That was insane. And it's still going. Bro, the high ticker is not stopped. Oh, my goodness. I'll just see if we get up to yesterday or that's it. Once I go break, if I go break even on that ES, you have a problem. Then it turns into a squeeze. Because this is the shit candle from Tuesday. You're getting right in the middle of that. So if we get anywhere near those levels, I mean, what gap? You just haven't filled this gap. Or no, there's one earlier. But let's see what Waller does. It needs to calm down unless the dollars are playing along. But no, bonds are actually continuing, so they might be able to get some. They was out of left field, 100%. We're at the Fed meeting, minutes low again. Everything's up 0.5% now after being down 0.5%. NASDAQ almost flipped 1% round trip. Dow Jones is up almost 1%. Very wild. No, that one was crazy, dude. That one was crazy. It just because, like, the comment was crazy, but then the resulting just series of events and now the momentum. You're starting to get a little bit on the low. It's kind of calming down. The bonds did the same thing, and now they're coming down here too, but get ready. Just be on the lookout. Call them out when you see that Waller shit. March 2nd. Those comments don't change the data. This will rug pull hard if data comes in bad. It will, but in the meantime, I mean, this is where we talk about and we see, short-term effects, and this is the sentiment part of it. That's it. I just think it changed people's sentiment a little bit, and then now that's why I think the AMD news was interesting timing. But 100%, the risk still remains, and that's what I was saying earlier before we even started running like this. The problem that I have is, like, this is scary for both sides. If this doesn't show you how nonsense this all is, and what I mean by that is not get frustrated, but is just showing you how sensitive the market really is right now. That you are one comment, one data set away from a 0.5% shift, no matter what the market was looking at prior. So it's very, it doesn't change what we have in the future, and it doesn't change next week. But I mean, welcome to the chop fest and maybe what should have been our calm week, but now this is already wild. Yeah, I see Waller later. We have some people are saying it's earlier, so I'm just being keeping my head on the swivel for both. Like, I'm definitely just glued to this monitor right now, seeing if I get any sort of Waller comment and it parallels what Bostic said, then there you go. I think they're trying to really control this damn dot plot right now. I think they don't want the market to, in a weird way, if we get more Fed people saying that in the next couple of days, I mean, the only reason why he would say that is if they didn't want to, is that if they didn't want him. Dude, GitLab is up 20%? Get out of here. Bro, what is this? Bro, we saw that at 3%. How did that happen? Oh, my goodness. Is it bad? I kind of want to short that. Is that not smart? FHN is dying. What the hell is FHN? First to rise. Oh, the comment. I think that was they're making TD Bank was making comments towards them, and their purchase being delayed. I think FHN might be purchase getting delayed on that one. Okay, I shorted 100 shares of GitLab, but let's see. Let's see, either squeeze the shit out of me or just give me a quick $2 or something. I think we're getting some momentum. I think we can make some moves. That's what I'll do instead of my ES. Let's see if we could put the top tick in reverse. And then I'm still in that ES, though. That could now go green here. We have some potential. Perp Scarp, be careful. I will be. I mean, I think it could go up another couple dollars here, but I mean, I don't know what just happened. That one I was not expecting a price increase to bring it up 20%. First rise and falls, as TD says, too early to talk close date. Bostic is a non-voter, yes. But just like the 50 basis point comments a couple of weeks ago, remember those were non-voters as well too. But we'll see if we get any other confirmation. It started with, I'd say Bostic was 70% of this, but then that extra just AMD news and everything else, bro, it was just, that was the cherry on top. You're going up again. Even watch out for GitLab if that squeezes here, because all the other chip makers and everybody else is going now. Yeah, Bostic is an alternative voter. He is a 6-man. AMAT, Microsoft going up again. My goodness. It's doing it again. And bonds actually dropped. And then dollars kind of chilling. FHN still dying. CDNA halted for volatility after dropping 40. Woohoo! Yo, that looks miserable, actually. Surprised they waited that long. Microsoft's related to GitLab. Yeah, I feel like they did a deal recently. Yeah, that other one. Keep that on watch when it gets unhalted, but that one already looks crazy. All right. So a lot of individual names were moving there. Even AMD hit a high. $39. So hit the new high of yesterday. You're back at the highs of yesterday. So let's see here. The book map is definitely chilled out a little bit more. But my goodness. And AMD keeps climbing to another high. Yeah, AMD and NVIDIA are both doing it. Edwards bought Nvidia. Gwyneth Paltrow is raising a $75 million venture capital fund. ESPN in talk with leagues for live streaming app feature. Yo, check Disney. ESPN live streaming app feature. Let's see. Good old $98. This is fake? Yeah, no shit. This is wild. Bro, we went from Raul every 10 minutes doing nothing, everybody on the edge of their seats, bond yields at 4%, dollar just hitting a new high, the market wasn't doing anything, and then damn, what's his name, bro, comes out of nowhere with the left field. He's like, yo, what do you think about a pause? Like, that's stupid, bro. This guy, that's like, man, that's like, could have been worse. Could have been worse. The market reacts. I agree. I think it just shows, though, how sensitive the market really is right now. That one comment like that is enough to really just, change the whole idea of what we were dealing with. I still think everything exists. It's not as if, so whatever brought us down here in the last 4 weeks, it's not like it doesn't exist, but this is more in line with my theory of just this week. We're probably going to stay around the same trading price as where we started. I thought we would end up going higher, but you know what? We'll see. But this is just holding up all day. It's just been an uptrend from that gap down at the 100-day. Irrational, not sensitive. I think it's sensitive. I think you could call it irrational, but I'm sure there's some, I guess there is some rationale to it, but maybe it doesn't maximize pleasure and minimize pain, but I just think it's sensitive. I do. At least that's what I think, because all it takes is that one comment to create that. And then damn Dan Loeb, like, what does he do? Oh my gosh, GitLab, what are you doing? This is why the Fed, I think they're trying to control the dot plot. It's the only thing I could think of. Not sensitive, but more in line of greed and ignorance. But I think that is sensitive. I just think everybody, it's like if you're kind of confused, looking for answers, and you want to make that bag, it's just like the littlest thing could cause a spark. It's just we're very reactive and in mass. I mean, like I said, everybody was very quiet on the way down. Everybody was very, it ain't the Bulls, the Bears, everyone's like, nah, but now they're like, very excited. So AMD, as Silvergate's dumping, $39.65 now. If you start dumping here, that's not, but you got a couple more points. $39.60 will be the real test, but we're still well above the Bostic point. Bro, GitLab is squeezing now. That's almost $1 share down. I did not think a price increase would bring them up 20%. They said price increase hits significant portion of base. 53% premium price increase layers into the company. $29 to $19 a month could make the $99 membership tier more attractive to existing customers. The firm thinks the price increase could also help investors feel better about GitLab. It has an overweight rating with a 65 price target. The stock this afternoon is trading up 50.30. Oh, GitLab. They're doing me dirty on that one. I have an idea with it. My MSTR loan won't be accelerated because of insolvency or bankruptcy. Just hold it. I'm going to add to it. Fuck that. I mean, we'll flip it out. You're already down $200 there, $2 a share. But I do need to go pee. Waller, we don't know. 4 p.m. on one schedule. Other schedules have him here in the short term. But we'll find out. Mr. Income. Welcome back, baby. Yeah, 52.75, 52.90. That's where you just get to the highs of the last couple of days. And then if it goes past there, it'll go another $5. But at this, I mean, I don't know if it's going to. I mean, they've raised prices 50%, but I don't know if it'll bring up their market cap 50%. And then SPY working its way up. GitLab again. I'm going to add to that one. We could just trade that one today. Next pain, 396. We were at 392 this morning. That's crazy. And then MSTR made statements towards SI. They said they won't accelerate the loans. We don't know anything on 3M today. Qualcomm on the high. Watch the chips again. Qualcomm's moving up, but not NVIDIA and AMD. Micron gave it up. Quali. There's GitLab now above 52, so 52.75. That's going to be the level. XOP, is energy moving up now? All right, Chad, I need to go to the bathroom. And then I'll see where GitLab is at. We'll go back for that one. I love you. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I'll be right back. And shout out to the call. Amen. Amen.
Final rules. There's no timeline on that. So, at some point, you could guess maybe later this year we should see what the final rules look like. I think there's hope from the industry that the SEC will take seriously a lot of the feedback that comes from market participants over the next month.
Got it. I talked earlier about those zero DTEs, and I'm curious to get your take on that as well. How has the rise of these short-dated options contracts changed the way that you see the market working?
I mean, look, retail investors are a very big part of the market, and they trade in every product. They've gotten quite sophisticated. They get access to products from all the retail brokers that they haven't had access to before. And so we continue to see very strong retail participation across the board. As these types of products become more popular, certainly retail is a big part of trading these instruments and being part of the evolution of them. I think what's important, and I know the brokers focus a lot on this, is making sure that there's the right level of education for retail users and that they understand the products and what they are and what they do.
But do you see a Volmageddon 2.0?
I would say our view is a lot of those concerns are overblown. A lot of the market makers are very sophisticated in terms of how they manage that risk. From what we see, we don't see irresponsible risk-taking by by retail investors or participants. So, I think it's something we pay attention to. It's something we talk a lot about. It's something we speak to the regulators about. But I would say at this point, it's not something that we're sounding the alarm about.
But sort of baked into that discussion about the short-dated options and then going back to some of the proposals, particularly with the execution and auction processes that Garen Gensler wants to change, there is this issue of price discovery. And A, whether that price discovery is A, organic, and B, whether it's accurate. Is it?
I mean, look, there is no evidence to say that price discovery is not working in the U.S. markets. And you look at the volume that we trade, you look at the amount of liquidity and volume that happens, the amount of depth that exists in the markets.
Yeah.
I've seen no evidence, and no one's ever produced any evidence that I'm aware of to say that price discovery isn't working. I think people use that term to sort of represent other agendas. But again,
you hear that, guys? Price discovery is working great. That's what we did today. That's it. We had to discover a couple of things today. We got to discover a lot, actually. FTX debtors' information is preliminary and subject to change. Exchange assets were highly commingled. Books and records are incomplete, in many cases totally absent. Great timing with the whole SI thing. Not bad. Not bad. Three mics. Love you, Josh and Chad. Let's go. Almost 3 years, baby. Let's go. Let's discover more prices. We have more years to discover more prices. I turned on the space heater and then I turned it back off. It was too hot. I was kind of cold when I went to the bathroom. But then I was like, nah, it's kind of hot here. And I was like, I'll just discover temperature on my own, like prices. You know, we have temperature discovery going on. Trying to find the right price right there, you know? Amen. Okta, where's CRM actually on all of that? Don't forget, CRM was just straight up 12%, 15, 16% earlier. The iron note on the 10-year? No, what did he say? 33 months. That's good, man. It's a long time. I can't even believe we've gone this long, man. You know, we are doubting our ability to continue. I'm just kidding. That's an SI joke. But it is wild, man. It's a blessing. It's a blessing. I can't wait. We've seen so much together, and we are going to see even more. Oh, Win is squeezing on me. SQM, they had earnings in their news today. Bro, you haven't even gave back any of this. Like, this little hold here at 39.68 is very solid. Unless it turns into Raul, but it's 30 minutes till power hour. That's the crazy part. So believe it or not, Chad, this has been almost an hour since Bostic. Would you believe it? Would you believe it if I told you that? Yeah, Win that squeezing. That one's only 50 shares. I may want to add to it, but we're going to wait till the Chinese Party Congress. We got a day trade going on GitLab. That one's kind of hurting, but I'm going to add more depending on if it breaks 52.75 or not. I'm going to try not to hold the GitHub short. I mean, I think I might just play it a little bit more actively. So I let it move here. We'll add to it or not. And then once I get tired, I'll either take my gain or I'll give up with my tail between my legs. Wait for 2 after out of Bostic. We are going to see. That was just, I think the other comments, what you really want to watch for is just like play the game that they're playing. And what I mean by that is just watch if they start saying the same shit. So if Waller and Kashkari kind of start saying what Bostic is saying, then they're trying to message it. No, I'm still in the ES. I have to switch it here though. Because I put it on like my active one with the amounts. No, I still got the ES. We're barely down on that one now, considering it was down like $2,000 this morning. Little scammers, bro. But I would definitely watch. Yeah, no, I mean, Kashkari might. You never know. I just think I don't know anymore. Like, at the end of the day, that shit was out of left field from Bostic. Just, it's very simple. We don't know what they're going to say. We don't know this. We don't know that. But all I will tell you what you could clearly identify is if they start kind of parroting each other. And if they start saying the same message, then clearly something's happening where they're trying to prepare the market or keep the market in a certain way. That Fed messaging, right? That communication, you know, you call them scammers, they call it effective communication. So we'll find out here. But then if no one does, I mean, it might be short-lived, but it's definitely enough to keep people running up here for now. I think they are trying to bring the dot. I think they don't want the dot plot too low, and they don't want the dot plot too high. And if you could do that, you could control the market. GitLab hates everybody. We're going to have fun with GitLab. Let's see what happens. I want to see this 52 level. 52.75 is the breakout point. So if it breaks out, I'm going to take another short on it. Airbnb now, Google, CRM's even playing along. So get ready. We're making it towards the high again. This is all about now. We're pretty much going back to the stupid candle on Friday. Realistically, it'd be like 39.75 on SPX. I don't know if I have that on a level, though. Let me check. I haven't even looked at any of the upside levels because I didn't think they were real. So 39.70, 39.74, 39.70, and then 39.80. So 39.78 is those other lows, and then 39.80. That'll take you to the 50-day moving average. SPY wants to break out. At 52.80, there it is on GitLab. Switch these. And then big pop on the SPY or breakout candle. 39.74, one level. Then 39.78. We go from there. Jeez, man. Kathy's the largest holder of CDNA. Like, why are we squeezing? Damn, I'm just saying, if you didn't like Bostic before, you probably hate him now. And I could see why. Well, there, GitLab, 52.99 on the ask. Wait till that pops, and then we go from there. That's a huge spread on GitLab. Oh, damn it. Ask already came down. Let's see. There are more buyers. Well, people were waiting. This last couple of days have been wicked. And then the level of, like, uncertainty, and then just for that to spark everything. I mean, I could see how it's frustrating. I hope you could see the humor in it. I know that's kind of tough to say, but yeah. Amazon, huge candle. That's the one we were waiting. Amazon was down 1% all day. Amazon needs it. Amazon's still down. And there's Googly. Googly is just killing it. And so is Apple, too. I don't know if Apple's getting the second run here. So I think Microsoft is. Jeez. Zoom is up too now. Do they know? I think they wanted I think they wanted a little bit looser conditions. I don't know. I mean, we're gonna get more info once we see how they all respond. But they hate you. That's it. But we just got to figure out. We'll see with the other Fed speakers if they start saying the same thing. And then another new high on that candle, 3975. You're above 3974. Next level is 3978. And then now you've almost filled that stupid 1 minute candle. And then 3978 just leads to 3980. And then if you could get above there, you will now be above the 50-day moving average after bouncing off the 200-day moving average. Taking SPY sentiment, kind of little mini short-term sentiment, and then Fed Bostic comments, and now all of your big cap is ripping. And the cherry on top is that CRM is still up 12%. So now factor that throughout there. And banks are still getting murdered, though. That's the funny part about today. Like, but now everything is green except banks and discretionaries down 0.5. Yeah, we're about to go green on that Google. That's been red all month. That's the crazy part on that one. What are we up? You're only up 0.6 on the SPY and 0.6 on the NASDAQ and then 1% on the Dow. You just technically hit another high in that last 30 seconds. SpaceX delays Falcon launch 9 to March 3rd. Okay, watch Amazon too. Let's see. The bonds actually chilled. So bonds are saying we should come back down, but now the dollar keeps going down. My goodness. We're far from VWAP, but VWAP has picked up dramatically. The Roblox game. I saw a clip of that. I didn't know if that was real. That's funny. If it is. Apple's still working up. TLT, true price discovery occurring. I know. Okay, so there's your candle. We'll see if it goes across the board. I didn't add to GTLB. I wanted it to kind of break there. I'm waiting. I'm going to kind of, what's it called? Reverse pyramid it on the short. But I want to let it go crazy because right now we're like $2 away. It moves fast enough, but I'm hoping you get one more big pop, and then at that point, I think that's a lot. Denarius Metals closes rights offering. The news was Bostic came in, said the word pause, and 25 basis points, and then big buy or a hedge fund buy Dan Loeb on AMD, and then there was like GitLab raised their prices, then chips and software stocks started to move up here a little bit. CRM was already up, and then it was just kind of a domino effect. Yeah, GitLab does have earnings. I mean, they said they're raising prices by 50%, but dude, it was up. I was like, all right, it'll go up 4%, and then I get an alert that it's up 20, and I'm like, what the? That's crazy. But let's see. Oh my God, bro, look at the dump on Amazon. Dude, today's fun. Today you are getting a lot of just this feels crazy. It does. I think today's title was appropriate. The stock market really is insane right now because this is actually beautiful. the odds have barely technically odds are lower on 50 basis points, but barely. If nothing else, today was interesting. It really is. Picking up speed. We're still at 50. That short would have been nice, but we're going to wait a little bit longer. So that was a new high right at 39.75. So it's just slightly above the 39.74. You're coming lower. If you give up any of this, like we said, just 39.60 has been the level, but it is about to be power hour in 23 minutes. Dude, Amazon is just flipped completely. Like, Amazon is really coming down. It's actually kind of weird. Amazon, it's just tweaking out. Ring takeover rumors. I think I saw something. I don't know if that was the chat or the scanner. I think that was a Chad. But I did see it there. Yeah, takeover note from the deal. I thought, what's it called? I thought Amazon owned Ring. I mean, that could be a lot of upside if that continues. And I mean, everybody's hyped right now. Yeah, Ring, Twilio, smaller rival are likely to attract insurgent investors. The deal. That's why Amazon would be selling. Could make sense. Ring's going up 2.7 now. Yeah, they're running now. That could be a nice. Where's Twilio was already going up, and GitLab is coming down. There you go. That's starting to circulate a little bit. I think it's just one of those articles though that's like what's it called? We're just like saying the possibility, not necessarily like active interest. Ring Central's not Amazon Ring. What is Ring Central then? What do they do? Sell a doorbell? What is a Ring Central? It's like a city of doorbells? Doesn't make no sense. It's a phone service via VoIP phones. Oh, really? What, like a Vonage? You remember Vonage? You still have Vonage. House urged Biden to declassify all COVID report. Dollar kind of climbed a little bit. Bonds are back to Bostic. Would you look at that? NTSB examining rail car component in Ohio derailment. Dude, we're just getting all the news right now, huh? Amtrak investing in 500 Penn Station project. House urging Biden. You got deal takeover news. You got a lot of stuff going on. I'm so close I could smell you and you don't even notice. Okay, thank you for shopping at the Stock Market Live. We're glad that you're here, man. Thank you for being here. I hope I smell good. You know, that's what you do to people, though. Like, if you really wanted to, like if someone was ever mean to you, you know what you could tell them? Like, I'm telling you, this messes with people. Like, if someone was, like, someone's mean to your friend and, like, you go up to, like, all you got to do is just tell them and say, hey, you kind of smell bad. And if you tell people they smell bad, bro, it messes with their head. You should try it. Not really, though. It's honestly quite violent. But, you know, it's good. It's good. Sequoia Logista says Brazilian to tap Ataya after takeover interest. That's from Top Gun, really? The original Top Gun or the new one? 130 Bostic. Bro, Bostic just straight up destroyed I don't know why Amazon is tweaking. Amazon looks the nuttiest out of everything today. And then AMD's breaking out. Qualcomm's breaking out, new high. Watching NVIDIA and chips again. And NVIDIA still has to get to 238. Remember, that's the price we got to look at. They hated Amazon earlier. It's just weird, though. It's moving like Aerotime Industries. It's very weird. RBNZ tightening sooner would not have had much impact. New Zealand, they're talking. Man, Dan Loeb. I don't know. I feel like the Dan Loeb mixes in with the whole Bostic thing, though. Bro, that was actually crazy. What a fun day. That's it. Now we just need GitLab to go down. But even the GitLab move is quite impressive. That was exciting for a little bit. Everything was just violent. You know, it was a violent day. I don't even know, can we even, like, Bostic said the statement. He said he would consider pausing interest rates in September, summer. And he also said that he would go for 25. Now, whether or not that's news, I think that depends if other Fed people say it. But it's also in reverse of just like what we saw with Bostic and Loretta Mester a couple of weeks ago. So it's pretty crazy. But that was the update, and then investors bought into other stocks like Dan Loeb and AMD. Then you had job cuts, price raises, and just a lot of like little pieces of news just slowly hit every like 10, 15 minutes, and then we just started going from there. And then we're 15 minutes off of Power Hour. Then you filled the gap, and then you went past yesterday's high, and now you're getting into the Tuesday high, and now it's just all... It's all going crazy, man. It's all going crazy. The yen is starting, again, a lot of things are dropping. Dollar, bonds, they're kind of cooling down while the market's doing its thing. So dollar started to tick back up here a little bit. My deposit hit. I don't know when mine is going to hit. It needs to. No deposit. I think we come back down. I think I wouldn't be opposed to a cuck, but I think all that ever matters. You're either going to have a stupid squeeze at open, we sell off and remain relatively high, maybe close around break even if it's going to turn bad, but all that matters now is services tomorrow. That's it. One more data set. I don't even think, like, today is just going to be a matter of how crazy it squeezes or if it comes back and does nothing. But remember, we have one more set of data. The data tomorrow is arguably more important than the data today. And then that's it. And then we lead into the big week. So that's what, if we squeeze and today and tomorrow finish good, I mean, there you go. We're going to end up, it played out a little differently, but we're pretty much going to end up at the same level that we were at the beginning of the week, possibly higher. And then I think right now we are higher than last Friday. And then that's it. Unless Bostic. Well, that's why Waller and the rest of the Fed speakers today, those are going to be crucial. So that's the ironic part. Right now you are at Friday's close, believe it or not. So a little bit away from having an up week or break even on the week or having the gulag at the 200-day moving average. And GitLab dropped right back to our price and then pop. None of the recent data has been good, yes. That's why tomorrow's data, you definitely have rug pull potential there. And if that comes in bad, that'll make it harder to go up. And then we have to deal with the Friday balancing and everything in between. Waller, I mean, like we were talking about, the timing of Waller has been called into question, but we haven't gotten any headlines from him now. Otherwise, he should be coming on right when the market ends or right when the market closes. So that's the shitty part about it. Okta 8050. I really thought Okta was going to do a lot better today. It should be. Just because last time, I mean, their earnings was just stellar. Out of any, with dealing with earnings where like it could have been better, Okta's earnings were fire. And then like now their resistance points are like 85 and like 92. And that's just to get back to like September levels. So they're still one of those like less profitable growth companies. And they have their own risks with it. But I was figuring, you know, he might have some juice in him. Yeah, Kashkari's going to be at nighttime. And then AMD still moving up. Usually means hawkish. After, I don't even know, man. After Bostic. Bostic ain't say shit for a long time, man. And now he just come out of nowhere. He came up amped today, man. I can't believe he I can't believe he used he used the word pause. Like, that's wild. Bro ain't even voting. I think that's, I mean, just tell me this. When was the last time you've heard anybody on the Fed say the word pause? In that context, to say I want to pause by September. I don't think any of them have said that. If they've said if they referenced the word pause, they've said because we're not thinking about pausing. But I think that is a big key in what he said today. What the fuck is GitLab GTLB? The minute said pause in reference to other countries. The other 6 minutes never referenced the term pause. And then all of a sudden, right as everybody just priced in a higher peak by summer than the Fed, he comes out and says, you know, maybe we pause. I have no idea why Amazon is dookie. If they all come out and say that, I think it doesn't even matter anymore. But I think if they do, we bounce back up to like 400, 402, maybe a little higher if everybody gets exuberant. If they all come out, and I don't know, the likelihood of that is very low. So I think the bounce would be very big. However, you only have 2-3 days for that to happen. Does that make sense? Why? So let's say they come out tomorrow, they say it, tomorrow will be a ripper, and I don't know the probability of this occurring, so hopefully you understand what we're talking about here. But if they all said pause, we're going up, but then it doesn't matter until Wednesday because then Jerome Powell is going to speak before Congress, and then Friday. So pretty much if they all come out parroting this bullshit, then you're going to have upside up until Wednesday and Friday, depending on the events. And then that's it. Friday, the non-farms come in. That could start to change everything once again. But this kind of cooled out everything else we got. Red rate at 28. Bostix is Goldilocks. I don't know. I think Bostic is a drug dealer. That's it now. I think he just sells whatever he can. I think he's a salesman. I don't even know Bostic. I'm not even trying to be mean to Bostic. I'm just Bostic just keep on. I can't believe Bostic keep hitting me with this, man. Bostic is like consistently, like he shocks me every time. Like no matter what. I'm like, really? A year of trading bonds? No way. I'm like, damn, you sound like Lil Wayne. And now he's like, fuck it, let's pause in September. What? What'd you say? He's an anomaly. I mean, he's kind of like my girlfriend. He's really random. Like, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to explain it. I feel like he's just very, I'm like, what are you saying right now, man? Like, he's just so, just one day he's this. You're hot and you're cold. You're bond and you're no. You're 25-50. Pause and don't pause. You know, like, I feel like he's a real Katy Perry. He's like, I'm spontaneous. What? Damn you, Bostic. Stop being so spontaneous. Boston moves ZT 7 ZT 7 ticks, SRM 23 5 ticks. I mean, he moved the odds down only like, there you go, down to 25. Yeah, he moved about 5%. He changed. I mean, something changed. It was a confluence of all of those factors from Bostic till now. Don't joke about your girlfriend. She's good for you. Yeah, but if I couldn't joke about her, like, F out of here, like, that wouldn't be good for me. You see, it's healthy that I could joke about, because if I couldn't, what kind of lame-ass beep would that be? You know what I'm saying? I'll be like, we don't vibe at all. Like, you totally don't understand this. I'm like, you got to go. So she's a willing sport. She makes fun of me, too. We have a lot of fun. So don't worry. I just hope I don't set this example for some of y'all. And, like, you ain't never joked around with your significant other. And then all of a sudden, you're like, you look like Greta Thunberg. So you got to be careful, okay? That's it. This is why relationships are special. You know what I'm saying? Like, for all of y'all, you all know your relationships. That's why you got to know who you could joke with and not. But I hope you don't. I hope you don't try to copy too much of that. You know what I'm saying? How do I get my girlfriend to start saving for the long term? I have a way it works every single time, but it is very controversial. What you do is you rob money from her. So anytime you see money in her purse, you steal it. Anytime she hands you her phone, go on Venmo and then Cash App you some money right away, and then take that money and put it in a separate account for her. See, so it's 50-50 because, like, obviously you have to steal it, and then, like, that's not good, right? But you're able to be like, look at what I did for you. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? That's how you could. So it's I don't know. It's definitely moral relativism, depending on who you ask. Yeah, thoughtful theft is a great way to put it. You like, yeah, I stole, but I did it for your own good. You like, what? Mm-hmm. Yeah, not a recommendation. Don't try that at home. I'm just kidding, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. That's it. I feel like, you know, I've dealt with many people, both significant others and not. I feel like if you want to save money, it's just something you do or not. I don't know. It's like, you haven't noticed, like, bro, like, I say 10%. I say it one time, and there's mother effers in here. It clicks. That's it. I spit the logic. We give them the truth. The truth hits, and they like, damn right, Josh. And then I start a new addiction of saving money and it just hits. You know what I'm saying? Then there's some people, I'm like, yo, save 10%. I explain it. They're like, nah, I don't know, man. Fuck out of here. It sounds stupid. What am I going to do with $12? I don't even know. What's 10%? I could make a lot more. I don't know. How much is 10% of 10%? And then, okay, well, what if it's like, you know what I'm saying? It either clicks or it doesn't. And, you know, and I'm not against educating people, and we'll always, you know, expose you to that. But it's not, you know, it's a very weird concept, because it's like some people get it or not. And they're like, I don't know about that risk over. How's it risky? You're saving. It's your money. No, I don't know. And then the economy, and then the anonymity, and the Zambala. You're like, you're not even saying real words right now, sir. Yeah, but then, like, if you buff it, and then the buff it, and then the investment risk, growth, dividend, risk, what? So just get it. Just, you either get it now or not, you know. What I like to do is be annoying and obnoxious about it. You know, I'm constantly talking about it. So at the end of the day, you hang around me, you're going to hear it enough times. So, you know, I'm never going to force it upon anybody, but I will talk about it a lot. And that's it. Mm-hmm. That means you ain't even working. $12 is 10% of food stamps. Man, you're just way too good with numbers. That's it. You really took that joke example and fucking calculated all of it with a compound growth rate and everything. That's some of y'all problem there. Y'all are way too good with numbers. You know that? Like, honestly, thank God I'm shitty at math sometimes. Because, like, some of y'all just know the numbers too well. You're like, wait a minute. I just put $4,000 in this stock to make $20. Hold on here, sir. I'm like, okay, you're looking at the number way too specific right now, even though it's very accurate. It's just, you got to think a little bit ahead of that. And then you like $12. That's not even a number one without cheese at Chick-fil-A. Hold on. Mm-hmm. That's it, man. It's okay. Just don't overthink about it. The numbers don't lie. They don't lie, but they're also very honest. That's the problem. Numbers are very, very honest. And the surprise, I wish there was a way, I guess there is, compound growth calculator to calculate the compound growth. But, you know, money preserved is better than money lost, I guess. I'm not holding the video. I have AMD. Acorns is good to get your girl to start the long term. They don't have activity to do anything but spend money, so it's like taking it from them. Again, general theft also. You know, general. I mean, I don't know. You guys all have your own relationships, honestly. I would love to observe some of y'all chads. Is that okay? I think one day we got to find a way if I could stream while doing it. I really want to just like I feel like there's can I just come over to your house one day and just sit there? And I wish you could ignore me too. And I just want to see how, I wonder, cause I don't know your guys' daily relationships. I don't know your personalities too well, in the sense of I know how you interact in the chat. You have a chat personality. Yeah, it is kind of creepy, but hey, man, you know what? Why not? What's wrong with being a little creepy from time to time, huh? No? Okay. Okay, I guess not. Oh, Costco. Damn it, bro. We should have bought 100 shares of Costco. What time is it? It's power hour. Costco's getting ready. SPY's moving up. Yeah, power hour right on the dot, baby. Power hour with 2 green shoots going towards the high. High of the day is 39.75. SPY is up 0.57. NASDAQ 0.51. And the Dow Jones 0.92. So remind me with Costco, we got to close that shit out. Let me get a Costco up here. High tickers, gas in. You're hitting a new high. Everything is. Roblox, AMD again. I'm very, very impressed with it so far. Can you watch me as I stream? You kind of do. You just don't see me. I mean, I feel like you get to learn more about my personality 7 hours a day for like 7 or like 4 years or some shit. It's hard. Like, I can't even like, that's it. Some of y'all just know me too well now at this point. It's good. It's, you know, shout out the real ones out there. But it's just like, you know, that's it. I'm just, you already get to see it. And I'm pretty honest. I'm like scarily honest with you about how I talk to my girlfriend, and that's the scary part. Because like I said, I don't know. I don't want y'all to copy some of these behaviors, especially if your girlfriend's not used to it. I'm not trying to put you in a bad position, man. All right, a little bit of cheat claim. All right, you know what? Since everything else is doing good, I'm gonna close the Costco. I think you could get another like $200 or $2 a share, not 200. All right, close Costco 318. That's actually a very nice pre-earnings, considering it didn't even have the downside in the morning. But I think it could go up a little bit more. But just in case, I'm gonna still hold that ES. Josh, remember what I said in the morning? I did, man. It's power hour, and you're roughly 1.5% away. But I still believe. I still believe, dog. I still believe, man. Either way, we got close. It's like playing roulette, and you're like one number off, and you're like, damn it, I'll play again. I feel you, man. I feel you. He. Like, that's what I noticed. Like, last time I tried to win the Mega Millions when it was $1 billion, bro, I swear, I was just one number off on all of them. It kind of bothered me. Josh might talk shit to his girl, but I bet he treats her like a queen. I mean, I can't deny it, you know. That's it. My girlfriend, she'll like try to say cute things to me. And she'll be like, you're the best boyfriend ever. And I'm like, I know. Thank you. I'm like, of course. And then I start pulling out a list. And I put out a cost-benefit analysis. And I'm like, as you can see, I've accomplished this, this, and this. Now, you know, we don't get to travel. She likes to travel. So I'm like, I'm not traveling with your ass, okay? I don't got time for that shit. But other than that, that's the only con that we have there. But it's good. I was the same way. Yeah, but you can be relegated to the cage. If you know, you know. But honestly, bro, that cage comment, it's funny, bro. My girlfriend loves that joke. She, like, loves the cage joke. But anytime I say it online, bro, people trip out. People trip out by the, if I like go to your cage, no, bro, like no. Like online, bro, they don't like the cage joke. I'm telling you. I'm like, no, bro, she like actually loves this joke. I'm telling you. I wish like do you need like a welfare check? Oh, seriously, because she loves the joke. Like that's it. If she even says something stupid, and like I just look at her, she'll be like, I'll go back to my cage. And I'm like, there you go. There you go. And I'm like, what? But some people, they don't like that one. They do not like that one. Yeah, the joke. See, you're making it worse. You're making it worse. She goes back to the intelligence agency and talks mad shit about how you keep getting. I said that too though. I really low key though. I swear to God, like she's a spy. I really think she is, though. Like, I'm 50-50. Borderline 60-40. Like, if this was the Fed odds, I'd be undecided, and then I'd have to wait till the next Fed minutes. There's a high chance that she's a spy. High chance that she is a spy. I don't know why the Swiss would want to spy on me, but it could be there. It could be possible. It's all fun and games till animal cages become the highest change year on year in the CPI. That'd be crazy. They do have animal products. I don't know how much animal products have gone on. I have not gone that deep into the report. Historical buildings, I do have some experience. They're kind of a bitch, but sometimes they could increase value, but you just can't remodel the outside. You could do anything to the guts of the property, but you just can't change the outside. That's it. But in certain areas, they're worth a lot of money. I had an old short interest on TRKA. I can't say K, I say key. But it was at like it was at 30%, I think. But that could be 7 days old. Oh, call real estate, baby. Amen. They're always there, bro. Shout out Toddler Trey. Shout out Adidas. That was a great call yesterday. That was a beauty to see. I love the 11 out of 11s. It's amazing. Very Kodak Black of you. Architect. I know it's TRKA. I can't say the K. The K as I say the K as a key. Yeah, real estate. Workout's been good. I did a couple sets of curls today for push-ups. So feeling good. TRKA. Your past doesn't define you. Thank you. It's good to know. It's good to know. Waiting for the drop. Argenix. Argenix names Gentex Massey. COO is Keith Wood set to retire. When SEP comes out, I'm going to go all in one direction or sell my house. I mean, quite frankly, I would wait till September if you're going to go that extreme. So I'm not even going to comment on making an extreme decision like that. But I think September, you have better odds at September SEP. Because whatever changes at this SEP, it'll be based off of this data, but it's still very early. Whereas September's SEP, that has a higher likelihood of, I think, moving things. Or maybe even June, every 3 months. Oh, we haven't looked at Tesla since the open. Yeah, that they're down 6. I think that kind of balances out with CRM's 12. AMD's insane. We sold out of Costco, but that's still moving. GitLab, I'm still in it, but I only have, 50 minutes now? That's enough time. And the market just holding this it's just borderline in squeeze pattern, but still kind of plagued by the past memories of Raul. Very interesting day. AMD's climbing up again. Jeez. Is AMD higher now than all those candles? AMD needs to get above 81.77. Pretty much AMD needs to go to $82, or it's still kind of risky. And I'm still in those. We're up now. That one flipped. We were down $2 a share. Now we're up $1 a share. Am I stupid if I buy Ape? I liked your idea. Look into it, but no. Again, would I say it's the best use of money? No. Do I think there's a lot of risk involved? Yes. Is it more complex? Yes. However, I like arbitrage trades because that way it's very black and white, and there is going to be a lot of specifics pertaining to that deal. But the idea with Ape and AMC right now, it has nothing to do with the real value of the company. All it has to do with is if that vote, pretty much if you think those voters are going to be dumb enough to let this go through, and depending on how the price moves in the meantime between March 14th or whatever the date is, there is that opportunity. Now, it will be risky, and the arbitrage window will close after the approval and everything, but it's an arbitrage play. So look into it. People are talking about it, but that's the way you make money on AMC right now. I don't know if I would do it, but it's very, very good. How does AMD become less risky the higher it goes? That's obviously very short-term thinking, but it shows people are actually willing to buy it at that price versus that price acting as kind of a limit in the short term. All based off momentum. It's not that deep. U.S. will announce another round of Ukraine aid on Friday. Let's go. That's what Kirby says. Yeah, Rita has been way too stable. But give it a week. Give it a week, maybe 3. Kind of like PRVB. PRVB was like that initially, and then it worked it up, but it was still like stable mixed in with sell-offs. Have you guys seen the Zelensky TV show? You should watch it. It's in Ukrainian, so you have to read subtitles. It's like watching anime, but like it's so trippy to watch because like he kind of like it's him. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's him acting as a president before he became the president. Do you realize how fucking crazy that is? So it's like it's very no, you should watch it. I get it. Some of you are like, no, fuck you. You took my tax money, mama. No, just I'm telling you, just watch it. It's a very I don't know if you're just interested in just like it's a very crazy. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. Like it's so trippy. No, it's crazy. You should watch it. You should watch it. It's like it's the wildest thing ever. Cause then next time you see him on the news, you're gonna trip out because you're like, dude, it's like it's like if Joe from You became president, and then you would look at him and be like, wait, who's he in love with right now? Oh wait, is he about? No wait, what's he about to? And you're like, wait a minute, this is weird. It's so weird, bro. It's so weird. TRK. I'm already tripping. You should watch it. You should watch it. Yeah, they said that one of the Ukrainian guys on like in government, he somehow bought he was paying like $20,000 a month for a crib. But that's it. That story went away quick. Yeah, Servant of the People is the show. I think it's on Netflix. AMD ready to move. I'm not going to trade Broadcom. I mean, if it has good earnings, we could probably make a play, but I don't have anything set in stone. All right, you're making the move towards the Tuesday levels here. I think you could watch the ES as a good example. I'm about to go green on that shit, man. 39.70, 39.78, then 39.80. 39.80 is the 50-day moving average. So hopefully you could see the visual here. These were the lows we spent on Tuesday. So now we are positive on the week. But man. 39.78, new high. My goodness. I have not sold any of my Snap. No, I've never. My last purchase on Snapchat was March 2020. I haven't purchased anything since 2020. I never sold anything except covered calls, and that's it. And same goes for a lot of names. Actually, no, Snap. I think I bought more Abivi before. That's insane, dude. Off of Bostic, I know. This one you should be buying. Well, we bought a lot. I mean, a lot of stuff's coming back now. We got Okta out. The Google's about to come out. Amazon's still struggling. I'm now about to be positive on that ES, which is insane. And then you're about to get to the other level. So I do want to close out the ES, but let's see how we get into the final 10 minutes now. But like I was saying, if we start breaking past those Thursday highs, it starts to get a little squeezy. But then the risk is data in the morning at like 5:30, or does that come out after the bell? Let's double check. Oh, good news for you. You have pre-market tomorrow. ISM doesn't come out till 30 minutes after the bell. But then you have Waller and the rest of the gang after. But what's his name is bullish as hell, though. Remember? Hold on. I don't think Waller's gonna say anything bearish, or I don't know what he. But what's his name is gonna parrot Bostic for sure. Harker. Harker's been the most bullish mother effer the last 7 weeks. I forgot about that. Harker has a good chance of harkering in with saying what Bozy said. Young Bozy. Kashkari, yeah, I don't know. I even Kashkari was bearish the other day. I blame you for calling bulls this week. I don't know, man. Even then, don't get mad at me. I feel like it just sucks because half of the week you're at the beginning of the week you're like, yeah, Josh, you're right. Second half, like 1 hour after Tuesday, you're like, oh, you're fucking wrong, Josh. And then yesterday, you're like, I don't even know, Josh. And you're like, you fucking suck, Josh. And now it's back up. And now you're like, you're right, Josh. I'm confused, Josh. So, let's just take it as it comes. Follow the calendar. And like I'm saying, we have more data tomorrow. And then at the very least, we know all of the money is coming into, next week's data. That's when we're really going to get it. So all I knew, and I know it was certainty, this week is dog shit compared to the next 3 weeks. So that's kind of the basis of it, but we'll find out. We'll find out on the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. As Josh called for a bullish week, traders were confused, only to be confused after it looked bearish and then turned bullish. Bostic surprised markets. Waller has not even spoke, and nobody knows who the fuck Kashkari is. On the next episode. Josh is my scapegoat of choice. Ah! Yo, bro. Why you gotta be so accurate with that statement, sir? That's fucked up, man. That's just like the reality of the situation, huh? That's crazy. Scapegoat of choice. Dude, that's nuts. Man, that's crazy. That's it, man. That's good. I feel like if you still scapegoating people, though, like you're kind of happy in life. If you think about it. Because it's like, because at one point you're just going to blame yourself for all the problems. But I don't know if you've reached that point of nihilism yet. So that's good, man. That's honestly, so even then, bro, if you still got scapegoats, like straight up, you still got hope, dog. You know that? It's not a healthy behavior, but you know what I'm saying? That's at least you didn't, like, that's straight. That's dope. Like, it's dope. At least you're not, like, beating yourself up over it. You know, that's good to see. That's good to see. That makes sense, though, right? You got a little bit of hope. You got a little bit of hope still because you're like, nah, I fucking did everything perfect. That guy sucks. I feel. Tax turns it in 2 weeks. Wow. On VIX, I care more about move. Move. Get out the way. Get out the way. Get out the way. Oh no. Rates cut. Bostic is a asshole. But okay, sorry. So move index is what I'd be watching because literally even look at the market. A lot of people were saying why we kept rallying. The secret volatility index underneath the surface, move. As bond volatility declined, the stock market went up. And you'll notice right as bond volatility returned, that is when we really started to drop. I mean, even then, bond volatility was moving and the bonds before the market. And sure enough, now we're kind of in that weird little middle there. Yeah, you got Logan, Bowman, and somebody else tomorrow. Luda. For a second, I thought you guys were calling out a stock ticker. That's how diluted I've become. Anything 3 or 4 letters, even if it's a real word, I think it's a stock. Yeah, I sold out of Costco. A little bit higher than where it's at now. And GitLab, that one's coming back here a little bit. We'll see. Marcus Hanlon. Let's go, baby. LIXT. Cancer treatment patient. Whoa, up 18%. Cancer penny stock. I guess it was just at $2. It was yesterday. There's reports of preclinical research in an article of the journal. The last 8K was a couple days ago. So I don't know how active that is, if that's new or not. Let's go. God bless you, Marcus. Marcus Hanlon. You have a very professional name, too. You know that? I feel like you could become an investment group just off of your name. Marcus Hanlon Investments. You're not sure where to put your money? Are you worried about volatility? That's why the traders at Marcus Hanlon, we take pride in knowing what you know that you don't know. By knowing what you don't know that you don't know, we know where it's better to put where you don't know. Call today and speak to one of the Marcus Hanlon advisors. We're waiting. And close. Yeah, it was up. It was only down $20 like 5 minutes ago. We know the unknown unknowns. Do you? Marcus Hanlon and Associates. What made the market turn around today? I mean, a lot of things. I'm trying to think of a funny way to explain it. But honestly, man, just blame Raphael Bostic. And this is the reverse day of that Jerome Powell or that Loretta Mester, James Bullard day, where they just fed comments out of left field, bro. Like straight up, just totally unwarranted and unexpected, just at such a time. He showed me what I don't know, but I wish I knew. I'm glad I know he knows what I don't. I handled everything through Hanlon and Hanlon by Hanlon for Hanlon. It was an amazing experience. Apple's hitting a high. And then the LXT, I haven't found anything on it. GitLab, let us go positive on that. And there you go. ES coming back. Again, watch move if you want something to watch over the next couple of days. Yeah, Costco's today. We did a pre-earnings flip. That was actually very, very nice. So run it. You haven't hit a new high yet, but you're about to, and we have about 30 minutes remaining, Chattadonia. 30 minutes remaining, and we're glad that you made it this far. Fed future odds have dropped about 5% since all of this fiasco with Raphael Bostic. AI, I don't know. It'll be good, but I feel like the thing about the AI stocks is that they have one thing to their advantage, and it's called guidance. So I don't expect them to do good in any normal capacity, but just like NVIDIA, they're going to talk about the future, and if they make any like material projections off of AI, then boom, there you go. People are going to focus on the guidance rather than the performance. SkyWest is killing it, 6.5%. The airlines come up. Oh, where are we on that UAL? GitLab, we're positive now. So I should have took that short at that price. We should have added to it. The UAL's coming back. GitLab. GitLab. You ain't know me like that. ES is break even. Oh, come on. So now I'm green on that. Now the decision is, do I go for 30 minutes of squeeze or do we just take it and now get out of the trap? I'm surprised none of these companies have done an offering yet. I know, right? Surprisingly, it's been NVIDIA. So I don't know. NVIDIA did the mixed shelf 39.80. This is the 50-day moving average. There is a lot of volume here, but if it gets through that, it'll be good. Marvel, I could get you the preview, but nobody's really asked for that one today. Are they reporting today? Marvel, no real analyst commentary. 29 buy targets, 3 holds, 0 sells. Average price target is $59.69. 31% from current price. Implied one-day move following earnings is 7.8. Adjusted EPS has beat or met in 11 of the last 12 quarters, and shares are down 30% versus the S&P down 8.1. And then no analyst comments on it, unfortunately. Dr. Squeeze is back. We'll find out. All of this is going to the best part for any of the bulls is you have at your pre-market doesn't have anything unless it's European or Asian news, which could also upset you. But at the same time now, the big U.S. data is going to be 15 minutes and then 30 minutes after the bell tomorrow. And then now you're 40 points off of the 200-day. You are now trading above the 50-day if you could get really above here. But for the most part, it's doing decent. And then dollars still low. Early market on close, 227 million to the sell side. So was that the bounce? It was. I mean, even like I talked about it yesterday. Just watch the like that futures, the 200-day correlated with the 39.60 very well. So we're kind of doing that little setup there, but You're just still barely above it. We're going to find out. We're going to find out very, very shortly. Texas Instruments on the high. I got 2 GitLabs up here. AMD still holding. Where's Costco? And there it is. We're up again. Wow. How much time we got? 30 minutes. All of this off Bostic. Yeah, man. Sadly. It was just the confluence of factors. It's very fun to say confluence if you haven't been able to do it. Day. Man, the ES still has a... Honestly, that kind of, though, this could just be a nice relief bounce because we're still kind of clapped, though, from Monday. Remember, Monday was a nice gap up, but the last 2 days weren't that good. So you're running up now. Now I have gains on the ES. I'm going to hold it here for a little bit. I do want to close it. That was my plan, was just get back up here, but we're going to see if we could push a little bit. And then Costco's running back up here. GitLab, we were just break even on that, or up on it. Now it's down a little bit. The bonds don't want to play along. They did enough in the beginning, but then they kind of were like, nah, y'all tripping. They're like, y'all can have that. That's fine with me. Greedy boy. Yeah, a little bit. But not, I mean, I did want to get out of it, but that now we have these other 2 things. I'm not going to like squeeze it, but I think we could get a little bit more, and then worst case scenario. I mean, now we've got to see how bad it could be, but I was getting nervous with the fucking 10-year at 4%. I'm like, man, did I really just double trap myself? But then again, ES moves so much slower than the NQ. The mult up to 40. Whoa. Chill, bro. Chill. Maybe 4,000. That's the gulag. That's just where we've been all week. That was the highs. Now you're still like near the lows, or I guess you're a little bit higher than Monday's close. This is Monday's close now. We've already recouped the other ones. So now it's just back to Chop City, man. 382, another high, 382.86. $41. I was like, yeah, man, 4,100. I was like, chill, dog, chill. NVIDIA, did AMD go up? High taker's running. Meta is now playing along. You're up almost 1%. Ahmed, you're like 1.2% off, bro. And you got 25 minutes, Ahmed. I don't know, Ahmed. Shit, Ahmed might come back, bro. Ahmed might come back. I don't know, man. This is disgusting. I can't believe it's off of Bostic. Off of damn bot. But he said the P word. He said the P word, man. And there's a lot of sells up here. So if these get, we could calm down. But then if it does go past there, it will get a little stupid. And then Costco earnings might be able to move. Look at these 2. There's blocks. They're just spacing out the blocks there on the sell. Yes, he is non-voting. But remember, Loretta Mestard and Bullard were both non-voters, and they brought the market down 2.5%, 3%. So that's the balance with all of it. And then now, no matter what, none of this means anything because tomorrow's data is either going to rug you or that's going to get you back up to any of the earlier levels here. Is that a new high? It's weird. It looks like it's fighting, but it is actually holding pretty decent. And then you have 24 minutes left, 3983. That's a new high there. High taker's still going. China names. There's AMD. GitLab is not playing. Where's Amazon? Oh, even Amazon's playing. Amazon was tweaking out earlier, bro. That's insane, Habibi. That is insane. I sold out of Costco. We got like $6 a share. Very, very good gain for pre-earnings, but I'm out of it now. Dated tomorrow, yeah. But then you're also going to, let me see what we have on the international schedule, because that's the only thing that's going to move you in the morning. Let's see. So you're going to get a bunch of stuff tonight. China PMIs. Oh, China service. Yeah, you're going to have a lot tonight. Low key, we could react to China news tonight. The Caxton services, PMI, even Indian numbers. And then in the morning, you're going to get Germany trade, France PMI. So everybody's going to be in the morning. You're going to get a lot of global PMIs from Europe and everywhere. And then EU PPI, and then Brazil, and then that's it. But China tonight. So China tonight is going to be one of those. Now you're 39.87, still another high. Let's see, if you get to 39.99, I mean, that's another 10 points in 13 minutes here, 23 minutes. That would be where we sold off from Monday. And now you're like 5 points away from the open of Monday. Aye. What about the CME is still halted? Technically, nobody has those trader reports yet. And then Amazon now. Bonds are trying to get in on this. Is dollar lower? Man, we're up with the dollar up. The dollar is starting to get clapped here a little bit. Yeah, PMI Purchase Managers Index. Dude, Squeeze City is here. 39.89. Oh, my gosh. Now it's getting just violent there. There's nothing above it. I mean, you're going to get a bunch of red orders here, but for now, you haven't had the big dump. The futures are closer to 4,000 than not. Yeah, so China numbers, if that comes in hot, that's going to get people excited until you get the other shit. 3M went green. Even watch out for Tesla. There's AMD now. No rug pull. You're going to get one. Is this Rico's shift? No, that was Raul. Yeah, this was Rico. That's it, bro. Bostic beat up Raul. Dude, Bostic just like, hey, Raul, let me talk to you. Let me talk to you for a minute. And Raul was very eager to speak to him because Raul was like, what the hell is this guy going to do? And then Bostic just came. We're going to pause in the summer. You're like, what? How did we? Like, that was bad, dude. That was bad. I don't know how I feel about it. Again, I'm telling you, I was worried in the morning there with everything. It's nice that I got, like, out of this little ES trap, and now we got some gains on it. But, like, shit, dude. That was just disgusting. I know, and then after Bostic beat up Raul, Dan Loeb just came in and, like, threw in a kick on the ground and then ran away. And then GitLab was like, we're raising prices, and then threw in another, like, bro, honestly, Raul got jumped. That's it, bro. Raul was looking like top dog right there, and then he just got jumped. So let's see here. You might get one of these fat flushes. 10-minute rigged is going to be fascinating. Oh, there's all the volume that came in, huh? Oh, now you guys wanted to show up. Okay, you just let it squeeze up like 10 easy points real quick, and we're just like, okay. It's weird. Today was looking like a low-volume day. Now all of a sudden, You actually have volume. Let's see. I might wait till China open tonight, low key. I want to sell the ES. I like $500 profit. That's nice, especially after being down $2,000. But I think China is just going to be rigged. That's like China is going to do good, especially before NPC. And then as long as, and then I don't know, sell before 2 a.m. tomorrow morning, because then that's when ECB numbers come in. And then that would kind of be it. So I might hold that one overnight. We'll see. Unless, or if they give me $1,000 today, I'll take out. You give me $1,000 in 15 minutes, you got a deal. If not, I wait tomorrow. Original 4,000 is coming into fruition. I can't believe it. Honestly, bro, I mean, you know, they had us in the first half. That's all I feel about calling out this week in this way, you know, and I understand too, because, like, you know, imagine how frustrating it is for everybody. We're right in the damn middle now, but it's just like this has been tricky for everybody, and I think everyone's kind of jumping to like what's the conclusion, this, that, the perception, but it's just like you see it, man. It's just like it looked very right at some parts of the week. The other half of the week, it looked very wrong, and then you see how it could change in 1 hour. So, you know, just I hope you could learn from what I've called, in the sense that this is all, I'm following a schedule. I'm following the macro of all of it. It's not even like really long-term macro, but it's just keeping in mind, what the market's been responding to, what has been important, and understanding how this week just didn't have the same things as last week. You know, again, your gain is you're moving more off of Bostic making a comment that is borderline what he's probably said in the last couple of weeks, even though the pause was kind of from left field, you know what I'm saying? But you're moving more than a 10-year record on Chinese PMIs. So, take it as it comes. 3,990. It's because of the 200-day. There's a lot of things that have happened. Because remember, we hit the 200-day the other day. We hit the 200-day yesterday, and then we gapped down 30 points below it. So now we were up there, but it was just I think it was the bonds and the Fed futures calming down a little bit, and now Bostic kind of bringing in a counterbalance. And then a lot of sentiment was getting really bearish, and then, ripe for any sort of squeeze. There you go, coming back down. All the way back to yesterday. Well, that's 39.70. And now we are back into Tuesday. We're at like the midpoint of Tuesday when we're above Monday's close. Well, you're coming back down. 15 minutes remaining. I'm not playing Costco. We already sold out. We got a nice bag leading into it. So I take it, I take it. Costco earnings, I think they're positioned like Palo Alto Networks, if you were here in the last week, where analysts are kind of expecting a conservative earnings. However, there is some room for upside, so they could pleasantly surprise to the upside. However, a little bit of downside I don't think is going to scare people too much. AMD, yeah, AMD's looking good. We sold out the Costco. We got the GitLab. What was the other one? Rita. Okta came up. That's good. Margins for Costco are important, yeah. And people are worried about the shift to, like, consumer goods. I'm ready, yo. Rug pull. 39. UHS is dumping. I've seen that twice now. Universal. Didn't we see another health company just die? I think what they are doing is trading Fed Bostic's run up. Nah. I mean, maybe Bostic still has a bag on the bonds, but I think they're trying to just balance out I think they're trying to balance out the market from getting too hawkish on the expectations. That's, I mean, you know, we could bring, it sucks because so many things happen. Bonds hit 4%, dollar reacting to China, 50-day moving average, 200-day move. Like, think about it. You could choose whatever you want right here. But then what else happened yesterday? Yesterday was the first time that the bond market priced in 5.5 terminal rate, which is 0.25% higher than anybody on the Fed. That was not consensus. So there's only 4 people on the Fed whose dot plot was 5.5. So think about this. Even if the Fed wanted to listen to the market now, what would end up happening at 5.5? If they've revised the median dot plot to 5.5 instead of 5.17, 5.2, what does that mean? Like, think about it. It means something very obvious. Even in, it's funny. It's kind of ironically funny. Well, 6 is what I'm worried about. That's like being, you know, fearful. Remember, this is what I'm talking about. There's only 5 people who have priced in on the Fed 5.5, where now the market is at. Whereas, 10 other people, 15 people, 12 people were like, yeah, it's going to be 5.2. So I don't think they want the market more bearish than that because guess what? It means they were still wrong. And then now they're revising it, but I think the Fed would get way better credibility by staying exactly where they've been letting you know for 4 to 5 months now. So I think that's the only justification as to why I think my guy would say that, and then let the data kind of balancing out. But you got to realize, even if it's lower than the dot plot or if it's higher than the dot plot, either way the Fed isn't correct and they've been wrong. So I think they're going to try to get everybody into the sweet spot where they could be like, well, look, you know, we told you it was, you know, it's going up, and you know, this is what we expected. So there you go. Well, 30 seconds until the 10-minute rigged. What is that? UHS still dying? So good luck, chat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. High tick is going off to the lead there. 30-second momentum's going. It looks like the 1 minute trailing behind. The futures are taking a drop. There's no bids in sight. Every single buyer has left the building right now here on the 10-minute rig. You got about 11 seconds in. It looks like the low ticker velocity is starting to pick up here. A couple of bids are now returning to the futures, and the book map is highlighting it. The low ticker is still barely moving there. They had a little bit of a jump there, but the high ticker is still holding dominance right now. It's been about 30 seconds here into the 10-minute rig as everybody's finalizing their trades. They're bringing it home right now. It looks like it's going a little bit lower. This is the first new low here that they've set in the last 15 minutes. Oh, the low ticker is getting some steam, but the travel stocks have something to say about that. They're moving here on the high ticker. Even Architect is getting involved with it again. They're holding up that velocity. The Bulls are not letting this one go here, but the Bears have something to prove right now. Going in here, it's been about 49 seconds, 50. Oh, the bids are piling in. It looks like the first jump and the first pop here off of the snap here is going down to the downside. 39.85.75 on the futures. They're making a move, but the high ticker still getting some of that 30-second velocity, but the low ticker is now gaining steam. They've made up about half of that velocity right there, and they're making the move here. Oh, yeah. That's about 1 minute of 10-minute rigged. You're going down now. 2 candles down. Mm-hmm. Rahul. We need 7.5 hours of that. I'll try that tomorrow. Let's see how long we could go. That was good. I liked it. That was fun. That was just a minute. That felt like a very long minute right there. AMD, everything's taking one. Looks like the low ticket is coming back here with dominance, even though the velocity doesn't look like that. The point value on the scoreboard is tremendous here. The Bulls still got to be able to fight here. This is phenomenal. Let's say then they're nowhere near midfield right now, but if they can make an advance here off of this defensive play, it could be very good for the Bulls. But the Bears, oh man, or the Bears, excuse me, well, what is that? Wait, what? What? Has this ever? I'm about to short circuit. What is happening? A double peach? Bro, Bradley Frizzle in the second peach? The fuck is this? Oh my gosh. This is weird. Dude, this is weird. Bro, has this ever happened before? On March 2nd? Has this ever occurred before? I don't think we've ever had this now. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What is this? What is this? That is an additional peach. Holy crap, Peach Nation. How do you feel right now? Is this this is a peach overload. Oh my gosh, inflation peach, huh? Oh man. Oh, that's 100% more than normal. Okay, this is gonna I don't know how the bonds are gonna take that. UHS is dropping still. Market coming down. Where's GitLab? Damn it, bro. I want to flip out of this shit. What are we doing? We got $20. Come on, GitLab. Get low. The vibes are there. I don't know. Shout out to the chat, babe. I do this. Is that a warning sign? What does that mean now? I feel like 30% of the chads. I'm like, what does this mean? What the hell does this? I don't know what this peach means, bro. He said he's feeling the vibes, bro. But all I know is that, oh my God, what does that even mean, bro? This is amazing. 938 million to the sell side. Who even has that much money? What are you talking about? It's honestly been a pretty bad 10-minute rigged. We'll watch the final 5 straight up here. You've dropped, what, like 7 points, give or take, 5? Depends on where you're at on the candle. Novartis on the high, NVS. Let's see. Novartis. 2.5. Yep, going. I went negative on my ES now, man. Should have just taken my 500. Just welcome to trading life, man. Welcome to trading life. Novartis is popping. UHS getting dumped. Verisic, VRSK, and Packer on the high. Raul Peach. Dude, it's weird. I can't believe that happened. 2, man. 35 months, baby. 35 months. Put it in. That's work. Man, what a day. And then did 3M, we said that went up. Bro, if GitLab could just sell off here, that'd be great because they're putting me in a real difficult spot here. Yeah, 3M recovered. Dude, 3M, be on the lookout for news between today and tomorrow. Oh, I almost missed the landing. Well, get ready. Final 5, bro. Final 5. Oh, we already missed Final 5. Final 5 turned into bounce. And there you go. The Bulls are off to a running start here now. It looks like the Bears are retreating. They look like they were making an advance on the defensive move. Now the high ticker is unstoppable. 30-second velocity, almost tripling. It's trouncing any sort of negative activity on the low ticker. Surprisingly, the scoreboard is not moving too much. I got a couple orders here. They're trying to wage a defensive stand here, but I don't know if it's going to work here. The Bulls keep bringing it back here. A lot of healthcare is starting to move now. Even your random short squeeze plays are moving. You're making a slight advance here. Bulls are still definitely off of their back foot from earlier, but the defense, I don't know if they're going to be able to withhold this. They're going to have 3 minutes of pain here leading into the China data tomorrow. We're going to find out, but wow, remarkably, the Bulls are making their stand. They're letting the growling be felt here with the talons and claws of the Hawks and Bears alike here. This is amazing here. It's bringing it down a little bit more here, but the Bulls, they're definitely bringing the velocity here, and they have been for the last 5 minutes. We're going to see how this holds up here, but Chattadonia, you don't have much time, so you're going to have to bring it home here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 58 degrees and sunny, looking like a good day, unless you are in the Silvergate building out there in La Jolla, California. It looks like it's on fire, but don't worry about that. Should be a good Friday there and confuse everybody to shit, but we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Cold Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Talk about a shit show, huh? Talk about a shit show. There it is. Oh, man. BZs, baby. So, you ain't never gifted nothing but the 10s? Oh, man. God bless you, bro. God bless you. Show 'em, man. They ain't gift you, but you gifting them, man. Let's get it. Let's get it, baby. God bless you. Let's go. Go Bulls. Oh, Alan McCombs. He's calling his team. Alan McCombs with the Bull jersey. Not much time remaining here. This is definitely going to set up here for a draw coming into the final Friday here of the week before we get into CPI and non-farms, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a wild one, but I hope you're ready. I hope you're prepared, and I hope you're ready to bring it home here because now this game is looking like it's going into overtime here for Friday. So we're going to have a 7-hour break, and then we will return and 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time to bring it home. You don't have much time left. You better speak now or forever hold your peace. What are you going to do? What are you going to do is the moment. This is your time right now, and you got to finalize it. You got to finalize it. Not much time, 15 seconds. Oh, we got $10 on GitLab. Is it there? Oh, $2. Damn it. Hold on. What's it going to close at if I close it there? 39. 50. Wait. Oh, GitLab's scamming me. All right, made $4 on GitLab. Fuck yeah. Ding 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 ding. Oh, let's go, baby. Ah, wow. Wow, we did it, we made it, we did it, we made it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what a wild day, what a wild week. Next week gets crazier. I need my GG. Let's go. You got a bunch of data on the way tomorrow, too. Good game, Chad. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody who contributed, shout out to you, baby. Way to stay in the game. Good game, baby. All the laggers, all the lurkers, all the lovers. Don't be shy now. I need a GG if you made it this far. Let's go. All the members, all the non-members, all the stream alerts, all the gifters, spreading the joy. Let's go. Good game. Everybody in the game. Anybody who wasn't entitled to an answer, and let the market come to them. Let's go, baby. Good game. That's how you play. I see you too. Let's go, Twitch. Bearish or bullish, it don't matter. You got this, baby. What's up, man? Good game. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Good game. Let's go. Amen. What a day. Get ready for tomorrow. You got data. That's how you play. Everyone got like opinions and thoughts, but they don't mean a lot. And my money on stocks, I can show you the top. Every bottom my pop, both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's go, baby. Oh, is that the Lil Wayne song coming up next? Yeah, Chad, that's the day, man. Let's go. GG. What a fucking wild day, man. Oh, yeah, I got to put out the stream alert. I closed out a GitLab for $4. So that was fun. You know what I'm saying? I could have done the average would have hooked me up if I took it. I was just trying to get greedy and get a better price, but no. And then where's Costco? Oh, Waller. Oh shit. Policymakers must remain data dependent. He says recent strong data might be a blip. Hold on, Waller. That's kind of bullish. Let's see. Or recent strong, what does he mean, recent strong data? Is he talking about data that's strong for inflation or the inflation that has came down? Oh, man, I don't know. Waller, we might, you guys, do you want to listen to him live instead of earnings? I could take a poop and put him in the background if you would like. I don't see him on the schedule anymore for some reason, though. Oh, fuck. You have Bostic tomorrow morning, too. Yeah, is he talking about the jobs data or what? But initially, I mean, it reads as bullish if he's saying that the strong data, if he's saying that this little bounce back. I can't find Waller, though. He says if data comes in hot, we may need to raise rates even more. Bullard is not, I think Bullard's tomorrow, actually. Let's see. I'm waiting on any other ones. Oh, man. They're going full data dependent. But let's see. I mean, you just want to watch if they say what what's-his-name says. If they say what Bostic said, anything related to pause, anything of that nature is just hideous. Or if they really allude to, what's it called? If they allude to 25 basis points, then there you go. Berkshire, oh, I thought Berkshire Hills files a mixed filing. Where's Costco? Marvel running, they might be. All I care about, Costco's the only thing that matters, bro. Costco is going to be the one related to the consumer stocks. And then Waller right now, his comments, it's a slight bullish tilt, but then borderline data dependent. He said optimism. It's enough for me. I thought it was Kashkari. Kashkari's tonight at 6. Fed Waller, excessively tight labor market complicates the path forward. Okay. Hewitt Packard raises guidance. Dell came out too. Dell beat adjusted earnings, EPS, and they guided up revenue. I think, or no, their revenue came in $2 billion above. Dell did good. Dell is killing it, and then HP did good. Vertex sees the same guidance. Veru, FDA stated that despite the FDA declining, the FDA remains committed to working with for sabasabazaluin. VMware, 3.7 billion. Estimate was 3.6. They got buyout type beat. And then Costco hasn't came out yet. 15 minutes. I don't know. Do we wait for Costco or what? I kind of got to poop a little bit. But, Chad, we had a lot going on there. But I love you. Thank you for being here, man. Let me just tell you how appreciative I am before we do anything. Thank you for being here. I hope you had fun today. I hope you learned something. I hope you've been on game with the market. You know, we've tried our best with everything. And even then, I hope you realize how difficult it is because, I mean, just take a look at the market, man, for how we expected this week to play out, for how it's moved day by day, and for us to kind of literally be right in the middle, you know. It's a very, very wild week. I hope you guys have been learning, and I hope you've been staying in touch with all of it. It's always a fun game. I hope you got that 10% in that long term too. But for real, if you came out today, showed any love, gave us a minute of your time, I really hope that you got something out of it, and I thank you for the opportunity because it is always a joy. And for real, man, if you just show love on a day in, day out basis, man, we love you, man. I love you, man. You know that? That's it. I know we all got love for each other, and I hope you know it's always appreciated, man, and it's just a total joy. And I hope you had another good day, man. So let's keep going. March is about to be crazy. And that's it, man. That's it. So thank you guys once again. God bless the cult, all the members, all the non-members, the stream alerts, anybody else. If you watching the watch list, you a real one, too. Staying in the game, baby. You already know the vibes. Everybody on the stream alerts, you know the vibes. Even if you got the long term, everybody could get involved, dogs. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me, man. Hey, man, we love y'all. Check it out, though. Second link for the watch list. First link for the stream alerts. Third link for that membership badge. Shout out to the members. All the gifts, too, baby. BZ, Edgar, Caesar. I know I'm missing a couple. The Peach, baby. Everything. We love it, man. We love it. So thank you and God bless you. Costco is not out yet. I'm waiting on my scanner. Marvel falls 6% after earnings, but let me just get through this. Check out the merch if you like. Check out all the other channels, Cold Real Estate, Cold Callers, Cold Music. Follow me on Instagram, baby. That's the private account so that you don't get followed by any of the other ones. You know what I'm saying? Just follow me. I might go live on the gym today, so I don't know if you want to work out with me. I could be one of those people who films people at the gym. You know what I'm saying? That could be fun. That could be fun. You know, maybe I'll film the one guy. I'll be like, it's my homie. You guys remember? Yeah, that's my homie, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, no? Okay, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. But I love you, Chad. God bless you. Check out the Instagram, how option pricing works, how to set up the long term. And then finally, baby. Amen, 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 amen. Okay, listen, Chad. It's the prayer request wall. If you could do me a favor and send me out a prayer, I would appreciate it. But I'm praying for you, man, and this is what me and my mom do. We love it, and I know we have a nice culture here where I know a lot of people are praying for everybody, man, and sometimes you could tell, oh, dude. Riot delays 10K filing. Riot is delaying 10K filing. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Are you kidding me? Should we try it? What's it at? What's it at? What's it at? Oh. Boo! I can't even short it. I can't even short it. Why? Let me short it. Why? What do you mean? I have hard to borrow on. Is not available. If you want to try to locate it, please call our trade desk. Boo! I had 1,000. I was gonna short 1,000 shares on that. Damn it! Damn it! I think they already got killed. Yeah, they got some. They got, bro. Something's going on. Issue with method of calculating Bitcoin impairment. Oh, bro, you gotta call them. Damn. Damn, bro. No, something's. Bruh, I want to short Ethereum again. I need to do like 10 of the mini ones. I can't do the big one again. I don't want to deal with those problems. Short Beto? Nah, I mean, this is just with these companies, but, bro, something, they got a problem. I don't want to call them. I don't have time for that shit. What do I look like? You think I'm that? And then by the time I call it, it'll be down 3% more. Everybody bearish. Not even that. It's just something's going on with crypto. I mean, you don't think it's weird? Oh, Nordstrom's guide's up. They lowered the bottom end of their range, but then they raised the top end. Check Nordy's. Nordy's is moving off of that. Oh, and Nordstrom. I forgot. Didn't Nordstrom's have what's his name? The fuck is that? Nordstrom's had your one boy. All right. I top tick Nordstrom's, but I did it with 500 shares. I like that upside. I got scammed, though. I bought 500 shares in Nordstrom's at 2026. So I'm already down 130 bucks because they hate my life. Charge point crash. But no, I like Nordstrom's for tomorrow. Macy's, remember, Macy's did 12. They just guided up there on the range. You're going to get all the other old hype there. They see full year revenue -4 to -6. 74 EPS. Consensus was 66. AI, is it moving? CP3, what did they do? 6% loss. Estimate was 22%. Oh, they're running up? Damn. Costco earnings are waiting for it. It's not out yet. AI. Oh, I had that 19 on there. So then I just made Nordstrom's. I'm just going off of Macy's and then guiding up there. They say SG&A expenses $1.3 billion. They see pre-tax charges $300 to $500 million. And then AI looks like they beat. Revenue came in slightly in line, but EPS beat by a lot. And then they guided up on revenue. So you get the little AI hype, Habibi. Marvel. Yeah, give me a second. Marvel non-GAAP EPS misses by 1 cent. Revenue beats. And then I don't know if they have any guidance. Charge point dying. I haven't checked. I guess now we're checking all the earnings. What was I saying before that, though? Was I telling y'all we had to? I telling you how much I love you. CP3 jumps after revenue outlooks tops estimate. And then AI still going. Charge point, they guided down 122 to 133 million. Estimate was 154. Revenue came in 152. Estimate was 165. Waller, I don't think we've had any more comments. Starbucks, Schultz isn't the right witness for Senate hearing. A lot of things after hours here. What time? Oh, wow, shit, 40. Man, it's already been 15 minutes. I thought we would be able to philo until. But charge point's dying, but Costco's about to come out in a minute. So get ready for that. So AI's up. Slight beat. They did good. I top tick Nordstrom's. I think that'll be a good one for tomorrow. Broadcom, did they come out yet? Defendants accused of selling U.S. arrests illegally, Americans illegally exporting technology to Russia. So Costco, get ready. Oh, Costco pop. Revenue 55.2. Estimate was 55.8. Comp sales excluding Forex 5.8. Estimate was 5.5. So they beat on margins. EPS 3.3 versus 3.20. Looks like they beat right now. No guidance yet. They give that later, but yeah, Costco's good for now. It sucked. It made most of the move already. Unless it's really going to run, it's kind of slower. But let's see what happens over here. Yeah, comp sales. The margins beat. Comp sales fell, but a lot of people like the margins. Total comp sales, including gas, 5.2. Estimate was 5.27. And then you said Broadcom's out. Yes, is positive. Yes, it was positive $500 at the top today. I think I'm going to play this. I'm going to probably sell out at like 6 p.m. Maybe by the time we have the watch list, maybe after, I'll give you an update. Broadcom, EPS 1033, estimate 1016, net revenue 8.92, estimate was 9, or 8.9. Costco, EPS beats, sales miss, and there you go. So they're saying, I thought revenue beat. Oh no, 55.2 versus 55.58. The Fed's Christopher Waller favors raising rates even more than his current outlook if indicators come in hotter than expected. So that's the headline coming from Waller. Oh, there's Nordstrom's destroying my family. Bye-bye. Costco might be able to hold. Broadcom guided. AI's killing it. Let me see. Oh, there's Broadcom. Now he wake up. Yeah, Broadcom, first quarter EPS beats, sales miss. See, second quarter revenue approximately 8.7. Consensus was 8.59. So that's good. About 100 million more. And then above 600 is the party. Yeah, Costco came back down. So did Nordstrom's. I think I'll wait till tomorrow to buy the dip on that or not. But I'm hoping it just does a Macy's. That would be nice if we could do a Macy's. AI path on the high. AI's going crazy, actually. Costco is red. Wow. How is AI the only one up? I guess Broadcom's still holding. Costco, 479. You don't have any guidance from them, though. Actually, do they even give guidance still? I feel like every Costco earnings we do this. And then Broadcom's decent, 2%. And remember, those Fed Waller comments, the headline is getting interpreted. And then you have the bad riot news after hours. 398 foul. Yeah, the futures are kind of staying pinned. They're not doing. Oh, look at how lonely it is out here. So lonely. Oh my gosh. Why you do this to me, Nordstrom? Price target. I don't have AI. I have sound. Not too bad. Not too bad. Okay. That's it, man. That's it. That's it, man. Okay. Well, Chad, you need something now. You know what it rhymes with? It rhymes with Frunkel. No? Does that make no? Does that make sense? No? Frunkel? Okay. Run it, baby.
2020, baby.
I'll be on beat.
Yeah. Got the color, got the put. I can make the money both ways. Always. I can buy the whole chain. Go away. Got a lot of love and throw it on shit. No games, more change. I just made my own band. Probably trading stats where you still at the snoring. Morning, scoring. I'm just bringing more in. Hitching the DeLorean, sourcing. You could throw your own in. Drop it like a ball when you holding. I'm shorting. Skinny motherfucker, but I'm eating. Seeking, scheming. I get paid for sleeping, dreaming. Hating for no reason, you a demon. Leeching, heating. Wishing you could be me, ain't easy. I told you I'ma do this, don't forget this shit a marathon. You make a move but stay in the same place, your West a Peloton. Make 100 off a phone call, now that's a telethon. Benjamin's, Jefferson, YOLO to a ghetto spread. Yeah, you know I've been that. Who's been like a Trinidad? I'm moving like a president, can kill me like a Kennedy. I'm trying to be a better me, but they just keep on tempting me. Release the demon, set him free, he come back, bring me 50 G's. Nowadays it's hella smoke, game like I'm from Babylon. My capital got stamina, I wrap it up in lamina. Talking in new blabbering, but I'm not understanding, bro. You hating and complaining, but you still watching the channel, bro. I do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. Do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. Chicago.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Chatadonia. Oh. How you living, bro? How you living? Yeah, it's PHILO time, man. Honestly, I like it. You know, got busy schedules, working on a lot. I even have a crazy idea, and maybe we could maybe start tomorrow. I'll share it with you. But yeah, man, some after hours PHILO. I know some of you have missed it throughout the day, but then again, I also get to see who's really been involved. You know what I'm saying? It's very, very good. But Chad, we are now 3 months into the year. And you know what I remember 4 months in the last year, I kept telling you something about 3 to 4 months into 2022. I don't know if you remember it. It went something like, defense, defense, defense. You remember we had talks about like saving money. You guys remember when I told you to look like through your bank accounts and not to see how much money you had, but to see like where you were actually spending your money and making a budget. And, you know, and then like 4 or 5 months later, it just turned, or maybe 6 months later, we turned it into hardcore 10%. You know what I'm saying? Does that sound familiar? I hope it does. It's very important. But now, 3 months into this year, and you know, it's an honor to have another year. I hope you feel the same way. I'm glad. Honestly, it's a blessing that some of y'all even feel me on this. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're new. You know, I don't know when you get in, when you get out, all of that. But it is a blessing that some of you actually can remember these. And I really hope they do stay with you. And I hope you do see the timing of how all of it is. And I hope you could give yourself these gentle reminders to just be in the game, man, and constantly evolving, growing, adjusting with all of that. It's very important. But now, as we start this one, this quarter, I think I got a good reminder for you. And I'm not going to tell you to save your money and budget. And you know why I'm not going to tell you that? Because you should be doing that already. And I hope that you can actually make that an effort. It is something we have talked about recently. And you see how things are. You know what I'm saying? You see how things play out. Sometimes it looks like the best decision, the worst decision. And that's where I hope you guys are mature enough and realize that if something's a good decision, if you just keep doing it, it doesn't matter what the environment looks like, you're going to be good to go. So saving money, having a budget, it doesn't matter if the market is going crazy or if the market is selling off insanity. A good decision is a good decision. But now, what I want to tell you today is your habits. Yikes. So listen, I'll put me up there first. I'll stand before you. And I will tell you, I don't even think I am qualified to even give you this PHILO. Why? Because I myself, after running this test and looking at it a little bit more closer, I've realized I still do have my own bad habits. And I think all of us have a lot of bad habits. So I'm just saying, if I could, again, the mirror always comes up here. But yes, oh my gosh, habits are key. And that's your quarterly reminder here. That's how I'm starting off this year. 3 months into it, I want everybody to have just a quick checkup on your habits. Really, what are your good habits? What are your bad habits? What is the habit that is stopping you from literally getting everything you want? You know what I'm saying? What is the habit that is keeping you down? Oh, come on. Is this on? I hope you feel me, Chad. I hope you feel me. And I say this very humbly because I know I have a lot of habits that I need to work on. And that's why I'm like, man, it's a bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, it's not a bitch if you don't realize it. I'll tell you that much. That's why they say ignorance is bliss. For real, because, that's why I was like, it's funny because remember that somebody said it today. They made that joke. They made that scapegoat joke. And I thought it was really funny. And then I thought it was a really funny joke that I was like, damn, bro, like, you still got hope if you're living life right now and like you just blame everybody. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have no way to like look. You're not even like, oh, maybe I'm the problem or maybe I did it. Like, if you have not done that at that, I'm like, God bless you. You still got a lot of hope in life. You know what I'm saying? Like, you really got a lot of hope in life then, because at the end of the day, man, it's like, yo, it's like, nah, you might, once you realize your habits and you kind of realize a lot of what you've been doing in certain areas, it's very easy to, I wouldn't want you to blame yourself first, but hopefully you have the awareness to do both sides. But that's all I'm saying with this habit thing, man, is like, it's a bitch. And if you haven't taken the time to like really and see what your good and bad habits are, even if you've developed good habits, I say this as somebody, it's not as if like, I think I've developed good habits in my life. I have good habits. I could wake up early. I could be here every day. There's some things with money and business. I don't have the same bad habits, and I still have some bad habits that exist. But, the problem is you could actually do good at building your habits, but then you could kind of fall back from it a little bit. I don't know if, again, is this on? Do you hear me? Because I know, I think this should be relatable to a lot of people, because I don't think I'm talking to people. I don't think I'm talking to a bunch of scoundrels who have never developed any good habits. I think a lot of people, you guys would probably relate to me, where it's like, shit, better than average. I would very well argue, if not definitely top tier. And you know better. You've done better. You've learned better. You've consumed more than the average. You have, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you actually know what a good and bad habit probably is. You've probably made this checkup a couple of years ago, a couple of months ago, God knows when, right? But it's not like, it's not like unfortunately, you're not immune, is what I'm trying to tell you. And why? Because I could speak from experience. So to start off this quarter, man, and I hope we bring this to the rest of the year, I think habits are going to be very, very crucial. Because last year, things are changing. I hope you guys are saving. I hope you're budgeting. And ironically enough, those are both habits, right? But I really think this year, whether it's good or bad, whether it's up or down, no matter what it ends up with, man, your habits are going to be what's going to save you. Your habits are what you are going to rely upon. And honestly, though, your habits are going to keep you from staying in any hole that you have brought yourself into, even if you came from good habits or bad habits. That's the beauty of it, is I think habits will get you out of a hole, or a habit will keep you in a hole. Do y'all feel me on this or nah? I think it's on. I hope it's on. So that's all it is. That's the PHILO. And I've told you this before. I've given you the reminder, the atomic rhythm. You remember, what I'm saying, how the world works. Sometimes, like, you need your rhythm disrupted. You need sometimes, and it sucks, man, because, like, me and God, I'm talking with God about this a lot, because I'm like, damn it, bro, I know I could work better on habits. But then I'm like, I'm a type of stubborn-ass piece of shit where I only respond when my rhythm gets disrupted heavily, to the point where that's the only way the rhythm can change. That's why they do give you that cliche shit when things go bad, and they're like, it's a blessing in disguise. It's like, can I get one not in disguise? But it's like, for real, the atomic rhythm. You upset the rhythm. Sometimes that's your only opportunity to change a bad habit. Or sometimes you go through something and then the rhythm is disrupted and now, boom, your good habits go out the door. So that's what I'm here to tell y'all, is just watch out for it. And I hope you could build your own rhythm right now and understand that if you get good habits, you are going to be getting into a good atomic rhythm. You're going to watch. That's the whole good attracts good. Object in motion stays in motion. It's all part of a rhythm, man. And a rhythm is a habit. So let's get this in check for this year. Are you with me? It sucks because I even say it, man. I was like, even then, we remember in the beginning of this year too, towards the end, like even then, it's only been 3 months, but like I was like, watch out. We were listening to the politics and then we start reacting, and it's like, no, that was a bad habit. So it's like you got to watch out. But I hope we could all build up a good rhythm, man, to take us through the year and really focus on the good habits that we need to take us to the right place. And it's funny because I'm just like summarizing PHILOs that I've given you in the past. If you haven't realized it by this point, and it goes back to another PHILO, man. I told you this, I think this one was like 6 months ago, but don't expect a blessing on a dysfunctional system. Yikes. So that's what this is word to. This is why the habits are so important. You know what I'm saying? Like, you need to use these opportunities when the rhythm gets disrupted, or when maybe you could just take control of it and just get in there, bro, and really be able to say, no, this is bad for me. This is good for me. I need to change this. I need to do this. This is what I need to be focusing on. And like, for real, I hope you use that as the opportunity, because it's very simple. Why are you sitting around there hoping that a system that is dysfunctional gets blessed? I don't want to target anybody, and I hate to, because, and I understand how it feels sometimes, but it's just like, think about it. Like, don't expect anything financially to change if every time you get money, it goes to a gamble. Simple as that. That is a dysfunctional system. If that system has not now over a couple of years produced you something there, it's like you can't keep feeding that and expecting I'm going to get blessed one day if I pray to God, if I click my heels 3 times, if I do this, I do that. It's like, no. Maybe this is the world, the rhythm, God, whatever you want to call it. Maybe it's the opportunity to change it so that you can actually get blessed by using that as an opportunity to really grow, right? There's a lot of things, don't expect to be mean to people, you know what I'm saying, and get blessed by being mean to people when that is not, when it's only gotten you into fights, arguments. I could go down the list, right? It's the same thing. So maybe this is the opportunity to make a shift in that rhythm. So this all goes down to the habits, man, and this is all the stuff that I've told you. And honestly, I told you, I gave you the preview about this the other day. You know why? It's very, very simple. It's very, very simple. It's that verse. I told you I read it, man. And it was 1 Corinthians, not 2nd. But it really stuck out to me, man. And it said very simple. It says, I could do anything, but not everything is beneficial for me. I could do anything, but I will not be dominated by anything. Oh, man. All things are lawful unto me, but not all things are beneficial. All things are lawful unto me, but I will not be dominated. So that's what it was, man. That verse, and that really inspired a lot of this, and that really got me thinking on it, and it really got me looking through it, and looking through my habits and other things, and thinking how I could make things better, what I could improve upon, all of that, man. And here's the best part. Do you feel me? Like, do you feel me on this? Like, do you feel everything I've said so far? Do you feel something? Are you excited about it? Are you like, yeah, like, nah, damn right. Yeah, amen. Yeah, I could do this. I like this. Yeah, like, you feel it, right? I don't know. You tell me. Do you feel me on this, Chad? Indeed, I hope, man. I pray. So cool. Here's what we're going to do then. Because I felt this after reading this. I started thinking about this. I was like, wow, yeah, great. Before you go anywhere, write all of this down now. Not what I said. I want you to go write down your bad habits. Right now. Write down your good habits. Write down things you could replace a bad habit with a good habit. You know, let's say you scroll too much. What can you replace that with that could be productive for you? Go scroll on Redfin. Go find houses. Go, man, how many hours a day do you spend on video games? Can you replace that with something if it's a bad habit? I don't know. You all have your own ones. But go write them down right now. Because if not, you're going to lose it. If not, this was just a feel-good moment for you. Honestly, I think many other things could have replicated the dopamine and the thought process that just got triggered. But you got to write this down right now. Especially right now, first quarter, good habits, bad habits, what can you replace them with? You have got to do that right here, right now. Put it in writing. Your handwriting's bad? Great. You have Notepad on your phone. Go ahead. Write it out in your Notepad. Because guess what? Best case scenario, this changes everything for the rest of your year. Worst case scenario, you look back at it one day, you stumble upon the note, you get reminded about it, and then you might feel a little bit shameful that you're like, shit, I didn't stick with that. Or damn, it's only been a week. I already forgot. Oh, man. Oh well. But you got to do it. That's all you need to do right now. At the very least, this will be a good checkup. Doesn't matter. I'm just saying, go to the doctor, get a checkup. Go ahead. You might end up eating McDonald's 6 months later. Who knows? But at the end of the day, at least you went in for the checkup. At least you were able to write it down. At least you were able to say, this is how I was feeling at this moment. 3 months in after experiencing this whole craziness of the market, career, ups and downs, people, the world going crazy. Great. What's a good habit you have now? What's a bad habit you have now? And what is a potential replacement that you could see yourself applying your time towards? So, Chad, I hope you feel me, man. And if you feel me, you're going to write it down. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So, Chad, that's your philosophy. Take it to the bank. But guess what? This one, if it's not written down, the bank ain't going to cash that check. Just please write it all down and think about it. And that's all you got to do. And get ready. And, I could give you a lot more of it, but we've talked about it so much. And you should know how powerful these habits can become. And even right now, don't underestimate, man, how just eliminating a couple of bad habits could have such an impact in your life. And at the very least, man, habits are the things that will dominate you. You are not going to be dominated, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. But Chad, I love you all. Thank you again for being here. And that is your day, man. That is your day. We're done. We've wrapped it up. That's it, man. God bless you. Amen. I said golf clap, yeah. But Chad, I got to get going now. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. I hope you at least take this moment to write down some of those habits. I hope you're ready for a crazy Friday tomorrow. Oh man, it's going to be wicked. It's going to be wicked. It will be very, very wicked. Friday, maybe tomorrow for Friday, we get in on the Rays. You know what I'm saying? We get in on the Rays there. But I love you all. Thank you guys again. I'll see you in the morning. And don't ever forget why we're here and why we keep going and why we still make the effort, why we got ups and downs. You get knocked down, you get back up again, why you go forward and backward, but you continue to run the race, baby. That faith, hope, love, determination ain't never going out of style, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chad, I love you. Enjoy your day. And peace out. God did. Yeah, I did. I did. Okay, good.